William A. Pettigrew. Freedom's Debt. The Royal African Company and the Politics of the Atlantic Slave Trade, 1672 to 1752. Prologue. This African Monster. Cape Coast Castle, West African Coast, February 1685. When a wave broke directly onto the outer wall of the castle prison, its force conducted along the arches of the ceiling, drowning out the noise as much as the darkness obscured the captives' sight of one another. The vibration and the wind that followed it nonetheless provided some comfort to those contained within. They were a small group of captives, perhaps a dozen. Seized near the Gambia River on pretense of theft, they awaited the unknown, their goods taken from them. Starved and harassed with the hardships of imprisonment and sickness, the men were further taunted by the violent heats and pestilent air of the castle's dungeon. Their confinement presented a continual scene of miseries of all sorts. Nearly 100 Royal African Company soldiers paraded around the stone platforms and parapets above the prison. Henry Nurse, the company's chief agent at Cape Coast Castle, presided over the garrison and the prisoners. Captain John Castell, commander of the frigate Orange Tree, patrolled the length of the coast looking for more to stock the castle's human stores. For those already detained, the likelihood of death equaled the chances of a return home by reason of the barbarous usage. The extreme hardships of their situation led one of their number into a state of desperate depression. The companion of his sorrows, not being able to endure the hardships imposed by Captain John Castell, he took his own life. Suicide evidently provided the best prospect of a homeward voyage. These captives at Cape Coast Castle were not African slaves, however, but English slave traders. They were detained, not because of the immorality of their trading activity, but because of its dubious legality. Since 1672, the Royal African Company had enjoyed a monopoly of all English trade with the west coast of Africa and of the slave trade to the American colonies, as well as a predominant position in the trade that imported Caribbean sugar into England. Those who sought to infringe upon the company's monopoly, like the suicidal Henry Wilkinson, were subject to interception by Royal Navy frigates, like the Orange Tree, the seizure of their vessels and cargoes, in the above case, valued at £3,000, a trial without jury in an Admiralty court, and indefinite imprisonment. Company officials, like Captain Castell, swore to shew more mercy to a Turk than to an interloper. The above account, by freed captive and brother of Henry, William Wilkinson, went one step further by depicting the victims of the African Company's monopoly as chattel slaves captured, imprisoned, starved, and reduced to suicide. 3 Henry Wilkinson's suicide led William to seek vengeance against the Royal African Company. He did not seek redress in combat or in the law courts. He chose to mount a propaganda campaign in print against what he called this African monster. Wilkinson believed that William III and Mary II, together with the present Parliament now assembled, ought to be appealed to for a redress of these abuses. His strategy worked. Other merchants came forward with petitions to Parliament detailing that the Royal African Company had beaten, abused, and imprisoned them, and that their attempts to sue the African Company to recover the property the company had seized from them had led to their imprisonment in England. 4 This political dispute between the Royal African Company and its independent slave trading opponents would politicize the transatlantic slave trade. It would place discussion of the regulation of that trade into a shifting and uncertain political context in which both sides in the dispute would use contrasting political strategies and polarized ideologies to advance their interests. By 1712, opponents of the African Company's monopoly had succeeded in their aim. They had deregulated Britain's transatlantic slave trade. They did so by mounting a lobbying campaign that championed the right to trade in African slaves as a deeply cherished English liberty. Freedom became the rallying cry for those who wished to participate in the largest intercontinental forced migration in history. The modern world cannot ignore the legacies of the transatlantic trade in enslaved Africans, a system that destroyed the lives of more than 12 million women, men, and children, and many millions of their descendants between the 15th and the 19th centuries. Although these legacies have been richly explored, explanations for the trade are still less well rehearsed. To reconcile the parts played by the slave trade in Britain's history with modern, liberal politics, examinations of the trade's culture and politics have often focused attention on the ending of slavery and have remained quiet about its beginnings. In Britain, the abolition of the slave trade and of slavery remains a source of national pride, a profound achievement in which politicians and institutions continue to bask. Despite Britain's perfecting the slave trade and shipping across the Atlantic more enslaved Africans than any other European nation, before abolition, it is the story of abolition that defines Britain's relationship to slavery. The explanation for this focus on response rather than cause is clear. Perpetrations of inhumanity on this scale make unlikely resources for triumphant, liberal, national narratives. The campaign to abolish the slave trade and slavery, on the other hand, redeemed and reinvigorated Britain's political system, its political institutions, and its empire. It proved that Britain's politics could rise above greed and avarice to lead the world in a bold crusade against inhumanity. Historians of abolition have largely perpetuated this view. The literature on British anti-slavery describes a triumphant legislative movement with a broadly based constituency and coherent strategy led by heroic protagonists against a formidable opposition. The early pioneers of English slave trading are viewed, for the most part, as primeval economic men, devoid of reflection and intention and hypnotized by the prospect of material gain or predisposed to commit racial violence. This Whig view comforts present sensibilities because it makes the end of slavery contingent on intentional political intervention and modern political institutions and dissolves any responsibility for the development of the slave trade into the circular interaction of demand and supply and man's primordial avaricious instincts. The story of the abolition of the slave trade and of slavery remains the ultimate promoter for modern, liberal, Anglo-Saxon politics. Despite the celebrated political features of the abolitionist movement, we have no political account of the development of the transatlantic slave trade or of American slavery. Unlike the story of abolition, there is no corresponding intentionalist school describing the slave trade protagonists, analyzing the ideas, the disputes, the compromises, in short, the politics that established England's involvement in and later dominance of the transatlantic slave trade. 5 This book offers such an account. It focuses on the story of the Royal African Company, a corporation provided in 1672 by Charles II with a chartered monopoly over all English trade with Africa for 1,000 years. It locates the story of the Royal African Company and of the transatlantic slave trade within the political history of trade regulation. 17th century English history has often been defined by the polarized political disputes about the English Constitution. Ought the legitimacy of the English state to derive from the Crown or from the subjects of the Crown? As a derivative of the royal prerogative, the African Company's charter placed it unequivocally on one pole of that debate. It proposed a method of state regulation of the economy based upon the constitutional validity and power of the royal prerogative. Because state regulation was, and is, a political concern, the African Company's charter politicized England's transatlantic slave trade, setting in motion a political debate about the management of the slave trade that would last until the middle of the 18th century. This debate would produce an expanded supply of slaves for the English plantations in the Caribbean under the terms of the African Company's monopoly and would then see a massive expansion of slave trading as the company's independent slave trading opponents used political means to deregulate the trade. This deregulation provided a reliable supply of slaves to the mainland American colonies for the first time. It is therefore central to our understanding of the causes of American slavery. For political reasons examined here, the African Company endured this deregulation to persist, and, with another changed political environment in the second quarter of the 18th century, its early arguments in favor of slave trade regulation came to inform the politics of anti-slavery in the second half of that century. 6 The politicization of the slave trade is at the center of this study, that is, the ways in which, in 17th century England and its overseas domains, constitutional changes altered the relationships, expressed ideologically and institutionally, between phenomena traditionally reified as either economic or political. These changes are examined through an analysis of the dialectical interactions between economic interests, political ideologies, and public strategies for both the Royal African Company and its independent Slavi trading disputants. The study compares these interactions to the regulatory outcomes for both the Royal African Company and its political opponents and links these outcomes to the rapid development of the transatlantic slave trade and some of the earlier political opposition to the slave trade that developed in this period. The African Company's monopoly was politically constituted. Its interests included its employees, shareholders, creditors, and the king. In the 1670s and 1680s, the political and constitutional context supported these interests by protecting the company's charter. Once involved in the need to publicly justify its monopoly, the company sought to ensure the loyalty of these interests and gather further support by associating its interests with broader, ideological concerns, such as the way in which a monopoly company could satisfy the national good better than self-interested independent merchants. It marshaled ideas that reflected its interests, but, from the 1690s, it failed to develop a political strategy that reflected how the political context had changed. The royal prerogative could no longer be celebrated as the primary source of regulatory initiative and control in the national economy. Without a successful political strategy that matched the company's ideological posturing to the political context, the company could not look after its interests. 7 The company's opponents formed a lobby that represented a large population of independent merchants active primarily in the Atlantic economy. Before the Glorious Revolution, they did not enjoy a political context propitious to asserting their own interests. But, by the 1690s, Parliament was in charge of regulation, and it emphasized the importance of broad public support for regulation and political tactics that complemented the political and legislative processes. The independent traders could thus uphold their interests and engineer a vastly expanded slave trade. The politicization of the slave trade therefore allowed the African Company to develop the slave trade in the 1670s and 1680s. It polarized debate about regulation, which helped opposing interests to form, cohere, and endure. This polarization had much to do with the formation of the two main political parties in this period, the Whigs and the Tories. Throughout the debate between the company and independent traders, the complex shifting ideological distinctions between the two parties shone through the ideological assertions of the company and the traders. But the political disputes between the two factions are not reducible to the disputes between the parties. The parties had a negligible influence on the primary focus of the study, the connection between the outcomes of the political disputes between the African Company and the independent traders and the changes in the capacity, geography, legitimacy, and morality of the trade in enslaved Africans. My depiction of the debate between the company and the separate traders offers a more nuanced interpretation of the reciprocal connections between interests, ideas, strategies, and outcomes than one in which the political parties are monolithic arbiters and authors of government, ideology, and empire. 8 The constitutional changes of the 1690s intensified the politicization of the slave trade by broadening participation and enriching the ideological disputes as the dialogue between the company and its opponents forged new ideas, new strategies, and, in turn, new contexts, all celebrated as conducive to freedom, but all instrumentally involved in the entrenchment of slavery. Persuading Parliament to support a totally unregulated slave trade, one without any statutory management, was a key lobbying strategy of the independent slave traders. Because of Parliament's supremacy over national regulation, the independent slave traders' defeat of the African Company's attempts to achieve statutory support for their monopoly ensured that the slave trade would default to an unregulated state. The independent traders veneered this lobbying tactic by celebrating the right to trade in enslaved Africans, without state interference, as a natural right. The British decision to foster the slave trade through the free market was, therefore, a political one, founded on a distinctively British conception of freedom. This freedom became a rallying cry for the maintenance and protection of the English and then the British Empire. The debates about the regulation of the slave trade suggest that this empire needed broader political support than crown-sponsored monopoly companies, like the Royal African Company, could provide. The independent slave traders' parliamentary victory did not end the politicization of the slave trade. The British state responded to this deregulated trading model, however, throughout the 18th century by instituting tighter regulation of the transatlantic economy with the help of statutory initiatives to occupy the legislative vacuum that the independent slave traders engineered from 1712. By the 1770s, the British Parliament's regulatory fervor had alienated the American colonists. In the early decades of the 19th century, it ended the slave trade and slavery in the British Empire. Public deliberations about the slave trade broadened discussion of narrow economic interests into all their non-economic connotations. This broadening gave the dispute between the African company and the independent traders a pronounced ideological dimension. Once the independent traders had persuaded Parliament to countenance their expanded version of the slave trade, the dialogic impetus between the African company and the independent traders did not die down. In the 1740s and 1750s, in response to an impressive resurgence of competition from the French, the company began to fashion ideological justifications for itself, and rework older ones, that celebrated the importance of state regulation of trade. These rationales would play a part as important in informing the rhetoric of early discussions of the abolition of the slave trade as the independent slave traders' fixation with natural rights and with freedom. The politicization of the transatlantic slave trade between 1660 and 1752 would underpin the initial political dialogues about the abolition of the slave trade. Examining this process of politicization and its influence on the regulation, deregulation, and re-regulation of the slave trade provides a means to bridge explanations of the origins of the slave trade and slavery with explanations of their abolition. The focus on politics helps to provide a richer account of the publicly articulated intentions that willed the slave trade and slavery into existence to set alongside the political accounts of the trade's abolition. The African company had to justify and explain its monopoly. The movement to enlarge Britain's slave trade used new political means to achieve its economic ends. It took advantage of changed political and constitutional structures, it developed and articulated a political creed, and it implemented an ingenious political strategy to achieve success. All of these features of the politicization of the slave trade allow historians to learn about the intentions of the architects of the transatlantic slave trade and of American slavery. 9 Concentrating on politicization also allows a broader, transatlantic analysis of the institutional contours of the slave trading regimes that enables a balanced depiction of the trade's demand and supply sides. Both factions in what became known as the Africa trade debate sought to influence Britain's imperial policy. Focusing on both the African company and its lobbying opponents also helps to show the implications of the political union of Britain and the American colonies during slavery's development. 10 Most important, the politicization of slavery forces us to interrogate modern, liberal conceptions of freedom and liberty and their instrumental connections with the kidnapping, enslavement, transportation, torture, and murder of hundreds of thousands of African women, men, and children. The African company's independent slave trading opponents mounted a campaign to escalate the slave trade with reference to their freedom to trade and made use of modern, liberal political institutions like Parliament and the free press. Slavery and the slave trade were not the relics of a traditional, pre-capitalist society, they were the distillate expressions of modern society's dynamic founding moments. Focusing on the politicization of slavery shows us that freedom's interaction with slavery was not only ironic. Freedom, in multiple ways, caused slavery. As such, it has a debt to pay. Part 1. Deregulation, 1672 to 1712. This page intentionally left blank. 1. The politics of slave trade. Escalation, 1672 to 1712. The Royal African Company of England shipped more enslaved African women, men, and children to the Americas than any other single institution during the entire period of the transatlantic slave trade. From its foundation in 1672 to the early 1720s, the African Company transported close to 150,000 enslaved Africans, mostly to the British Caribbean. It played a central role in establishing England's transatlantic slave trade, stealing market share from the Dutch and French slave trades, and in Africanizing the populations of England's Caribbean plantations. In 1673, soon after the company's foundation, the English had a 33% share in the transatlantic slave trade. By 1683, that share had increased to 74%. Nevertheless, from the mid-1670s forward the company's monopolistic restrictions precipitated complaints from many American colonists and transatlantic English merchants. Independent slave traders, known from 1698 as the Separate Traders to Africa, mounted a campaign to satisfy the demand for slaves. In the aftermath of the Glorious Revolution, they were able to carry on a political movement that transformed the contours and capacity of Britain's slave trade. The annual average peacetime capacity of the trade when the African company's monopoly came closest to being enforceable, from 1673 to 1688, was 23 voyages. An equivalent period of peace after deregulation, from 1714 to 1729, saw free trade produce an average of 77 voyages annually. Between 1687 and 1720, the company's market share reduced from 97% to 4%. Despite the remarkable scale of human trafficking conducted by the company, its maximum capacity could not match that of the deregulated trade. Even if the African company had endured the changing political climate of the 1690s, England's contribution to the transatlantic slave trade would have been far smaller and, in all likelihood, would have lagged behind those of its European competitors. If we assume an average of 350 slaves per voyage, this 230% increase accounted for an additional 1,474,200 slaves between 1729 and 1807. The Separate Traders' victory affected the geography of the British slave trade in ways that became formative for the trade's zenith in the second half of the 18th century. The Separate Traders were a broadly based interest group that sought to wrest control of the slave trade from the African Company in London and extend the opportunity of slave trading to provincial outports, such as Bristol and Liverpool. The average number of slave voyages that departed from an English port outside London between 1672 and 1711 was 5 per year. From 1712 to 1751, that annual average improved to 46. In the same periods, the averages for London decreased slightly from 24 to 23. The great cloth-producing areas for the company, such as Kidderminster, declined as the West Country suppliers for the Separate Traders grew. The statutory deregulation of the trade that occurred in 1698 with an act to settle the trade to Africa produced a craze for independent slave trading in the capital. A large proportion of the voyages that occurred during the spike year of 1701 came from London, 65%. War with France did encourage Atlantic-facing ports such as Bristol to develop their transatlantic trades at the expense of London in this period. But London's vitality as a commercial centre and its proximity to the public debates about the slave trade in Westminster continued to ensure that the most successful separate traders of this period were London-based. The politics of slave trade escalation also influenced which colonies received an increased supply of enslaved Africans. Those colonies and boroughs. 14. Deregulation, 1672 to 1712. With burgeoning slave trades and well-established means of lobbying, Parliament benefited from the separate traders' political campaign. Jamaica and the Chesapeake colonies, who ironically had, as crown colonies, the same constitutional support as the company, received more slaves after the African company's demise because their merchants had been persistent and energetic political opponents of the company. Jamaica took in 13 slave cargoes in 1687. By 1729, that figure had increased to 49. The mainland American colonies, in particular, benefited from the African company's collapse. In particular, the greater availability of slaves catalyzed the shift from white indentured labor to African slave labor in the tobacco colonies. The average number of slave voyages that departed to the American mainland between 1672 and 1711 was 4 per year. From 1712 to 1751, that annual average improved to 14. In the 15 years before the 1698 Act, slavers transported close to 5,500 slaves to North America. In the 15 years after, that figure increased by nearly 300% to more than 15,000. One separate trader pamphlet argued that the deregulation of the slave trade had saved Maryland, in particular, from ruin. Before opening the trade to Africa, the planters there, owners of many 1,000 acres of good land, were obliged to work barefoot and bare-legged in cultivating their own grounds themselves, and were resolved to have deserted that province, had they not been supplied with Negro servants. The separate traders achieved a much larger direct supply of enslaved Africans from Africa to the mainland American colonies than the African Company was able to provide. The Africa trade debates therefore played a critical part in entrenching African slavery as the preferred solution to the American problem of labor supply. 3 The shift from a monopolistically organized trade to a free trade in slaves also altered the purchasing points and, therefore, the ethnic mixtures of the enslaved population in America. It decreased the proportion of slaves imported to America from the area around the Bight of Benin and Southeast Africa, and increased the number whose enforced embarkation began in West Central Africa and Senegambia. Trading arenas opened up to the English by the separate traders. 4 The outcomes of the Africa trade debates determined the distinctive mechanics of the 18th century transatlantic slave trade. The separate traders pursued a lobbying strategy that ensured that the slave trade became an early example, by 1712, of an almost entirely unregulated overseas trade. Participants on the Atlantic periphery, rather than the British state, regulated the trade. African vendors had always required bribes, or dashes, and gifts to encourage their business. Colonial governments repeatedly attempted to benefit from the expansion in the slave trade by levying duties on slave imports. Colonial officials claimed that these taxes sought to limit slave imports to prevent planters from becoming overly indebted to British merchants. The levies, however, proved invaluable money-raising strategies because, by the second decade of the 18th century, plantation owners became less sensitive to the price of slaves. In Virginia, for example, the duty on slave imports helped pay for the new Capitol building in Williamsburg. 5 The expansion of the slave trade that resulted from the demise of the Royal African Company led to an enlargement of the sugar and tobacco industries, which the British government taxed. One contemporary disputant in the Africa trade debate believed that each slave contributed an extra 30 to 40 shillings per annum to the fisc. If the failure of the African Company increased the volume of the slave trade by 59%, a conservative estimate, this increase represented more than £30,000 of additional customs revenue for the state per year and almost £4 million between 1712 and 1807. What explains the separate traders' victory? This chapter views the separate traders' triumphant deregulation of the English slave trade through the lens of politics. It offers an introduction to the politics of slave trade escalation. 6. Those who have formulated an explanation for the demise of the African Company have focused on the perceived failures of the company rather than the successes of the separate traders. In 1709, at the height of the Africa trade dispute, Nicholas Morris made his assessment of the causes of the African Company's downfall in a letter to his nephew, Humphrey Morris, a leader of the separate traders' parliamentary campaign, the frauds and cheats of the Royal African Company's factors, and that the planters in the several lands of America were men without justice and common honesty, and never willingly paid a just debt, so that the company came to great losses by their means. Most historians have shared Morris's view about the causes of the Royal African Company's downfall. Scholars who believed that the company's monopoly could not be enforced explained its demise with reference to what they viewed as the natural structural inefficiencies of monopolies, which, as Nicholas Morris said, offered insufficient incentives to employees. Some historians cited the difficulty that the company faced in retrieving colonial debts, as Morris also mentioned. Others saw evidence of the African Company's inefficiency as proof of the absence of monopoly power and argued that the costs of maintaining the company's forts on the African coast prevented the company from competing with its free-riding interloper competitors. The company's principal historian, K.G. Davies, attributed the Royal African Company's fall to the disruptive impact of the wars on either side of the turn of the 18th century and the Directorate's erroneous and often dishonest financial policy, with the political changes associated with the fall of James II as a hastening factor. Davies also noted a dissonance between the design of the African Company and the interests of its stockholders. He compared the company's operation to that of a public utility and saw its financial failure in terms of the unwillingness of the company's shareholders to subsidize imperial policy. 7 Explanations for the African Company's foundation might have recognized its political position, but accounts of the company's downfall have largely concentrated on economics, favoring the company's natural inefficiency as a monopoly or its inability to compete with the separate traders. It is tempting to explain the separate traders' success in terms of their trading achievements. These independent traders benefited from undoubted economic advantages over the African Company. They made slave trafficking more efficient and profitable. In 1707, Royal African Company officials complained to one of their representatives on the African coast that separate traders could complete 2 journeys in the time it took for the company to dispatch a single ship. Rather than using, and having to fully finance, the company's African forts, like those at Cape Coast, the separate traders cut costs by dealing with vendors from their ships. They also prided themselves on having lower mortality rates among their slave cargoes. One African Company sympathizer, John Atkins, described the separate traders selling their goods to African vendors more cheaply and then beating the African Company ships across the Atlantic to corner the slave markets of America. Separate traders are not under the delays the African Company are subject to. They take the whole coast in their way, while the other is consigned to the governor, and can afford to undersell their goods, necessary requisites for dispatch and success, because they stand exempt from all coast charges. The separate traders worked faster in better managed, bigger ships. They therefore received higher prices for their larger human cargoes. 8 The Royal African Company's economic and financial failings are also well rehearsed. It used dishonest financial methods to raise money in England, and its employees on the African coast and in the colonies, as Nicholas Morris mentioned, could not be relied upon to act in its interest. The separate traders preferred to stress the inevitability of the African Company's demise to make their case for opposition to the company's monopoly undeniable. They were ruined before ever the Parliament broke in upon their charter, explained a supporter of deregulation some years later. But an economic interpretation of the separate traders' victory reduces a complex political story to the rhetoric of the victors. 9 Explanations for all of the African Company's economic failures ought to acknowledge the importance of political phenomena. To explain the Royal African Company's collapse solely with reference to the company's economic failings is insufficient. Although the prospect of economic success made the company, and monopoly companies in general, more attractive to the state as a potential source of government finance as well as to potential shareholders, in the context of imperfect competition, political support alone could ensure that economic success. London's capital market acknowledged this truth as the Royal African Company's stock price responded to political developments as much as to short-term cash flow. The African Company's political position might have been sustained, but this contingency would have limited the scale of England's contribution to the transatlantic slave trade. The expansion of the slave trade resulted, not from the separate traders' economic success, but from the separate traders' innovative political strategy, which better exploited changing political circumstances than the African Company's. 10 The company's ability to enforce its monopoly and collect its colonial debts depended upon its political position in the colonies. Employees' dishonesty indicates their belief that the company's preferred position might excuse such behavior, and the belief that the company might enjoy goodwill as a public utility rather than as a profit-making enterprise suggests a public spiritedness on behalf of its investors that derived from a political viewpoint now deemed obsolete. Similarly, the economic successes of the company's challengers would not have become significant until they had won a political campaign to legalize independent slave trading. Despite assertions by economists and the separate traders, nothing was inevitable about the Royal African Company's demise. As one contemporary pamphlet concurred, It's most certain, that no established company in that trade ever failed or became bankrupt, upon account, or by reason, of there being a company. And it always was the interlopers breaking into the company's charters, and the obstructions given to the trade thereby, which reduced every established company, to all the misfortunes that can be charged. 11 The African company's monopoly produced a slave trade with a lower capacity than that produced by deregulation under the separate traders' management. This observation does not explain the victory of the separate traders, rather, the insight derives from a timeless assessment of an economic form. It was not enough for the separate traders to argue that a deregulated slave trade would enlarge or had expanded the trade. The economic connotations of these differing arrangements, free trade versus monopoly, depended upon political turning points. In this period, such turning points hinged on more than economic success. Protagonists understood that, before 1688, and to a lesser extent afterward, political position could sustain economic opportunities for companies without evidence of those companies' economic superiority. Political factors, ideologies, institutions, and strategies, mediated economic interests. This mediation could refract the economic outcome, as in this case. For the African company and the separate traders, these elements enabled the realization of economic efficiency, a vastly expanded transatlantic slave trade. Politics becomes even more important when attempting to explain the breaking in of the separate traders. The African company's opponents used political as well as economic methods to defeat the company. Just as the creation, enforceability, and maintenance of the Royal African Company's charter depended upon political support, the separate traders' capture of the Slavi trading market required the political center of gravity to shift away from interests sympathetic to the African company and toward those who favored unregulated trade. Disputes about various monopolies during the period 1672 to 1712 indicate the importance of political lobbies to the prospects of company charters. Several joint stock monopoly companies victimized by interest groups included the Russia Company, the East India Company, and the Hudson's Bay Company. In all cases, whether opponents incorporated themselves within the company as in the East Indian case, failed as in the Hudson's Bay case, or eclipsed the company as in the Russian and African cases, company reform depended on the emergence of an external political opposition. The Royal African Company was uniquely vulnerable because its American customer base, unlike the non-domestic customers of the East India and Hudson's Bay Companies, was able to assert its opposition within the British Parliament by 1690.12. Comparing the fortunes of the Royal African Company with its continental European counterparts further buttresses the view that political phenomena were central to the former's failure. The French trading companies' monopolies endured longer. When deregulation occurred in France, it was subject to strict limits. Although independent slave traders from Nantes persuaded the French authorities to dismantle the French Guinea Company in 1713, this legislation limited the traders' activities to 12 sailings per year. Liberalizing legislation in 1716 allowed only 4 cities to dispatch African cargoes, and, unlike the British trade, the French government levied taxes on their activities to support French forts on the coast of Africa. The French state did not open the slave trade to the gold and slave coasts of Africa to all French subjects until 1741, and the French Senegal Company maintained its monopoly farther north throughout the 18th century. Legislation opened the Dutch slave trade between 1730 and 1734, but, again, charges limited the independent Dutch slave traders' profits. The Dutch arrangement is not comparable to the British situation of 1698 until 1738, when the Dutch West India Company lost its monopolistic privileges. 13 The Dutch West India Company incorporated within its management structure many of the provincial and colonial interests that would emerge to oppose the Royal African Company. This strategy preempted political opposition for a while but limited the size of the Dutch transatlantic slave trade during the first few decades of the 18th century. The Dutch did not achieve more than 10 voyages a year from 1701 until the 1730s, when the deregulated English trade exceeded 100 voyages a year. In France, the absence of open, deliberative political institutions, like the post-1688 English Parliament, deprived independent French slave traders of a political platform to mount a viable deregulation movement. British merchants had sufficient political power to successfully intervene within a more inclusive system. They enlarged their economic opportunities by completely deregulating the British African trade decades in advance of their French rivals, and, unlike their Dutch rivals, the British traders confronted a monopoly that made concerted efforts to exclude them. 14 Those historians who admit some role for politics in the demise of the Royal African Company's monopoly confine it to the developments of 1688, which, because of the flight of the company's governor, James II, left the company cut adrift from the nurturing and protecting influence of the monarchy. Others have misconstrued the statutory regulation of the company's monopoly by Parliament in 1698 as a blow to the company's fortunes that resulted from a broad Whig movement to reform monopolies associated with the discredited royal prerogative. The years 1688, 1689, and 1698 saw severe setbacks to the African Company's fortunes, but the company was not dead in the water as a slave trading operation until 1712, after the separate traders had deployed all of their lobbying resources and skills. Institutional and ideological change within the British-American political sphere proved more influential for England's 18th-century transatlantic slave trade than the surface changes in political personnel. 15 The explanation for Britain's supreme contribution to the 18th-century transatlantic trade in enslaved Africans thus lies in a careful examination of the politics of the African Company and its independent trading opponents. The company derived its economic position from the political support it received from the monarchy. Any objections to the company's monopoly power would therefore need to be expressed politically, and often constitutionally. Changes to politics in England and in the colonies after 1689 exposed the company to the independent traders' lobbying campaign. This campaign undermined the company's commercial legitimacy and promoted a deregulated expanded trade that the traders deemed to be conducive to national happiness and strength, an enterprise consented to by the public and supportive of the natural rights of Englishmen throughout the British Atlantic world. The English monarchy's desire to expand and control the shipments of enslaved Africans to its colonies in the Caribbean was founded on political concerns and methods as much as economic ones. From the restoration of the monarchy in 1660, Charles II wished to use a monopoly company to supplant the Dutch competition in the Atlantic trades, develop trade with the cash-rich Spanish Americas, and secure and expand English interests in Africa by establishing plantations there, thus supplying gold for the mother country as well as enslaved Africans for England's Caribbean plantations. The king, so it was hoped, could use the revenues from such a company to augment the glory of his restored monarchy. In 1660, Charles founded the Company of Royal Adventurers trading to Africa. This company was itself the latest in a long line of slave trading initiatives supported by the English monarchy that began with Elizabeth I's endorsement of the slave trading voyage of John Hawkins in 1562. The Crown first experimented with a monopoly company to Africa with the Senegal Adventurers in 1588, which traded between Gambia and Senegal for 10 years. The first incorporated monopoly company to manage English interests on the coast of Africa was the Governor and Company of Adventurers of London trading to Guinea and Benin in 1618. Competition from slave traders from other nations and interloping slave traders from England limited this company's success, though it built England's first fort on the African coast at Cormontine. From the 1630s to the 1650s, the Crisp family appears to have managed England's African trade. The scale of England's slave trade in the first half of the 17th century was, however, small. The political backing of the restored Stuart monarchy would be required to develop the trade's capacity. 16 The Company of Royal Adventurers trading to Africa brought fresh initiative and organization to the African trade. The king's brother, James, Duke of York, managed this company along with his cousin Prince Rupert and a group of aristocratic supporters. After a series of false starts, Charles reorganized the enterprise as the Company of Royal Adventurers in 1663. The company advanced the same aims as its predecessor. It made an impressive contribution to the slave trade, but the Dutch, whose interests dominated the west coast of Africa, resented England's burgeoning interest there. The area became a central battleground in the Second Anglo-Dutch War, 1665 to 1667, with the African companies serving there as part of the Stuarts' military operation. This conflict greatly disrupted trade. England's growing cohort of independent slave traders filled the breach and helped to sustain an adequate supply of slaves to England's Caribbean plantations from 1665 to 1672. The Company of Royal Adventurers nevertheless played a critical role in the establishment of the English slave trade, shipping more slaves in the 1660s than separate traders had in the 1650s. But losses in the First Anglo-Dutch War led Charles II to again reconstitute the court-sponsored company as the Royal African Company in 1672.17. The Royal African Company expressed the regulatory potency of the royal prerogative. As the Company of Royal Adventurers Charter stated, its license was a prerogative of the Crown, and therefore is free to be placed where His Majesty shall please, without giving any just cause of complaint of any others, that share not in it. These monopolistic charters and the trade they managed represented properties that derived from the constitutional position of the monarchy in the 1660s and 1670s. Monopoly companies' control over markets reflected their royal benefactors' absolutist pretensions. The Stuart kings viewed their subjects' economic opportunity as a personal fiefdom and parcelled it out to favourites in the form of monopolies, and these monopolies governed England's overseas and domestic markets. The monarchs also aimed to generate a revenue stream that would prevent their financial reliance on Parliament. 18 In the 1660s and 1670s, the powers of the English monarchy projected aggressively into the world of the English Atlantic. The restoration of the monarchy in 1660 encouraged a version of overseas empire based upon formal imperial institutions such as monopoly trading companies that expressed both the desire to extend state power overseas and the widespread belief in the importance of regulated overseas markets. Although statutory mechanisms, the Navigation Acts, had been created to channel the benefits of Atlantic trade through the coffers of the English state, the period saw a striking tendency for the state to deploy the law of the royal prerogative and for civil law courts, like the Admiralty courts, to manage the English Empire. This restoration system proposed to move power into London, to engross profit within the executive branch of the Constitution, and to govern through formal structures like the Lords of Trade and Plantations. The Lords of Trade was designed to assist in enforcing the Navigation Acts and impose royal government on the proprietary and charter governments in the colonies. As a committee of the Privy Council, the Lords of Trade could command the respect, attendance, or opinion of the Admiralty and Treasury. It acted as an executive body, ruling, without consultation, on all issues to do with England's growing overseas empire. From the 1670s, Charles II and, later, his brother, James, Duke of York, attempted to tax the Atlantic economy more heavily. 19 The Royal African Company was designed to be central to this system. The company's charter provided it with every conceivable means to attempt to enforce its monopoly, including the capability to erect admiralty courts on the African coast and in the colonies to prosecute those interlopers who infringed its charter. These courts were a significant innovation and added to the powers the Royal African Company's predecessors had enjoyed. The company's charter stipulated that these courts would have the cognizance and power to hear and determine all cases of forfeiture and seizures of any ship or ship's goods and merchandises trading and coming upon any the said coasts. The legal powers conferred on these courts were extraordinary for prerogative-sponsored trading companies. The East India Company did not receive this power until 1683. The formation of the African Company's own vice-admiralty jurisdiction would remain hugely controversial into the late 1680s, before that power was undermined completely. Charles II instructed colonial officials to enforce the terms of the company's monopoly by prosecuting interloping slavers and encouraging colonists to pay their debts to the company as it began to supply them with slaves. 20 Powerful people supported the Royal African Company. Of all the monopoly companies, it enjoyed perhaps the closest relations with the sovereign power of the ruling monarch between 1672 and 1688. The Duke of York had been the African Company's governor since its creation and was its largest shareholder. The African Company's charter and its intimacy with the royal family proved attractive for investors. Conspicuous among early subscribers were those at the heart of Charles II's circle, including 4 of 5 of the cabal, the King's select group of advisers: Sir Edmund Andros, Henry Bennet, Earl of Arlington, George Villiers, Lord Buckingham, Sir George Carteret, Sir Thomas Clifford, Sir Peter Culleton, Sir William Coventry, William Craven, Earl of Craven, Lawrence Dupuy, Ferdinando Gorges, Lord Francis Hawley, John Locke, Thomas Povey, Prince Rupert, Sir Joseph Williamson, and Matthew Wren. Many of these men had experience of the Atlantic economy. Sir Peter Culleton owned vast plantations in Barbados. Sir Edmund Andros had been governor of New York and would become James II's governor of his Atlantic super colony, the Dominion of New England. Ferdinando Gorges had estates in New England, and Sir George Carteret was a Lord Proprietor of the Carolinas. John Locke's expertise in transatlantic issues is also well known. As a result, the Royal African Company made an impressive contribution to the English slave trade throughout the 1670s and 1680s. 21 The Royal African Company's monopoly, however, was both deeply unpopular and difficult to enforce. It was particularly divisive in the colonies, where it had been a source of frustration to colonists from its inception, and there are ample references to interloping voyages. In 1675 in Barbados, the extent of ill-feeling among the islanders led the governor there, Sir Jonathan Atkins, to appeal to the Lords of Trade to liberate the slave trade from the African Company's grip. The Lords of Trade in London, however, censured Atkins for his recalcitrance in challenging the King's right to monopolize trade. The company argued that embarking on independent slave trading voyages represented a form of piracy and should be treated as such under Admiralty law. Anti-company colonists made it difficult to prosecute interlopers, though, despite the company's charter right to assemble Admiralty courts to try them. 22 In 1676, a difficult year for the administration of the colonies, company interests, with the help of Governor John Lord Vaughan of Jamaica, seized the interloping ship the St. George. Colonial elites rejected the company's suit for condemnation, using the rationale that an act of the Jamaican legislature made the water where the seizure took place a part of the local Jamaican parish of St. Dorothy and, as a result, it was not under Admiralty jurisdiction. Prevented from upholding the seizure of the St. George, the company began to seek means of supporting its prerogative in the colonies. The Attorney General ordered Vaughan to take care to preserve the jurisdiction of the Admiralty, and that the King's prerogative be not called in question concerning forfeitures. The Islands Council pressed on with their opposition to the company by passing the Act for Free Importation of Negroes, which the Lords of Trade rejected. Opposition to the company often expressed the constitutional position of the Assembly, as the Jamaican Council in this instance had asserted the rights of its legislature as equivalent, not subordinate, to the English Parliament. Convicted interlopers used common law courts in the colonies to obtain redress. In 1682, for example, a Jamaican court awarded damages of £1,627 to an interloper after seizure by the African Company in Jamaica. The company therefore became more timid in enforcing its monopoly in the colonies, especially in Jamaica. Colonial interlopers, as a result, eroded the company's share of the transatlantic market in enslaved Africans throughout the 1670s. 23. Clearly concerned about the legality of its vice-admiralty courts, the African Company in late 1677 sought the advice of 3 respected lawyers, Thomas Corbett, Sir John Maynard, and Thomas Tina. These lawyers worked to deny the accusation, presumably made by independent slave traders, that the African Company's vice-admiralty courts were illegal and, by implication, that a common law right to free trade ought to extend to the west coast of Africa, as colonists had argued successfully that it did in Jamaica. Their opinion served to broaden the prerogative justification of the company's monopoly and its vice-admiralty courts in particular. Corbett's opinion supported the company's right to enjoy naval and military power, which allowed them to prosecute interloping merchants as rebels to the king's authority, quoting John Selden's 1635 tract Mare Clausum as a supportive authority. Corbett added that the 1628 Statute of Monopolies had made special exception for overseas trading monopolies and that its vice-admiralty courts were legal because they would be located outside England, where the king about may give to any countries conquered by him, what laws he pleaseth whc are not contrary to the laws of nature, or to natural reason, and also may prescribe a way, manner, or course of proceeding and trials, different from the course of our common laws of this land, bt. Can it do so in England? Corbett noted that Sir John Maynard, the King's Sergeant and Chief Prosecutor and one of the kingdom's most important lawyers, confirmed the legality of Corbett's opinion. Thomas Tuna added that the common law could not operate in Africa because the common law cannot run where writs cannot be executed, and writs cannot be executed in this territory for want of sheriffs, and other officers, and none but the king can constitute a sheriff. Tuna went on to suggest the superinduction of the common law into conquered countries is a ray or emanation of the king's own free and spontaneous grace and favor vouchsafed to his own very English subjects. The three respected lawyers thus provided legal authority to the company's forfeiture power. 24 Added legal authority encouraged interlopers to seek to erode the company's trade using public political, rather than legal, means. They expressed their opposition to the company and sustained it with the help of constitutional arguments. In the 1670s and 1680s, though, when the company enjoyed powerful support and suppressed a potentially competitive market, no scope existed for registering opposition using economic methods like purchasing from or selling to another corporation. Joint stock monopoly companies were political phenomena whose property derived from monarchical fiat. Successful opposition to them had to employ political means. That was as true in the mother country as in the colonies, although the company enjoyed more political influence and power closer to the centre of government in London. The first parliamentary petition against the African Company appeared in 1678, when the company's opponents had begun to congregate around the movement of Anthony Ashley Cooper, 1st Earl of Shaftesbury, to exclude the Duke of York from the succession. 4 London merchants, Geoffrey Nightingale, William Dockwra, Richard Roe, and John Swinlow, complained that the company tends to the destruction of trade and navigation and prevents the employing of many thousand seamen and the building and employing many ships which would be built and employed were that trade again laid open. They asserted that for want of this liberty to trade the exportation of woolen manufactures is prevented and the prices brought so low that thousands of families are reduced to poverty, the rents of lands fallen and the customs lessened, that people are forced to take what the company will pay for the manufactures they export and pay what they please for what they import, that notwithstanding their charter they do not hinder the Dutch. The petition's description of the company's activities took on a more sinister note, explaining that they had ships on that coast at a great distance from the company's factory, which with their cargoes were taken and carried to Cape Corso, where the company's factors, without any jury, confiscated them and kept their agents long in prison and murdered some of them. These allegations that the company limited trade and employment and failed to constrain international competition would become typical of later petitions. The constitutional power of the company's royal supporters, however, ensured that the merchants' call for redress would go unanswered, as the king dissolved the House of Commons in 1679.25. Opposition to the African Company's monopoly thus could not compete with the political influence of the African Company during the 1670s and 1680s. A long-standing colonial opponent of the company, Edward Littleton, explained that the company benefited, before 1688, from the support of some great men, with whom we were not able to contend. One of these great men was the Duke of York, the company's most assiduous political supporter. In February 1676, for example, he protected the company from political assaults from its opponents, dismissing a petition to the Privy Council protesting against the company's monopoly. A pamphlet avowed that a petition detailing the African company's monopoly restricting the Suffolk woolen trade was submitted to the King and Council in the 1680s, but the Duke of York being president of this company, no redress could be had. 26 Political disputes about the African company's monopoly also developed within a debate about the political arithmetic of labor within the early English Empire. Several writers of the final third of the 17th century began to question the received wisdom of the Elizabethan and Jacobean pioneers of the English Empire who viewed the American colonies as vents for England's excess population. Populousness now was regarded as a source of national wealth and greatness. Historical demographers have documented a decrease in England's population during this period, however, owing to the outbreak of plague, war, and migration to the colonies. Thus, by the Restoration, writers like Roger Coke, William Pettit, and Carew Rennell blamed this population decline on the American plantations. This argument became part of a critique of policy supporting the plantations. The decrease in population intensified calls for the use of enslaved African labor in the colonies to prevent further depopulation of England. The African Company attempted to buttress its political position by answering such calls. In 1668, the Company of Royal Adventurers celebrated that its trade in enslaved Africans had filled the breach in colonial labor when the 1665 plague had prevented migration. By 1680, the company had taken account of the prevailing view that the colonies weakened the domestic economy by absorbing too much of its labor force by suggesting that it had hindered the exhausting of this nation of its natural-born subjects. 27. In January 1685, the company's position received a further important political buttress from a common law court judgment that supported the monopoly of the East India Company. In East India Company v. Sandys, Chief Justice George Jeffreys, of the Court of King's Bench, ruled that the monarch could provide monopolistic charters and the means to enforce them. This ruling allowed the East India and Royal Africa Companies to indict the interlopers in their respective trades. The African Company interpreted this judgment as a huge boon to its operations. It noted the benefits of this judgment for their charter and business. A general court minute summarized, "The company have good grounds that the sentence, in favor of charters, will be advantageous to their trade by the discouragement, interlopers must have from it." 28. Thus, in the 1680s, the Royal African Company severely limited the activities of interlopers. Indeed, the African Company's close connection with James II enabled the company to use the Royal Navy to do so. The power of the company's supporters and its means of enforcing its monopoly made the company an effective slave trading operation, undermining both the French and Dutch trades, both of which were managed by monopoly companies. From its foundation until 1688, the Royal African Company also dominated England's Atlantic slave trade, averaging a 75% market share of the trade in this period. It paid its investors 10% dividends between 1676 and 1688. The company's share price, as a result, performed well in these years in relation to other joint stock companies. John Houghton stated in 1683, "The Guinea Company was as safe as the East India Company." The company also enjoyed an impressive trade in gold, coining, on average, 25,000 guineas a year between 1675 and 1688. Between 1683 and 1686, with the King as the company's governor and the Governor of Barbados, Edwin Steed, as the company's factor on that island, the company's market share improved to 86%. The assistants described these years as ones of very great extraordinary success. 29. The Glorious Revolution of 1688 to 1689 offered opponents of the African Company a new political context for the development of a political campaign to lobby against the company's charter and to escalate the slave trade. Even before the flight of James II, the company began to appreciate the precariousness of James's hold on power owing to his increasingly reckless attitude toward England's Anglican Church and markedly heavy-handed treatment of venerable institutions like the City of London Corporation, whose charter was declared forfeit in 1683. In February 1688, the company informed one of its agents in the colonies, "We rather desire all seizure may be made by the statute than by the power of our charter, referring to the 14th century statute that underpinned the workings of the Admiralty Courts and the Customs. After James II's departure in December 1688, all of the seizures the company had made under the terms of its royal patent in the 1670s and 1680s became subject to review by common law courts as lawyers and politicians began to chip away at every feature of royal prerogative, especially the civil law jurisdiction of the company's Admiralty Courts. Interlopers began to bring suits against the company for seizure of their property, despite the judgment in East India Company v. Sandys. They argued that seizure was illegal because the company's power of forfeiture derived from the prerogative rather than from statute. These suits marked the beginning of the political movement to enlarge and develop the English slave trade. 30 In June 1689, the interloping slave trader, Geoffrey Nightingale, who more than a decade earlier had petitioned Parliament on the commercial disadvantages the African Company imposed on the English economy, brought a suit against the company at the Common Law Court of King's Bench. Chief Justice John Holt turned this case into a trial of the legal powers of the African Company's Vice-Admiralty Courts and the legality of their forfeiture power. Starting with this case, Nightingale v. Bridges, and then culminating in Dockra v. Dickinson, 1696, Holt used the common law to eradicate the company's forfeiture power but confirmed the legality of prerogative-sponsored monopoly companies. The king may create a corporation of merchants, and give them, by charter, an exclusive right to trade, and hold territories, within certain limits therein described, but a clause prohibiting others to trade within the said limits, under pain of imprisonment, and the forfeiture and loss both of their ships and goods wheresoever found, etc. and giving power to enter into, search, and seize ships and goods, is void. For the king cannot by letters patent create a forfeiture of, or any way, by his own act, confiscate, a subject's property. Holt forced the company to pay £4,300 in damages plus costs of £2 4d to Nightingale but did not dispute the company's charter or its right to seek damages against interlopers. Holt forced the company to pay £2,650 to William Dockra in the later case. 31 Holt's judgment in Nightingale sustained a dubious efficacy for the African Company's charter beyond 1689. As a result of the decision, during the early 1690s the company's revenue from the sale of licenses to trade in slaves remained buoyant. It allowed the African Company's charter to endure and, indeed, it would later be suggested that the company was the only state institution that could legally uphold a restriction on a subject's property rights. Nevertheless, depriving the company of the means to enforce its monopoly by threat of forfeiture in its own vice-admiralty courts appeared to some like an official endorsement of independent slave trading. Interloping slave voyages increased dramatically as a result. 32. The Nightingale judgment thus led the Royal African Company to mount a political campaign to achieve parliamentary approval and statutory recognition for its discredited royal charter. A statute supporting the company's monopoly would supply unequivocal public support and power for the company's charter rights. The African Company's petition seeking the House of Commons' endorsement of its charter arrived in the House on the last day of the Convention Parliament, January 27, 1690. This petition commenced the parliamentary deliberations about the slave trade, known as the Africa Trade Debates, that were to last on and off for almost a quarter century. The debates produced 206 parliamentary petitions. These petitions arrived from 49 locations covering the length and breadth of Britain and its Atlantic colonies, sporting perhaps 17,000 signatures. The debates also generated close to 200 printed pamphlets circulated by the company and its opponents around coffee houses in the capital, the provinces, and the colonies and in the lobby of Parliament. 33 Parliamentary consideration of the African trade favored the African Company's opponents, who swiftly appeared to oppose the company's attempt to achieve statutory endorsement. In appealing to Parliament, the African Company exposed itself to a representative institution with new regulatory powers. After 1688, Parliament remained, as it had been from its creation, a vehicle for the representation of diverse interests unevenly spread throughout the kingdom. After 1688, however, Parliament's representative authority was subsumed within the functions of the state. Placing Parliament at the center of the state's means of regulating the economy diffused political initiative into the market. Previously disenfranchised representatives of the market, like the African company's opponents, now had access to the regulatory apparatus of the state via Parliament to create, enlarge, and protect their economic interests. The structures and ideology behind political interventions in the economy altered, bringing different economic interests to the political forefront. The supremacy of Parliament allowed a platform for lobbying groups, like the African company's opponents, determined to wrest open cozy relationships between the government and particular economic interests. 34 Many of the most successful lobbies emerged from the Atlantic economy. During the second half of the 17th century, merchants developed the political means to resist metropolitan attempts to restrict their economy and centralize their political institutions. Strategies included the institution of colonial agencies in London and the shift from direct trade, in which merchants purchased colonial produce in America, to the consignment system, in which planters dispatched their goods to London correspondents who also represented the interests of their planter vendors within the metropolitan political process. The independent slave trading opponents of the African Company cohered into an interest group that reflected their pan-Atlantic trading interests and political networks. Former interloping merchant sterned litigants, like Geoffrey Nightingale and William Dockwra, combined with sugar importers, like John Gardner and John Bawden, to lead a parliamentary phalanx in favor of liberating England's slave trade from the African Company. The company's opponents formed a highly effective lobby that marshaled more petitions, developed a more appealing ideology that celebrated the role of the public's consent in deregulating the slave trade, and implemented a political strategy that better reflected the effects that constitutional change had brought to the mechanics of regulating overseas trade, especially Parliament's monopoly over the state's regulation of the national economy. The company's financial position and its trade began to collapse as the parliamentary deliberations wore on. In 1689, the company's market capitalization was £263,736. By 1693, after 3 years of parliamentary discussion, the company's total value had fallen to just £93,759. The need to appeal to the reformed Parliament drove the African Company into a vicious cycle in which the mutually reinforcing connection between its undermined political position and the decline of its trade as well as the deterioration in the value of its stock became publicly advertised and, as a result, compounded. The company's financial collapse helped its political opponents to argue that a reform of the Africa trade through a total deregulation, referred to as free trade, or the institution of a regulated company, one open to all on payment of a small fee, referred to as open trade, would replace the moribund company with a dynamic, expansive trade that would release the pent-up potential of the English merchant. 35 In the 1690s, these largely metropolitan calls for the reform of the Africa trade were, to some extent, muffled in the colonies by a fear of the emergence of black majorities. Colonists sought to manage the ratio of white to black, worried that a black majority encouraged slave rebellion and made the colonies vulnerable to attack because foreign invaders could use a liberated slave population to attack the English. Hearing Parliament was about to break the company's monopoly and concluding such a move would have a dramatic impact on the racial mix in the colonies, one anonymous Barbadian wondered whether we have not begun at the wrong end by attempting to open the slave trade to all. We are thus endeavoring to bring in a throng and multitude of Negroes, before we have by the means aforesaid, or by any other method, procured such a competent strength of whites as may be sufficient to oblige them to acquiesce in the condition they were born to. 36 By the late 1690s, two complementary processes lessened colonists' concerns about black majorities. First, since 1660 colonial legislatures throughout America had conceived increasingly harsh punishments for slaves to reassure planters that the black population could be controlled. Jamaica, Barbados, and mainland American colonies began to codify racial difference in law by outlawing racial intermixture and protecting slave owners' legal right to brutalize their slaves, including the right to murder them. By the early years of the 18th century, white settlers were sufficiently confident of their mastery over their slaves to arm them without fear of reprisal. Second, during the final third of the 17th century, the supply of white indentured labor began to decline as the English domestic economy expanded and as war with France absorbed men into the rapidly growing army and navy. Colonies attempted legislation to encourage the importation of indentured servants, but the mother country ultimately resisted. Once it became clear that the supply of indentured servants from Europe had contracted and that colonial slave law would, despite initial concerns, substitute for the presence of a majority white overseeing caste, the transatlantic lobby to escalate the scale of England's slave trade gathered momentum. As fears about black majorities abated in the late 1690s, colonists became more prominent within the transatlantic parliamentary lobby against the Royal African Company, adding their voice in Parliament to the anti-African Company chorus led by transatlantic merchants. The politics of escalation unified the English Atlantic in a desire to end the company's monopoly. This unification received print support. Transatlantic pamphleteers like Edward Littleton, who sought to end the African Company's monopoly, collapsed the interests of the colonies and the mother country into an interdependent whole. 37 This movement to combine the interests of the colonists and home country merchants to expand the slave trade, however, contrasts starkly with the differing trajectories of English and American slave law. The Africa trade debates waged as English and colonial courts worked out their responses to slavery. American courts provided means to manage black majorities in favor of slave owners. English courts, however, expressed profound ambivalence about the institution of slavery within England. The colonies and the mother country might have collaborated to enlarge the scale of the enslaved African population in the colonies, but the two legal jurisdictions remained separate when it came to the law of slavery. This contrast is all the more striking when considering the rulings of Chief Justice John Holt, the same judge who, in Docker v. Dickinson, had undermined the African Company's monopoly and, in doing so, helped to expand the slave trade. Between 1696 and 1706, Holt ruled in a series of cases that chattel slavery was contrary to English common law. In Chamberlain v. Harvey, he held that, under English law, a Negro cannot be demanded as a chattel. In this case, the court refused to base the slave's status in England on Barbados law. In Smith v. Brown and Cooper in 1706, Holt advised that the plaintiff ought to have pled his case in Virginia, where the legal system derived from the royal prerogative rather than the common law and would therefore endorse the rights of the owners of chattel slaves. 38 The Africa trade debates thus concentrated on the legality of open slave trading, not on the legality of slavery. Although underpinned by colonial legislation to protect the interests of slave owners, the Africa trade debates would have a far greater effect on the scale of the transatlantic slave trade and the size of the enslaved African populations in America than Holt's concern about slavery within England itself. The differing jurisdictions that define the law of slavery as an inherently American concern would interact for the slave trade in a sequential, rather than a spatial, way. The same prerogative Holt argued supported slavery in the colonies would now be undermined at home and abroad to allow the slave population to increase. Common law might have disliked colonial slavery, but it favored the freedom of independent slave traders to supply slaves. In 1698, the Royal African Company achieved a remarkable statutory victory. The increasing threat of French competition on the African coast, and the French capture of a company fort at Gambia in 1695, the prospect of a competitive Scottish Dairy and Company, the persuasiveness of the company's arguments, especially as a disinterested upholder of the state interest via the forts that Parliament persistently agreed were essential to the trade, as well as the company's continued political capital had all helped the African Company to achieve a compromise statute in its favor. After public deliberations throughout the 1690s, Parliament provided a reprieve for the African Company by recognizing its charter, but at the price of opening the slave trade to all English subjects for 13 years. The 1698 Act preserved the African Company but legalized independent slave trading on payment of a duty of 10% on all exports and imports for the trade between Cape Blanco and Cape Mount, where the African Company forts were, and 10% on exports only between Cape Mount and the Cape of Good Hope, where the majority of the slaves were, with an exemption of duties on slaves and gold and payment of 5% only on redwood. The duties were payable to the company exclusively for the maintenance of the company's West African forts. The act also stipulated that individuals involved in slave trading could not serve in public office in the colonies. Having earlier conceded access to the Gold Coast and the slave coasts farther south in exchange for a 15% duty, the African Company's acceptance of a 10% duty through the 1698 statute suggests the separate traders' contribution to the Act's terms. 39 The African Company's calculation that it was better to receive statutory support, albeit partial, than to push for a monopoly backfired. Hundreds of merchants throughout England and the colonies responded by assembling cargoes of goods bound for Africa. The interloping slave traders became known as separate traders, or 10% men, in reference to the duty they paid under the terms of the 1698 Act. A French official on the west coast of Africa, André Brou, observed the impact of the Act. It is scarce possible to conceive what a number of English vessels this permission brought to the Gambra. Between January and June, 1698, these separate traders exported no fewer than 3,600 slaves, by which means they overstocked the country with more goods than they could consume in some years. Nothing could be more imprudent than the conduct of the English company, who had better have received nothing from the Parliament for the reparation of their fort, than have accepted this benevolence of 10%. This expansion undermined the African Company's market share of the slave trade. In 1690, the African Company retained an 88% share of the English slave trade. By 1701, as a result of the deregulating statute of 1698, the company's share quickly reduced to 8%. Such was the stimulus that the statute provided for the non-company trade that observers, like Brou, mistakenly assumed that independent traders had initiated the Act. 40 The 1698 statute led to a marked increase in the prices of slaves. The opening up of the slave trade made purchasing slaves on the African coast more competitive. The average price of a slave in America in 1689 was about £14. By 1700, the price had increased to £25. The African Company's pamphleteers had predicted this increase. One of their arguments for monopoly was that it allowed English merchants to control the price of slaves on the African coast. But the price increase did not produce a reduction in demand. This circumstance may suggest that the racist colonial laws enacted during the 1690s and codified in the early years of the 18th century allowing plantation owners to discipline their slaves helped to make demand for enslaved African labor less responsive to price. The increased price of slaves, however, also stimulated Britain's domestic economy as more of the goods that Britain exported to Africa needed to be exchanged for the more expensive slaves. The price inelasticity of slave labor suggests the effect that political factors had on the expansion of the trade. 41 From 1705, the African Company began to argue that the Act of 1698 did not suit its purposes because, despite the huge expansion of the trade, the duty did not raise enough money to pay for the company's forts. In 1700, the 10% duty raised £11,000, but after that it scarcely produced £4,000 a year because separate traders began to use their political power at home and in the colonies to habitually avoid payment. With its own trade depleted by the separate traders, the company turned to unwise financial contingencies. From 1702, the company began to pay dividends from its capital rather than from the profits of its trade. It also issued bonds to raise yet more money. In 1706, the company owed approximately £300,000 in bonds and £1,056,350 in stock. By relying on bonds rather than capital, and with the value of the company's shares hemorrhaging owing to the repeated obligations of its shareholders to advance money, the capital of the company was valued at far less than the loans that capital was meant to secure. As the utility of the company's dead stock, its forts which provided the security for the company's loans, became publicly questioned, the company's shareholders and creditors became increasingly nervous about their investments. Political skill and the reputation of its management offered the only security for the company's investors once its capital and then its trade dried up. 42. The Royal African Company appealed to Queen Anne for redress in 1707 and mounted a second campaign to achieve parliamentary endorsement for its monopoly. The separate traders' lobby, much enlarged as a result of the expansion of the slave trade after 1698, continued to outmaneuver the African Company's political campaign. In this second stage of the Africa trade debates, the opinion of colonists would be placed at the center of deliberations. By a new Board of Trade, and a more sophisticated ideological dispute would emerge. The African Company received persuasive ideological backing from skilled and experienced writers like Charles Davenant and Daniel Defoe who, by this second stage, were government servants. These writers worried about the effects of the commercialization of English society, which the separate traders and the political power so clearly supported. 43 In 1696, members of Parliament, MPs, had reconstituted the powerful Lords of Trade into the less powerful and more deliberative Board of Trade. Without access to the constitutional means to act unilaterally, the board became an information-gathering body. Although it had been designed to preserve the monarch's traditional control over overseas trade revenues and remain technically a subcommittee of the Privy Council, the board became almost from its inception a subcommittee of the House of Commons. The Commons regularly called upon the board's commissioners, many of whom were MPs, to write reports and present them to the House and its various committees. The Board of Trade became a sounding board within a parliamentary framework for independent participants in the economy like the separate traders to Africa. It was therefore predisposed toward the cause of deregulation and, indeed, operated in the overseas economy as an alternative expression of state power to the old state-sponsored monopoly companies. From 1707, this new Board of Trade served as the umpire between the company and the separate traders and as an additional funnel for colonial opinion about the future of the Royal African Company. 44 As fresh parliamentary deliberations continued in 1708, the separate traders received powerful support from the new Board of Trade. The board's first report to the House of Commons into the Africa trade dispute, written in February 1708, read like a list of the separate traders' complaints against the company. Much of the separate traders' testimony appeared in the report verbatim. The commissioners unreservedly took the separate traders' side. For the board, an institution charged with encouraging trade, the separate traders' superior trading record provided the ultimate recommendation. Its support for the separate traders severely damaged the company's credibility and shows that the infrastructure of the modern state offered a platform from which new ideas and new political groupings, like those assembled in favor of the deregulated slave trade, could fix on the company as a target for reform. 45 The board also helped to formalize colonial opposition against the company before a parliamentary audience. Believing its first report to lack the full weight of colonial opinion, Parliament requested in April 1708 that the Board of Trade embark on the first public inquiry into the transatlantic slave trade that would include testimony from all the Atlantic colonies. The report recognized the slave trade as the most important part of the Africa trade. The commissioners wrote to the governors of all Britain's Atlantic colonies, it being absolutely necessary that a trade so beneficial to the kingdom should be carried on to the greatest advantage. There is no doubt but the consideration thereof will come early before the Parliament at their next meeting. The well supplying of the plantations and colonies with sufficient number of Negroes at reasonable prices, is in our opinion the chief point to be considered in regard to that trade. We do hereby desire you do inform yourself from the proper officers or otherwise, what number of Negroes have been yearly imported directly from Africa. And that we may be the better able to make true judgment of the present settlement of that trade, we must further recommend it to you to confer with some of the principal planters and inhabitants within your government touching that matter, and to let us know how the Negro trade was carried on under Royal African Company's control and under the Act of 1698. In what manner they think the said trade may best be managed for the benefit of the plantations. 46 The Board of Trade's report asserted the separate traders' superiority as slave suppliers to the colonies. It accounted that the separate traders had supplied 5 times the number of slaves to Jamaica that the company had achieved, 3 times as many to Barbados, and nearly 12 times as many to the American mainland. The commissioners also concluded that the Royal African Company had not acted in the interests of the public and plantations, and that it had hindered navigation. The report continued by recommending deregulated trade. Should so extensive a trade be confined to an exclusive joint stock, the plantations may suffer for want of sufficient number of able Negroes at reasonable rates, those markets being best supplied where there are most sellers. We cannot but be sensible how prejudicial it must be to trade in general to have but one buyer of all such woolen and other goods as are annually exported for this trade, but one freighter of so many ships at home, and but one buyer of the plantation commodities abroad. 47 The African Company would not receive a favorable reception at the Board of Trade. Its inability to develop a broad base of petitioning support in Parliament also hampered its prospects of obtaining a statute to support its monopoly and restart its trade. The separate traders, in contrast, gathered an impressive barrage of petitioning support from all corners of the British Atlantic world and consistently enjoyed the official endorsement of the Board of Trade. The separate traders were able to use their breadth of support to prevent the Royal African Company from achieving a statute in its favor. Their lobbying tactics better understood the workings of the legislative process after the constitutional changes of 1688 to 1689. Because these changes ensured that Parliament enjoyed control of national economic regulation, the separate traders' prevention of a statutory African company monopoly forced a total deregulation of the slave trade from 1712. As soon as the primacy of Parliament as regulator of the national economy became fixed, the logical implications of that arrangement also became apparent to merchants who favored deregulation. The improved powers of Parliament made the potential consequences of legislative failure greater, because other branches of the Constitution such as the monarchy and Privy Council could no longer be relied upon to resolve issues. If a statute to regulate the economy failed in the legislature, then a legislative vacuum would assist deregulation and produce free trade. This regulatory context was itself partly initiated by independent slave traders. In 1692, in a discussion concerning the future of the East India Company, Gilbert Heathcote, the scourge of several monopoly companies during this period and a leading independent slave trader and lobbyist for a deregulated slave trade, complained to the Commons that ships had been hindered from sailing to India by the Privy Council acting upon the company's representations. Heathcote achieved a non-statutory motion in the House of Commons that it was the right of all English subjects to trade to the East Indies unless explicitly restricted by an Act of Parliament. If a bill that attempted to monopolize a trade failed, then the legislative inertia would sustain deregulation. 48 Such deregulation could be sustained with the help of another example of legislative inertia, the expiration of the 1662 licensing of the Press Act in 1695. A counter-petitioning campaign based on the anti-monopoly refrain prevented Parliament from replacing the old licensing statute. The expiration of this legislation allowed parliamentary deliberations about the economy to enter the extra-legislative public sphere, as participants printed reflections on parliamentary debates and circulated them in the lobbies of the Palace of Westminster, in the streets of London, in provincial towns, and around the peripheries of the British Empire. These pamphlets helped to form public opinion that would accept and endorse the implications left by legislative vacuums. Separate trader writers began to restyle deregulation as the natural setting for the economy, with freedom to trade as a sacrosanct natural right. They encouraged filibustering, for example, on the grounds that it left regulation to the natural instincts that fueled the market. But extra-parliamentary public opinion was not, on its own, sufficient. Deregulating parliamentary lobbyists, of which the separate traders to Africa were a pioneering example, had to employ the means to influence both public opinion and its representatives in Parliament to ensure the success of their proposals. They therefore encouraged parliamentary deliberation to legitimize their views, for example, by referring in pamphlets to points scored in parliamentary debates. By 1700, Parliament could not claim to monopolize the state's access to national means of representation. The increased use of petitioning and pamphlets provided alternative representations of the public sphere. 49. Counter-petitioning lobbyists, like the separate traders, thus mounted campaigns to defeat regulatory statutes with increased frequency after 1688. Commercial interest groups began to lobby against statutory proposals to restrict the economy in order to ensure deregulation. The commercial interest groups' counter-petition, therefore, became an important macroeconomic lever. In 1660, 1% of parliamentary petitions on economic matters were counter-petitions. In 1696, the figure was 20%, in 1705, it became 33%, and in 1713 it reached 65%. 50 The separate traders' 1712 victory in Parliament proved to be a more resounding one by ensuring that the 1698 Act expired without any statutory replacement, opening up the slave trading market to all without any charges on the trade. This expiration, more than the 1689 and 1696 court judgments or the 1698 statute, represented the death knell for the Royal African Company's slave trading operations. The separate traders had freed the slave trade from the bondage placed on it by the Royal African Company's monopoly and would enlarge Britain's slave trade and the African population of America still further. The Royal African Company used the political power of the restored Stuart monarch's royal prerogative to kickstart England's contribution to the transatlantic slave trade. But the polarized politics of the late 17th century helped independent merchants to develop a political case for their opposition. Constitutional changes in the 1680s and 1690s provided a platform for this campaign to succeed. The African Company's opponents, the separate traders to Africa, used a new transatlantic institutional playing field to make their case, especially in Parliament. They appreciated that legislative failure could devolve into trade deregulation. They mounted a campaign that combined counter-petitions and pamphlets, which articulated their natural right to trade in slaves as the best means to achieve their ends. In so doing, they developed a new commercial ideology. They thrived in an environment they had partly developed, an institutionalized British Atlantic Empire within a political framework of competing lobbying groups pursuing their increasingly culturally legitimate self-interests. Their success massively expanded the capacity of Britain's trade in enslaved Africans. In January 1690, when the African Company began its parliamentary appeal to obtain statutory support for its monopoly, its directors had every reason to be confident of success. The Hudson's Bay Company had recently received a statute to support its operation. The African Company had received the endorsement of the new monarch, William III, who had accepted the governorship of the company along with £1,000 of African Company stock. William proposed to use the company as part of his military strategy against the French. He charged the company with engaging in combat with French vessels and soldiers within the limits of its charter. The company's directorate and adventurers were also powerful and wealthy people. Edward Colston, the company's deputy governor, had made a fortune as an Atlantic trader and commanded great respect in commercial and political circles. Another director, Sir Benjamin Bathurst, who had served as an African Company director since 1677, was a City of London alderman and a prominent financier. Bathurst had also been a director of the East India Company since 1684. Other East India Company directors served the African Company at this time: Sir Thomas Cook, George Bohun, Bathurst's nephew, and Sir William Hodges. Sir Peter Culleton, the influential lobbyist for the plantations and a director of the Hudson's Bay Company, and John Morris, who had vast experience of the Turkey trade as a director of the Levant Company, also lobbied for the African Company in the 1690 parliamentary session. Indeed, During its history, the Royal African Company was to benefit from 105 directors who brought experience from other companies. 1. The entrenched power of the African Company would continue throughout the ensuing course of the Africa trade debates. During the period 1672-1752, 38 directors of the company, or 10%, occupied positions in the government or court. Only 20, or 2%, of the separate traders, on the other hand, held government offices. In fact, the company boasted 65 directors who were also members of Parliament, MPs, almost 3 times the number for the separate traders, 24. The company also benefited from some heavy-hitting support from merchants, who commanded power with the most important business lobbyist in the land, the Corporation of the City of London. Directors like Sir John Fleet and Sir William Withers brought civic rank to the company's lobby, as each served as Lord Mayor of London in the 1690s. The company's directors were far more likely to serve as officials within the City of London's governing corporation as aldermen, sheriffs, and lords mayor. Compared to less than 1% of the separate traders, almost 5% of the directors of the African Company enjoyed such offices, including 12 lords mayor. This kind of office holding helped to support the African Company's claim to act in the service of the state and for the good of the public. 2. The African Company's corporate structure suited the task of parliamentary lobbying. The company was run by a deputy and sub-governor who were chosen from a directorate of major shareholders, the Court of Assistants. Its formal hierarchy of directors, officials, adventurers, and servants provided reliable parliamentary supporters for its cause. This group was large. It amounted to a potential constituency of well over 1,000 individuals throughout the period of the Africa trade debates. The company also enjoyed a network of outposts and agents in the provinces, in Exeter and Bristol, and in the colonies of the Caribbean and the American mainland, as well as several on the African coast, in addition to Africa House, its London headquarters on Leadenhall Street in the heart of the City of London. From these vantage points, the company's directors could cultivate its constituents from throughout the British Atlantic world to support its campaign in Parliament. 3. The Royal African Company's joint stock structure also assisted its lobbying efforts. Shareholders could influence key company decisions at an annual general court. The company's stock provided a capital pool from which the company could divert cash to finance the authoring and printing of petitions and pamphlets and the various backhanders to parliamentary servants and lobbyists attending Parliament on their behalf. The African Company directors could, moreover, use political campaigns as an opportunity to request further subscriptions from shareholders. The company's directorate rightly believed that their cause looked more convincing to MPs when they enjoyed a sound financial footing. By advertising the effect that parliamentary establishment would have on its share price, the company could encourage shareholders to lobby on its behalf and attract new investment, increasing its capital at the same time it strengthened its political base. The Court of Assistants might also threaten to prevent adventurers from transferring their stock if they failed to comply with the company's lobbying strategy. 4. In 1690, the independent slave traders' political capital was less impressive. Their interest group had to be formed from scratch. As far as it is known, there were no actively trading independent slave traders sitting in Parliament in 1690. Although it is difficult to assess the numbers of independent slave traders who interloped in the slave trade up to 1690, it is highly unlikely they represented a group close to a tenth of the size of the African Company's shareholders and creditors. They certainly did not enjoy the political connections or the pre-existing hierarchical structure that so recommended the African Company as a lobbyist in 1690. Thus, with its close relationship with the monarchy and the powerful and well-connected merchants on its board, a managerial structure well suited to and experienced in parliamentary lobbying, a broad base of support from powerful friends and investors, and a largely anonymous, uncoordinated opposition, the Royal African Company must have assumed that it could achieve parliamentary support for its monopoly. But it was not to be. The Royal African Company's opponents developed a new and more powerful political base that gathered broad support from the seemingly unlimited beneficiaries of a deregulated trade. The company's appeal to Parliament exposed it to an opposition interest group that had been, since the 1670s, developing their political presence in Parliament. This group would prove itself, throughout the period of the Africa trade debates, better able than the company to innovate as lobbyists and to advocate more clearly for ideas that found favor with the legislature, thus thwarting the company directors' attempts to achieve statutory support for its monopoly. The directors failed to appreciate that the Glorious Revolution in 1688 to 1689 had created a new arena for the assertion of economic interests. From the 1690s onward, commercial lobbies, which represented the interests of individual merchants, jockeyed for position in a less restricted, parliamentary context. The directors of the African Company could corral a powerful base of mercantile support from those directly concerned in the African Company's stock, but, because of the company's strong associations with the displaced regime, its directorate would struggle to gather the breadth of support required to achieve legislative countenance. The company's opponents were able to depict themselves as the supporters of individual mercantile prowess and, according to the ideology of a commercial society, the protectors of a free, rich, and powerful polity. Such a vision proved more popular with legislators and with the public. This popularity proved critical to the development of a deregulated slave trade. It became the trade's legitimating foundation for the 18th century. Slave traders could operate with the broadly conceived consent of the British national will as expressed through Parliament. As one apologist for the independent traders put it in 1690, the African Company was about to unwittingly enter a lion's den of opposition that proved its political naivete. This is the first monopoly that ever was brought to a parliament to be confirmed. Parliaments do not use to confirm, or to support and encourage, illegal projects, but rather to punish the projectors. But these men have gone so long without punishment, that now they dare to pretend to favors. Inducing parliamentary punishment was easier than achieving parliamentary confirmation. The task facing the independent slave traders' lobby was different from that facing the African Company. The independent slave traders merely had to prevent the African Company from achieving a statute. Nonetheless, opponents of the African Company's monopoly would need to develop coherence as an interest group, to gather funds to lobby, to agree on a political strategy, to gather support and signatories for petitions, and author pamphlets that articulated a common worldview. To stand any chance of success in Parliament, the separate traders would have to achieve some measure of solidarity among disparate opponents of the African Company throughout England and its Atlantic holdings, from London to Whitehaven and from Port Royal to the Potomac. 5 The following discussion focuses on the ways in which that solidarity was formed. The independent slave traders achieved this solidarity early enough in the 1690s to convince the African Company that it was worth moderating the proposal of full statutory confirmation of their charter to a compromise measure that liberated access to the trade in exchange for a 10% duty on the trade to finance the company's African forts. The resulting 1698 Act to settle the trade to Africa spectacularly backfired on the African Company and helped to broaden and strengthen the power and influence of the independent slave traders' lobby so that, by 1712, they could effect a complete deregulation of England's slave trade. Time and again during this period, the proponents of slave trade escalation proved capable of thwarting the African Company's attempts to achieve a statute to endorse its charter. The movement to liberate the slave trade transformed itself from a handful of plaintiffs to a transatlantic phalanx of interests, from the grandest merchant oligarchs to provincial craftsmen and the retailers of the City of London, capable of raising a storm of petitions and pamphlets and deregulating an acknowledged pillar of Britain's commercial and martial prowess. Who were the African Company's political opponents? The independent slave trading opponents of the African Company remain more mysterious than the African Company's directorate and its shareholders. As traders with dubious legal backing, at least in the 1670s and 1680s, interlopers were well advised to conceal their activities. Historians have echoed contemporary commentators' complaints about the difficulty of establishing who the company's opponents were. 6 African Company pamphleteers, however, overstated the separate traders' mysteriousness for rhetorical reasons. Charles Davenant, the company's foremost propagandist, for example, stressed the difficulty of identifying the separate traders. Davenant wished to make their origins seem obscure in contrast to the well-established respectability of the company's management. As Inspector General of Imports and Exports throughout his participation in the Africa trade debates, Davenant very likely knew at least who the prominent separate traders were. Davenant meant to undermine the separate traders' political legitimacy. He portrayed the separate traders as an irresponsible, anonymous, and amateur horde, an undefinable heteroclite body of pirates and buccaneers, bringing chaos and indignity to the trade. Davenant depicted the African company in Ciceronian terms as the upholders of the public good. He described them as a well-governed army of veteran troops, supported with an inexhaustible treasure. It is nevertheless possible to identify the separate traders, in both their trading and their lobbying guises, and to make conclusions about how they became involved in slave trading and how they sustained their interest group to achieve parliamentary victory. 7 From 1672 to 1688, when the African company's monopoly was easiest to enforce, interloping slave traders sailed throughout the British Atlantic world. This group combined Londoners, provincials, and merchants resident in the colonies, small-scale and grand merchants. It included litigants against the company and experienced lobbyists who cultivated and channeled support from provincial and colonial petitioning interests. From the 1670s onward, interloping slave traders often revealed themselves by becoming litigants against the company. The 1678 petition against the company listed a group of interloping merchants who had been victimized by the company's courts. These men included the London merchants Geoffrey Nightingale and William Dockwra. Dockwra, who was a sworn enemy of the company's governor, James, Duke of York, would later found the London Penny Post Service as a distribution mechanism for the Earl of Shaftesbury's Whig opposition ideology. 8 Company observers on the west coast of Africa in the 1680s pointed to the prevalence of slave traders based in the Caribbean, especially Barbados. These traders included Colonel John Hallett, John Bawden, and John Gardner. Hallett, originally from Lyme in Dorset, developed a large trade in London and then lived in Barbados from the 1660s to the 1690s. Bawden, along with Gardner, operated one of the largest sugar commission businesses in Barbados. He was also, like William Dockwra, an interloper in the East India trade. In addition, Bawden was active as a lobbyist for Caribbean interests in London. He set up a lobbying group called the Gentlemen Planters of Barbados, which met from 1671, every Friday at the Cardinal's Cap Tavern on Cornhill, to oppose Charles II's attempt to tax trade with Barbados more heavily. An agent attended Privy Council meetings to assert the group's views. Such lobbying appears not to have achieved much. John Gardner was a Barbadian sugar trader, a former shareholder in the African Company, and one of the merchants who elected to purchase a license from the African Company to trade independently. He imported Barbadian sugar on a truly vast scale. In 1686, he brought in 28,394 pounds from the West Indies. The Whig journalist John Oldmixon observed, the opening the African trade was more owing to his Gardner's contrivance and industry than any other person or persons whatsoever. According to Oldmixon, the Gardner and Bawden firm worked hard to prevent Dalby Thomas, spokesman for the plantation interest before becoming the African Company's governor on the coast of West Africa, from creating a company that would monopolize all trade from Barbados to London. The interlopers of the 1670s and 1680s, then, were a group of established, wealthy, and powerful merchants who often traded and lobbied in support of the broader campaign for trade outside that of the long-distance enterprises like the Royal African and East Indian Companies. Far from being a band of pirates and buccaneers, the majority of these men were prominent and successful merchants with great political as well as commercial experience. 9 The independent slave traders' lobby came into being partly from the need to bring suit in the courts. During the 1690s, anti-African Company petitions arrived in Parliament primarily from individuals whose interloping African cargoes had been seized by the company during the 1670s and 1680s, men such as Thomas Byfield and John Thrall. Byfield was a prominent dissenting London merchant with trading interests throughout the Atlantic. He excelled in the tobacco trade. He also interloped in the East India trade and invested in the 1698 tobacco adventure to Russia. He appears to have enjoyed especially close trading relations with the Carolinas. Thrall had been James II's agent for receiving customs duties at Barbados and the Leeward Islands. Such men were likely to command the attention of MPs. 10 The lobby also reflected the breadth of sincere, spontaneous political opposition to the African Company that existed throughout the English Atlantic. This opposition found new means to express itself by 1690. Thereafter, the English state related to its Atlantic colonies in a different way. Gone were the prerogative-sponsored attempts to centralize control of the empire. A more deliberative style led to the increased involvement of colonial testimony in Parliament, often offered in petition form or in person. Parliament's need to involve colonial opinion provided another opportunity to solidify the anti-monopoly interest group. The first group of lobbyists for an independent slave trade took advantage of these changes. These powerful merchant grandees cultivated and directed parliamentary petitions throughout England and its colonies. Domestic, provincial interest groups well used to appealing to Parliament, like the clothiers of Suffolk and Essex and the mayor, aldermen, and common council and inhabitants of the city of Exeter, spoke in opposition to the company alongside colonial interests, like the merchants and planters, trading to, and interested in, the island of Barbados and Jamaica. Despite arriving from different parts of the country, the wording of the Suffolk and Exeter petitions strongly suggests that the documents were authored together, probably in London, before being sent to the provinces for signing. The other petitions, including those from the colonies, represent spontaneous, uncultivated opinion that doubtless appeared in Parliament via metropolitan mediation but probably without the intervention of the interests from Essex, Exeter, or Suffolk. 11 In February 1694, a House of Commons Select Committee's investigation into the workings of the African trade provided the independent slave traders' lobby with another platform that helped them to greater coherence. The records of this committee identified a group of anti-African Company lobbyists. Robert Harley, a rising star of the House of Commons, chaired a committee that provided an official London voice for a long-established opposition bent on defeating the African Company's parliamentary campaign. On March 2, 1694, Harley's committee invited a group of early opponents of the African Company to appear before it. The group included Edward Littleton, Gilbert Heathcote, John Gardner, and Militia Holder. All were wealthy merchants and experienced lobbyists. 12 Edward Littleton, a Caribbean sugar trader, had earlier put forward a case for colonial resistance to James II's attempts to increase taxes on colonial sugar importation in England. Littleton also associated James's fiscal designs with the price-fixing effects of the African Company's monopoly. In the Groans of the Plantations, Littleton complained about the control that the company exerted over the prices of slaves and its policy of seizing the property of independent slave traders, which, for Littleton, meant being treated like foreigners, taken in open war. His previous commentary on the Africa trade made him a useful witness for Harley's subcommittee. Gilbert Heathcote became the wealthiest and most powerful merchant of his day, with trading interests in Jamaica, the North American mainland, India, Russia, the Baltic, and, from the 1690s, the slave trade. He served as agent for Jamaica from 1693 until 1704. Heathcote and Gardner were also partners in slave trading voyages from the colonies. Militia Holder was an affluent and influential Barbadian merchant and, along with Edward Littleton, agent for Barbados in the 1690s. Gardner, Heathcote, and Holder, like Littleton, were well informed about the African trade, especially its American slave trading aspect, and had well-established and strong opinions about it. 13 By 1698, mainland American interests began to assert their opposition to the African Company in Parliament, perhaps confident in their ability to manage black majorities. On May 24, 1698, the bill to partially deregulate the Africa trade reached the House of Lords. During the next several days, the first colonial interests to designate themselves as planters as well as merchants petitioned the House of Lords for the chance to appear in person to discuss the bill. These petitions came from the planters of Virginia and Maryland and the merchants trading thereunto, May 25, and the planters and merchants concerned in the island of Jamaica, in behalf of themselves and others the planters in the said island, May 26. On May 27, a petition in support of the African Company's bill appeared from planters and merchants of His Majesty's Caribbee Islands in America. 2 petitions from planters of Barbados appeared on May 30 arguing against the bill. Both of these Barbadian petitions mourned the great duty that the bill would impose on the slave trade and contended that it would be prejudicial to the trade of the island and of England. There is a great deal of overlap in the wording of these petitions. They were almost certainly compiled by a single interest and then distributed around London to be signed. Unlike most of the Africa trade petitions, the signatories for these petitions survive. The Jamaican petition continued the involvement and leadership of Gilbert Heathcote, whose signature appears first. Thomas Byfield also signed as well as the large-scale sugar importer, Bartholomew Gracedieu. The first of these anti-African Company petitions from Barbados on May 30 was led by another litigant against the company, Sir William Booth, a plantation owner in Barbados and a former naval officer under Charles II. Militia Holder also signed. 14 The petition from the Chesapeake marks the first entry of a constituency that would be critical to the overall movement, the opponents of the African Company who had interests in the mainland colonies but whom the company had done least to satisfy. The signatories were not all planters or residents of either Virginia or Maryland, despite describing themselves as such. 11 of the 18 signatories, Benjamin Brain, Edward Carleton, both John and Thomas Carey, Thomas Corbin, Isaac Milner, Christopher Morgan, John Munday, Micajah Perry, John Sale, and Thomas Taylor, were tobacco merchants. 4 of the signatories, John Corbin, Fred Jones, Benjamin Harrison, and Henry Hartwell, were permanent residents of Virginia, and the latter 2 were members of the Governor's Council in Virginia. Edward Chilton was not a permanent resident but lived in Virginia from 1682 to 1694, serving as Attorney General of the General Court. Once back in England, policymakers viewed him as an expert on Virginian affairs. The Chesapeake lobby at this time, then, was first and foremost a Virginian interest combining London tobacco merchants with a handful of influential Virginia expatriates and resident planters. 15. As with Edward Littleton, John Carey had previous form as an anti-African Company pamphleteer. Carey authored the famous essay on the state of England, in relation to its trade in 1695 in which he advocated an open slave trade. He described the African trade as being of the most advantage to this kingdom of any we drive and went on to argue that to advise a government to monopolize, and consequently to lessen this trade, by confining it to a limited stock, is the same as to advise the people of Egypt to raise high banks to confine the river Nilus from overflowing, lest it should thereby fertilize their lands. Carey was one of the largest tobacco importers in the 1690s. Similarly conspicuous in the list is Micajah Perry, the linchpin of the British Atlantic tobacco business until the 1720s. Isaac Milner originated from Whitehaven from a nonconformist family. Several of these men went on to become prominent commercial and political separate traders including Carleton, Milner, Munday, Perry, and Nathaniel Rouse. 16 Although domiciled in Virginia, Henry Hartwell, Benjamin Harrison, and Edward Chilton were, at the time of signing the petition, in the imperial capital on official business. They were members of Commissary James Blair's delegation to London to secure the dismissal of Virginia's then governor, Sir Edmund Andros, who had been an African Company shareholder. They had previously been active in soliciting officials in London to support the proposed College of William and Mary, which had been chartered in 1693. Benjamin Harrison also sought promotion for himself, securing, on this trip, the position of Attorney General of Virginia. Chilton and Hartwell co-authored The Present State of Virginia and the College with Blair in 1697. This tract represented a critique of what Blair, Chilton, and Hartwell believed to be an over-concentration of power in the office of royal governor in Virginia. They also sought, in writing this pamphlet, to persuade the Board of Trade to encourage the formation of towns and a more mercantile economy in the Old Dominion. Their desire to prevent the African Company from obtaining a duty on the slave trade became part of their reforming mission in the metropolis. Chilton, Hartwell, and Blair had sought, throughout the 1690s, to enhance their control over settler society in Virginia. Creating a college to educate ministers and the elite in Virginia, securing the position of Attorney General, and opposing the power of the royal governor were all part of Virginia's push for greater control of its fortunes. Achieving greater control over the supply of enslaved Africans was also a crucial part of this plan. 17 Later in the summer of 1698, one of the Chesapeake delegates, Benjamin Harrison, Jr., appeared in person before the Lord Select Committee charged with examining the African trade. Accompanying him was John Gardner, the leader of the cause for free trade, and militia Holder. Alongside Gardner, Harrison, and Holder, Peter Puggen, a London-based tobacco and firearms trader, lobbied against the African Company's proposed regulation of the African trade. 18 In the 1690s, then, the African Company's political opponents based their argument for slave trade deregulation on a constituency that integrated the interests and political capital of many of the trading constituencies of England with the growing wealth and power of all the English-American colonies. This political movement against the Royal African Company combined the clothiers of Berkshire, Devon, Essex, Gloucester, Norwich, Somerset, Southwark, Suffolk, Wiltshire, and Yorkshire, who resented the African Company's restrictions on their exporting of cloth, the cutlers of Hallamshire, who resented the company's control of the supply of ivory for their knives, the civic authorities of Exeter and Bristol, who represented their various merchant constituents, and, predominating, the planters and traders of Jamaica, Barbados, and the Chesapeake, who wished for an improved supply of enslaved Africans directly from Africa. The African Company, by contrast, received the support of isolated weaving interests in Witney, Kidderminster, and Shrewsbury and generic interests in the smaller Caribbean colonies of the Leeward Islands. 19 Thus, with colonial demand for slaves increasing year after year beyond the African Company's ability to satisfy that demand, independent slave trading represented an obvious opportunity for English Atlantic merchants and ship captains. The overlap between these groups suggests a cabal of leaders for the lobby from all of the sizable Atlantic colonies that included John Gardner, Benjamin Harrison, Jr., Gilbert Heathcote, and militia Holder. This interest group of merchants, and, in the case of Harrison, a Virginian planter, although small in scale, was nonetheless remarkable because it integrated diverse Atlantic and English provincial interests, Jamaican and Barbadian sugar and Chesapeake tobacco, planters, and merchants. The independent slave traders' parliamentary lobby included men who served as official representatives of the colonies, like Heathcote, and, like Littleton and Carey, who had written pamphlets on the management of the Atlantic economy that espoused the advantages of a deregulated slave trade. Because of their formal role as agents of colonies and because of the size of their American trades, Gardner, Heathcote, Holder, and Littleton likely cultivated the Barbadian and Jamaican petitions against the company. Indeed, their established leadership suggests the provenance of many of the colonial petitions to Parliament that opposed the African Company. Moreover, the similar wording found in all the colonial petitions, prejudicial to the said plantations and to the trade of England, indicates that particular individuals, including Gardner, Holder, and Heathcote, organized the petitioning campaign. The important role played within the lobbying group by Virginia colonists Benjamin Harrison, Edward Chilton, and Henry Hartwell perhaps implies that the African Company had produced sincere and spontaneous ire from colonists, who then elected to join their metropolitan allies to mount their campaign to liberate the slave trade. These expatriate lobbies also might have sought to improve their standing with London's merchant elite to help them achieve their broader aims for the Virginia colony. The desire of all of these men to produce and sustain a united colonial and domestic front against the African Company, however, is beyond doubt. 20. 1698. The large population of independent slave traders that this legislation produced, however, demonstrates the dynamism of the English trading community at the end of the 9 Years' War, also known as the War of the Grand Alliance, and the independent slave traders' sense of the boundless possibility of deregulation. The provisions of the 1698 Act, together with the public deliberations that had produced it, advertised the commercial opportunities that slave trading offered and encouraged many merchants to participate in human trafficking. Because the company collected a duty on the deregulated trade and recorded the names and cargoes of those who paid it from various ports, identification of this founding generation of separate traders is possible. The company listed the investors in slave cargoes, who were not always the masters, or captains, of the ships bound for Africa. This data reveals 1,038 individuals between 1698 and 1712, the terms of the 1698 statute, who directly participated in independent slave trading. 21. What can be said of this founding generation of independent slave traders? The separate traders emerged overwhelmingly from the community of Atlantic traders. Of those whose previous trading interests can be established, 382, 93%, 357, had experience in the Atlantic. On the whole, the separate traders had trafficked in Atlantic commodities such as sugar or tobacco. Diversifying their businesses into human cargoes allowed the separate traders, whose colonial correspondents informed them of the extent of colonial demand for slaves, to integrate and augment their Atlantic businesses. They also believed, as colonial interests frequently attested, that a deregulated slave trade would expand the entire Atlantic economy. This population became increasingly enfranchised by a new political culture that strengthened the relationship between business and the political process and celebrated behavior that took advantage of this opportunity. The changing balance of power in the British Atlantic empowered, ideologically and institutionally, merchants with experience of Atlantic trade to use political means to lobby against metropolitan pockets of economic privilege. 22. In striking contrast to the elite separate traders' almost exclusively Atlantic profile, Iberian, Levant, and East India merchants dominated the Royal African Company's directorate. Of the 168 directors of the company during the years 1698 to 1712, the prior trading interests of 61 can be identified. Of these, only 26% operated Atlantic trades compared to 93% among the separate traders as a whole. 74% plied non-Atlantic trades mostly in Europe but also in the Levant and in the East Indies compared to 6% among the commercial separate traders group. The company's initial subscription had included many individuals with Atlantic interests, but, by the time of the Africa trade debates in Parliament, several of these figures had either sold out or defected to the separate traders. 23 Merchants joined this group of separate traders for a number of reasons, in addition to the desire to integrate their Atlantic trading interests. Some shifted into independent slave trading after service with the company. A few turned to slave trading as other trades diminished owing to the interruptions of war. Economic impulses pushed others to elaborate on their trading connections and experience by shifting into slave trading from unrelated trades. For many, independent slave trading provided a new source of trade and enabled merchants from the fringes of England and from outside London's elite clique of merchants to prosper and, in turn, become powerful merchant oligarchs. Human trafficking became a means to social mobility. Dalby Thomas claimed that the separate traders enjoyed more success in the African trade than the company because the separate traders had more experience. The 10%er men have one advantage over us, their masters are old traders and your honors have often men unknowing in the trade. Many of the interlopers of the 1670s and 1680s and the independent traders of the 1690s continued as separate traders after 1698.24. Experience of the African trade also derived from employment with the Royal African Company. Overlap between the populations of separate traders and African company directors and officials is revealing. Of the separate traders active during the period of the Act of 1698, 33 had previously been members of the African Company. Service with the African Company before the 1690s had taught several individuals that there was more money to be made from trading slaves on private account than there was from a company salary. Charles Davenant, the African Company pamphleteer, argued that what little experience and credibility the separate traders had they had gathered using underhanded means from former African Company employees or, as he referred to them, some deserters, who have been debauched and seduced out of the company's service. Overseas monopoly companies had often struggled to command the loyalty of their employees once they were stationed abroad. But the slow growth in the scale of demand for enslaved Africans from the early 1690s and the rapid growth after 1698 compounded the frustration that many felt with the constraints the company imposed on the trade. Entrepreneurial individuals wished to take advantage of this growing demand, and many did so beyond the company's authority. 25 Robert Haysham, who was to become the most successful separate trader in the early 18th century and the movement's most important parliamentary lobbyist, and his brother, William, had both worked for the Royal African Company. Born in Lancashire, Robert became a London sugar merchant on a vast scale, and he also transported wine and other goods across the Atlantic. Most of his business was in commission trading. In 1696, he was the largest sugar importer to England after the Royal African Company with an annual turnover of £11,400. He regularly appeared at the African Company's board meetings in the late 1690s and supported the company in Parliament during the first stage of public consideration of the Africa trade issue. By the early 18th century, though, Robert Haysham would become an exemplar for the independent, deregulated nature of the Atlantic trade, avoiding directorships of joint stock companies and using political means to sustain his considerable interests in the Atlantic. His slave trading business became the core of his commercial operation from the early years of the 18th century. Between 1702 and 1712, he consigned African cargoes with a total sworn value of £33,920, greatly in excess of any other separate trader. 26 Several separate traders experimented in independent slave trading because the trades in which they had experience had declined. Many merchants were persuaded by the Act of 1698 to engage in human trafficking for the first time, which is suggested by the changing profile of the anti-company lobbyists as well as the increased volume of England's slave trade after 1698. The shifting fortunes of trade in Europe during the 9 Years' War and the War of Spanish Succession led individuals to assemble cargoes bound for Africa. Humphrey Morris, another prominent separate trader and a future pillar of the separate traders' interest group, began his career as a merchant trading to the Iberian Peninsula but expanded his interests to Jamaica and then to slave trading thanks to the 1698 Act during the European trade depression of the early years of the War of the Spanish Succession. 27 Other separate traders switched to slave trading from enterprises that the enlarged African trade was designed, in part, to replace. Both William Haysham and Peter Puggen switched to slave trading once the supply of white labor from England began to dry up during the 9 Years' War. Others marketed goods to Africa that they had already traded across the Atlantic. Puggen along with Isaac Milner had traded firearms to Maryland throughout the 1690s. They then turned to trading in guns with slave vendors in Africa. Firearms became an integral part of the African trade because of the role they played in inciting intertribal conflict and thereby facilitating a steady supply of the enslaved. 28. Most merchants became separate traders to integrate their existing Atlantic businesses. As noted previously, Isaac Milner, of Whitehaven, had been a considerable tobacco merchant before 1698, and he was also a lobbyist for the independent slave trade in 1698. He appears to have served a trading apprenticeship to Peter Puggen. Milner went on to become a slave trader on a large scale. From 1698, he oversaw 24 Guinea ventures with an aggregate cargo value in excess of £24,000. When Milner was not shipping slaves himself, many Virginia planters purchased slaves with bills on his account. His influence in the Chesapeake became, as a result, considerable. His shift into slave trading clearly helped to develop his tobacco businesses. 29 Independent slave trading also offered trading opportunities that attracted merchants on the fringes of the City of London's mercantile establishment. The career of Peter Puggen is especially instructive in this regard. Born in 1651, Puggen was a Huguenot immigrant from the Low Country who began his trading career as a ship captain in the Chesapeake tobacco trade. He soon was one of the most considerable London tobacco merchants of his day, becoming free of the brewer's livery and a sheriff of the City of London. In addition to a vast tobacco trade, Puggen was a specialist in human cargoes moving soldiers during the 9 Years' War and then enslaved Africans. He also served as an informal agent for interests from Maryland. Along with Gilbert Heathcote and John Carey, Puggen was part of the parliamentary opposition to the East India Company that had lobbied from 1696. Carey and Puggen became directors in the new company, a rival to the East India Company founded by a syndicate of interlopers, in 1698. His oppositional stance to the African Company reflected his belief that the East India Company's directorate ought to be open to commercial outsiders like him. Clearly, Puggen's opposition to monopoly was opportunistic rather than principled, but his success against both companies and his own origins outside London's commercial elite suggest that the movement against both companies owed much to the desire to break open the control that a traditional commercial elite had enjoyed by virtue of prerogative-sponsored monopoly trading companies. 30 Many others who previously had been excluded from London's mercantile elite benefited from a deregulated market, including West Countryman Benjamin Way. Way descended from the dissenting Way family of Bridport, close to Lyme on the Dorset coast. He was the younger brother of the prominent Bristol separate trader, Joseph Way. Benjamin became a substantial Jamaica sugar and wine merchant as well as a slave trader. The Borage family of Lyme Regis also fit this mold. John Borage, Jr., was born in 1681 in Lyme Regis. He was the scion of a prominent dissenting merchant family in Lyme who had plied a trade to the Chesapeake for some years. Along with his father, John, he persistently assembled cargoes for the slave trade, succeeding his uncle of the same name. William Clayton of Liverpool was also in this group of provincial separate traders, and he played a critical part in developing that city's slave trade. He began his trading career as a tobacco merchant and lobbyist and then became a prominent slave trader, transporting cargoes to Africa in 4 consignment years. Large numbers of Bristolian separate traders, including the prominent local politician, Abraham Elton, Jr., and local MP, Joseph Earl, and those from other provincial outports, such as Samuel Ayres of Falmouth, George Barons of Plymouth, John Cross of Portsmouth, William Pennock of Topsham, and Thomas Lutwidge of Whitehaven, also appear among the population of separate traders after 1698.31. The provincial bias of the separate traders was reflected in their base of petitioning support. Almost half of their petitions came from the provinces, a quarter from the colonies, and almost a fifth from the metropole, whereas the African Company's support was distributed equally among provincial, colonial, and metropolitan interests. Although only 2 of 30 African Company petitions came from the southwest of the country, 40% of the separate traders' petitions derived from there. With its Atlantic coastline, the southwest benefited from the expansion of Atlantic trading more than other regions of the country. The decentralization of regulatory initiative to the provinces from the 1690s thus allowed provincial lobbyists, like those from the southwest, to make their case for free trade. 32. London-based merchants, however, dominated these early stages of the independent slave trade. The majority of the separate traders, 607, or 58%, assembled cargoes in London. Londoners were also the most persistent separate traders, assembling 80% of voyages in more than 6 years and 100% in more than 9 years. There were 106 African voyages, 10%, that originated from Bristol and just 44 others, 4%, that commenced in other, smaller outports. The rest were independent slave traders from the English-American colonies. Who were these Londoners? The 1698 statute allowed merchant grandees to experiment with or expand their existing Slavey trading operations. The upper echelons of London's commercial elite seem to have stirred the Lord Mayor in 1699, Sir Richard Lovat, into independent slave trading, albeit tentatively. The builder of Kew Palace, Lovat assembled African cargoes in 1703 and 1704, as well as in 1693. Lovat was married to Elizabeth Crisp, the daughter of Sir Nicholas Crisp, who had been the proprietor of the English forts on the west coast of Africa during the middle years of the 17th century, and a brother-in-law to Sir John Holt, the judge in Nightingale v. Bridges, whose ruling discouraged the African Company's monopoly in 1689. Lovat's slave trading perhaps suggests that familiar concerns encouraged him to diversify from his successful Chesapeake tobacco and cloth businesses into slave trading. 33 pro-company pamphleteer divided the capital's community of separate traders into two sorts: several worthy merchants grandees such as Richard Lovat and Gilbert Heathcote, men of unquestionable reputation and great estates, who have houses in Jamaica, Barbados, and other places where the slaves are sent, where they are concerned as factors and a second group of shopkeepers, who trade with the aforesaid merchants, so it's their interest to have an open trade, and they cannot be too eager in soliciting, several selling India goods, referring to themselves that pleasant and profitable article of drawback. The upstart Cockney retailer became an early stereotype of the independent slave trader. More than a third of the separate traders worked, as the pamphlet suggested, as retailers. Many separate traders imported East India goods, men like Robert Atkins. Nearly a quarter of the 44 London slave traders whose addresses can be established operated from Cornhill, one of London's central retail districts, where John Bawden's anti-monopoly meetings started in the 1670s. Another anti-African company pamphleteer indicated that separate traders tended to be cloth retailers and alleged that a monopolized African trade would lead to the ruin of many linen drapers' shops between Aldgate and Temple Bar. 34 retailers, although conspicuous enough to encourage Davenant and others to dismiss the separate traders as low-born amateurs, did not dominate the total population of slave traders. Almost half of the separate traders were ship captains, including Captain Peregrine Brown and Captain Robert Cruikshank. The African Company's directorate worked in different sectors, far fewer were ship captains. Of the 95 African Company directors whose other employment can be established, 17% were army officers. Not one separate trader served in the army during this period. The close connections between the African Company's directorate and the military operations of Charles II and James II blended the two constituencies beyond 1688. Only 6 African Company directors worked in retail. The differing cast of the African Company's directors helped company apologists make the case that the African Company was better placed to manage the African trade in the interests of the British state rather than the balance sheets of the counting houses of Cornhill. But the collective commercial jostling of Cornhill coffee houses proved able to develop a slave trading operation that could better defend the national interest than the politically isolated directors at Africa House, a few hundred meters away at Leadenhall Street. Beyond London, a remarkable number of independent slave traders assembled cargoes in the colonies. As many as 284, or 27%, of the post-1698 slave trading voyages originated in the colonies with men such as Humphrey Primate of Barbados, John Pym of Jamaica, John Pratt of Carolina, Robert Plumstead of New England, Frederick Phillips of New York, Daniel Oley of the Chesapeake, and John Rock of Antigua. Many separate traders detected the extent of demand for slave labor in the colonies during residence there. Conspicuous among them for their persistence as slave traders are Joseph Martin, Stephen Godin, and Richard Harris. Joseph Martin, of Love Lane in London, appears to have been resident for a time in Nevis and subsequently specialized in sugar imports from Nevis, Antigua, and Jamaica. Martin was, with Robert Haysham, one of only 2 private merchants in 1696 that approached the Royal African Company's import turnover of sugar, £16,326, with a turnover of £10,221. Like Hashim, Martin became a high-volume slave trader, assembling, between 1702 and 1712, cargoes of export goods to Africa valued at £19,359. Stephen Godin was a permanent resident of South Carolina and provides a rare example of a prominent separate trader lobbyist resident in the colonies. Godin assembled African cargoes between 1702 and 1712 totaling 1,189 pounds. Richard Harris developed an interest in slave trading because of his residence in Jamaica. Harris became one of the largest consignors of African goods. Between 1702 and 1712, Harris made 9 consignments to Africa valued at £25,121 and 35 pence of the dominant population of Atlantic traders. Within the population of separate traders, 69% traded with the Caribbean islands, with the remaining 33% trading primarily with the American mainland, including Newfoundland. In terms of numbers of consignment years, the smaller colonies made a more tentative inroad into the slave trade. Separate traders who traded to the larger colonies, including the previously undersupplied mainland colonies, proved more persistent and successful. Of those separate traders who assembled cargoes in more than 6 years in this period, 42% traded with the Chesapeake. 36 On a number of occasions, commentators remarked that merchants tended to support an open slave trade, whereas planters favored the Royal African Company's monopoly. An African company agent reported, "The traders are generally of the separate traders' side." A comparison of the total petitions in favor of the Royal African Company and of the separate traders supports this association between the company and the planters and the separate traders and the colonial merchants. Of the cultivated petitions for the company, half were from manufacturing interests, and a third were from colonial planter interests. The rest were trading interests. Interests that opposed the company proved to be overwhelmingly mercantile. Of the anti-company petitions, 21 were either authored by separate traders themselves, 3, or by trading interests, 18. Only 5 arrived from planting interests. The great majority of the company's petitioning supporters were planters, 9, with just 2 coming from traders. The colonies from which the company and the separate traders received their petitions also suggest a tendency for traders to favor deregulated trade and planters to favor the African company. Including both phases of parliamentary consideration, the company received 2 petitions from Barbados, 2 from Montserrat, 3 from generic Caribbean interests, 3 from Nevis, and 1 from the Leeward Islands. The Leeward Islands had fewer and smaller trading centers and, as a result, a smaller community of traders. All petitions from Montserrat and Nevis favored the company, and all came from resident planting interests. 37 The company remained popular with planters because it provided credit, unlike the separate traders, who preferred payment in cash or colonial produce. Indeed, the African company repeatedly justified its monopoly and its track record with reference to the credit that it had extended to planters in the colonies. A petition from the planters of His Majesty's Leeward Caribbean Islands that appeared before the House of Commons on March 19, 1698, A.R. argued that the African company had been at great charges to extend credit to them. John Hussam, the African company's agent at Nevis, explained, "The inhabitants of those islands wish the trade might be settled in the company's favor, being assured of a more generous credit from the company than private traders have or can give." The House of Lords Committee concluded that the planters supported the company because the company trusted them. According to traditional accounts of the Rican Company's demise, such trust proved to be the company's undoing because the company failed to collect much of its colonial credit. By the 1690s, the company measured its debts in the colonies at £170,000, a large proportion of its capital and trade. The company, however, willingly extended such credit for 2 political reasons. First, the credit enabled the company to portray itself as a public-spirited venture that helped to develop the plantation economies of the Caribbean islands. As Charles Davenant would later articulate, the company served a pseudo-public purpose in offering banking facilities to the colonists. It did not expect to retrieve colonial debts in the short term, and its long-term perspective ought to have been, and was, an encouragement to some investors. Second, the company's debt provided a source of political capital for the company in the colonies. Debtors could be relied upon to support the company. 38 There was clearly substantial overlap in practice between the interests of planters and of merchants. The separate traders often succeeded in integrating these interests, but the attempts to refit them, often by the company, reflected either the financial munificence or the political impotence of the company in the colonies. The broad association between planters and the Royal African Company, on the one hand, and merchants and the separate traders, on the other, helps to prevent the impression that there existed a simple conflation between colonial interests and opposition to the company. It also suggests the important part played by deterritorialized merchants, that is, those who enjoyed commercial and political constituencies throughout the British Atlantic world in effecting the deregulation of Britain's transatlantic slave trade. The population of active independent slave traders was thus opportunistic. Its members often had previous trading experience and sometimes were involved with the African Company itself. Typically, they were from the margins of the merchant establishment, whether in London, the provinces, or the colonies. Most important, they were representative of the burgeoning unregulated Atlantic economy. Extending their business into slave trading represented a form of vertical integration. Such a move could make the separate traders' businesses more efficient and less risky, as it helped to improve the steady supply of the plantation crops they sold in England by assisting the supply of labor. The deregulated slave trade helped to ensure that the alignment of economic interests was transatlantic and not adversarial between colony and metropole. The lobbyists for deregulated slave trading followed this transatlantic model of economic interests because MPs and ministers wished, by the second stage of the debate, beginning in 1707, to support transatlantic interests when making decisions. The independent slave traders produced a political interest group that labored in Parliament, before the Board of Trade, and in print on their behalf. Institutions, personal connections, and trading interests helped to shape this group's membership. The Board of Trade and Parliament often gave it coherence. The Board inquiry in 1708 allowed the first show of strength from the interest group after the 1698 statute. Of the independent slave traders' 1690s interest group, Peter Puggen and his apprentice Isaac Milner continued to lobby, but the Board of Trade's need for information about the ways in which the Atlantic economy functioned would bring other individuals into the separate traders' lobby. The information the Board possessed about the separate traders' activities determined which separate traders the Board's commissioners would summon for further intelligence. Using this information, the Board galvanized opposition to the company by uniting domestic disapproval with the contempt that planters in the colonies had for the company. The Board of Trade thus helped to cement the separate traders as a transatlantic interest group. These inquiries by the Board also helped determine the separate traders' political leadership. Once a separate trader had provided information for the Board, that person typically continued acting on the separate traders' behalf. In this way, the Board's summons, as with those of parliamentary subcommittees of the 1690s, helped to impart a clearer identity to an often disparate group of Atlantic merchants. Two additional institutional features of the developing Atlantic political economy became important to the formation of the separate traders' political lobby: the emergence of colonial agencies and the shift from direct trade to consignment trade. The rise of the colonial agencies from the 1670s provided colonists with an official means to influence political events in London. A number of separate traders served as colonial agents. Gilbert Heathcote, William Heysham, Joseph Martin, Peter Puggen, and Nathaniel Rouse all had acted as agents for colonial assemblies, Heysham and Rouse for Barbados, Heathcote for Jamaica, and Martin and Puggen for the Leeward Islands and Maryland, respectively. Their own slave trading operations doubtless influenced their sympathy for deregulated trade, An agency position, however, necessitated that they use political means to advance their economic interests and those of their constituents. 39 The shift from direct trade, in which English firms purchased colonial produce via factors in America, to the consignment trade, in which the colonists dispatched their produce to commission merchants in London, provided colonists with correspondents in London and elsewhere in England who could act politically on their behalf. A large proportion of the separate traders ran London commission houses. The transatlantic business partnership between Robert and William Heysham enabled the Heysham's commission business to manage the commercial and lobbying sides of their enterprise. These networks provided a means for the separate traders to learn of and respond to colonial demand for African labor as well as to cultivate planter and metropolitan support for their cause. 40 A core group of separate traders, however, had known each other and worked together as merchants before the Board of Trade's inquiry. The separate traders' lobby expressed the commercial changes wrought by the deregulation of the trade since the 1690s as much as it reflected the concurrent changes in transatlantic politics. Trading, apprenticeship, and familiar connections also help explain the formation of the interest group that deregulated the British slave trade. Before appearing before the Board of Trade or at Parliament together, Humphrey Morris, Isaac Milner, and Peter Puggen enjoyed long-standing trading connections. In February 1705, Morris wrote excitedly to Thomas Wood, his contact in Jamaica, about his plans to begin a Slavi trading operation with Milner's help, whom he described as my sure friend to assist me always in any such enterprise. As noted previously, Milner had served as apprentice to Puggen. Morris also discussed the possibility of needing Puggen's assistance, which could be obtained via Milner. Morris had married Judith Sandys, the niece of a prominent separate trader, John Brown. He would later marry Puggen's daughter, Catherine. 41 Participation in other commercial interest groups also brought politically active separate traders together. Prior crusades for deregulation, in particular, helped to compel separate traders to lobby against the African Company. Prominent 1690s slave trade lobbyists Gilbert Heathcote, Bartholomew Gracedieu, Edward Littleton, and Peter Puggen had been involved with the opponents of the Old East India Company during the 1690s. 42 The separate traders' political activities took several forms. First, they signed petitions to Parliament explicitly designating themselves as separate traders. Second, traders, like Humphrey Morris, Edward Littleton, and William Wood, authored reports and pamphlets in support of free trade for Parliament or the Board of Trade. Third, they appeared in person to lobby the Board of Trade and Parliament. Lastly, separate traders signed petitions that purported to be from disinterested bodies. On these terms, 200 individuals can be classed as politically active separate traders. Of these, slightly below half, 90, were interested separate traders who had a proven Slavi trading record. 43. Within this group, there was a strong correlation between the extent of interest in the African trade and the extent of political activity. Of the politically active separate traders, 81% assembled cargoes in more than 1 year and more than half did so in more than 3 years. Of those separate traders who assembled African cargoes in more than 8 years, 80% were politically active. Those who paid the 10% duty on the outward journey from London predominate among the group of politically active separate traders. They were primarily triangular traders, as opposed to bilateral traders such as Elias Abenaker and John Pratt, who did not transport slaves to the colonies but either traded in non-human cargoes or sold their slaves to other traders on the African coast. Those who had a prior Atlantic trading interest were also more likely to act politically. Although nearly a quarter of the Atlantic traders acted politically in support of the separate trade, only 12% of those slave traders who devoted the majority of their commercial energies to European trade supported the separate traders politically. 44 A small number of the most committed Africa traders of this period showed no interest in lobbying against the African Company. Two of the most commercially active separate traders, Daniel Jimeno, 13 consignment years, and Anthony Tourney, 12 consignment years, made no political effort to safeguard their involvement in the African trade. 9 Addy Individuals active in at least 7 consignment years are conspicuous in their absence from separate trader petitions and lobbies. Tourney, Sir William Benson, and James Burda primarily shipped iron to Africa. Because they usually sourced the ore from Northern Europe, they operated outside the Atlantic constituency of trading interests that formed the bedrock of the separate traders' political movement. 45 Benson, Jimeno, and Abraham Lodge had good reason not to publicly attack the African Company. Although they operated independently, they also on occasion shared cargoes with the Royal African Company and so were unlikely to jeopardize this trading relationship. Similarly, Geoffrey Jeffreys and Thomas Colthurst had served as African Company directors and continued to hold shares. Their contacts with the African Company operated alongside their independent slave trading businesses. Both brought them profits. Publicly favoring either group might upset this lucrative balance. 46 Sustaining the separate traders' interest group represented a significant challenge. Disputes about the Made-Iran consulship, the tobacco adventure to Russia, the need to work with the African Company in other contexts, colonial rivalries, and party differences might have divided the men who became separate traders. Persistent separate traders, for example, disagreed about the best means of governing British interests in Madeira. 3 of the separate traders played a part in the movement to create a Russian market for British-American tobacco: John Goodwin, Isaac Milner, and Makaja Perry. 2 other prominent separate traders, Peregrine Brown and John Brown, opposed the Russian tobacco adventure. 47. The fluid allegiances and complex structures of commercial society in the reign of Queen Anne also saw politically active directors of both the separate traders and the African Company work together for common causes. Richard Harris, the most politically active of all the lobbyists for the separate traders, was appointed to the lieutenancy of the ward of Tower Hamlets alongside Joseph Jury and Fisher Tench, both of whom had lobbied to end independent slave trading only months before. At the height of the parliamentary dispute between the African Company and the separate traders, Peter Pugjen served as a director of the East India Company and the Royal African Company, as did Urban Hall, Sir William Withers, Samuel Shepherd, Sir John Fleet, Sir James Bateman, and Sir John Andrews. Clearly, lobbyists on both sides pursued other interests when it suited them. 48 The refusal of large-scale separate traders to act politically against the company, the memory of older commercial disputes between the separate traders, and the willingness of politically active separate traders to work alongside African Company directors in different contexts complicates the simple narrative of 2 mutually exclusive groups, pro-company and anti-company, railing against one another until monopoly succumbed to free trade. In certain contexts, at certain times, the struggle between company and separate traders could be clearly demarcated, but the distinctions between the 2 factions did impose restrictions on how members of both lobbies would relate to other issues. Certain broader commercial interests, however, would encourage non-slave traders to become politically active separate traders. 58 Separate traders acted politically but do not have a proven slave trading record. Of these actions, the majority were signatures on petitions, but several individuals could be relied upon to fight in the separate traders' corner in public. Sir Robert Davers appeared on the separate traders' behalf on 3 occasions before the Board of Trade and 8 times before Parliament. Although Davers was the absentee owner of a Barbadian plantation, there is no evidence that he participated in slave trading himself. He unofficially represented the plantation interest before Parliament, and his appearance as a lobbyist for the separate traders suggests that the lobby emerged in concert with what became known as the plantation interest, a group of traders who purported to uphold the interests of merchants and their planting contacts. Much the same can be said for John Bromley, Francis Mitchell, and Thomas Onslow, who also defended Caribbean interests in Parliament. 49 The tobacco interest was even more conspicuous in the separate traders' defense. Several of the politically active separate traders whose trading activity cannot be documented were men who had lobbied on behalf of the tobacco interest in general. Men such as Benjamin Bradley and Godfrey Webster supported the separate traders with signatures to their petitions but did not diversify from tobacco into slave trading. Both Bradley and Webster boasted success as lobbyists against the Russia Company. Many of the most vociferous opponents of the company in Parliament were linked to the tobacco trade but otherwise had no connection to the slave trade. MPs representing tobacco trading areas, like Guilford Lawson, MP for Cumberland, and James Lowther, MP for Carlisle, were interested in the tobacco trading activities of nearby Whitehaven and so supported the open slave trade as a means to develop the tobacco trade. Similarly, Richard Norris and William Clayton, both members for Liverpool, also regarded a free trade as a means of enlarging the tobacco trade. As with other Liverpudlians, Clayton began to develop slave trading interests of his own. As a prominent politician in the town, Clayton aided the separate traders' cause and gathered petitions from the borough against the Royal African Company. The established tobacco lobby proved a powerful ally to the cause for open slave trading. 50 The differing commercial interests of the separate traders can be seen in their leadership. Of the 32 elite identifiable separate traders whose repeated political involvement and trading record can be established, 10 operated predominantly as Chesapeake tobacco merchants. 9 were primarily Jamaica sugar merchants. 6 were Barbados merchants, 3 operated primarily with the Leeward Islands, and 1 traded to Carolina. All were London-based, although many had not been born in the capital, apart from Stephen Godin and John Baker, who resided in Carolina and Jamaica, respectively, John Day and Francis Rogers, who were both Bristolians, and William Clayton, who was Liverpudlian. They divided, therefore, primarily into Chesapeake and Jamaican circles. The predominance of tobacco merchants matches the percentage increase in slave trading to the American mainland that the deregulation had helped to produce. The Caribbean islands, however, and especially Jamaica, continued to receive more slaves than the main. Morris, Humphrey 422 London Jamaica Table 1. Elite Separate Traders, 1690 to 1712. Name. Trading years. No of political actions base. Primary trading zone. Arnold, William 5-2 London Barbados. Baker, John 4-2 Jamaica Jamaica. Brown, Peregrine 12-3 London Chesapeake. Borage, John, Jr. 5-5 London Jamaica. Clayton, William 4-2 Liverpool Chesapeake. Cruikshank, Robert 2-1 London Chesapeake. Day, John 5-2 Bristol Barbados. Dodd, Edward 3-1 London. Godin, Stephen 4-2 Carolina Carolina. Goodwin, John 3-2 London Chesapeake. Harris, Richard 10-28 London Jamaica. Heathcote, Gilbert 2-1 London Jamaica. Haysham, Robert 14-13 London Barbados. Holmes, Richard 2-2 London. Halditch, Abraham 13-6 London Jamaica. Kent, Charles 6-4 London Jamaica. Lascelles, Edward 6-2 London Barbados. Lovett, Richard 4-2 London Chesapeake. Martin, Joseph 13-7 London Leeward Islands. Milner, Isaac 14-13 London Chesapeake. Nelthorpe, George 2-3 London Chesapeake. Pugjen, Peter 7-6 London Chesapeake. Perry, Makaja 3-2 London Chesapeake. Rogers, Francis 7-2 Bristol Leeward Islands. Rouse, Nathaniel 6-3 London Barbados. Sitwell, Francis 2-2 London. South, Humphrey 5-1 London Barbados. Waterhouse, David 4-2 London Leeward Islands. Way, Benjamin 7-2 London Jamaica. Waite, James 11-7 London Chesapeake. Wood, William 4-2 London Jamaica. Land. The shared leadership of the deregulation movement between mainland American and Caribbean interests proved long-lasting and effective. Tension between these subgroups of separate traders was rare. One example deserves mention. In February 1712, fearful of the Harley Ministry's support for the African Company, 2 Jamaican separate traders, Humphrey Morris and Richard Harris, moderated their proposals in a Board of Trade hearing. they agreed to pledge themselves to a minimum export value of £100,000 on goods bound for Africa and a maximum price for slaves, and conceded to allow a regulation of the trade that would finance African forts and British consuls on the African coast. Morris and Harris also agreed to raise a deposit from the Bank of England to act as security to reassure planters that independent traders would continue to supply the plantations when trading conditions limited profits. They acceded to a higher charge of 15 and then 18% on the trade. On March 12, 1712, another group of separate traders, including Sir Robert Davers, Robert Heysham, Guilford Lawson, Thomas Onslow, and Thomas Lowther, indicated that they had been misinformed about Morris's and Harris's concession. Davers et al. Acquainted their lordships that there was a report on the exchange, as if they had come into an exclusive joint stock, which was never their intention, and therefore if Mr. Harris and Mr. Morris had agreed to anything of that nature it was without their knowledge and consent. Davers and Company explained that they could not, contrary to what Morris and Harris had allowed, submit to any regulation in relation to the price of slaves, and would not concede that forts were necessary for the trade. The separate traders' consistent solidarity had been fractured for the first, and only, time because of the strength of the African Company's support in the Ministry and in the Board of Trade between 1710 and 1712. In the end, nothing was done in Parliament to support the Company apart from a means for its creditors to purchase the Company. The 1698 statute expired in the summer of 1712, effectively liberating the slave trade entirely from all duties and charges. 51 On the whole, however, the separate traders enjoyed a remarkably cohesive political leadership. Sharing the responsibility were Richard Harris, Robert Heysham, Isaac Milner, Joseph Martin, Humphrey Morris, Peter Pugin, and James Waite. As noted previously, all had prior experience in different Atlantic trades. Harris and Morris traded to Jamaica, Heysham traded with Barbados, Milner, Pugin, and Waite traded to the Chesapeake, and Martin traded with the Leeward Islands. All also trafficked in slaves on a vast scale. Throughout the period of the 1698 statute, however, Richard Harris was the most politically active of all the elite separate traders, signing petitions, authoring reports to the Board of Trade, and appearing in person before the board. The Board of Trade regarded Harris as the separate traders' leader. Harris also became a key conduit through which petitions, expertise, and finance flowed against the company. He forwarded the opinion of the merchants and planters of Jamaica to the House of Lords inquiry in June 1713, which proved to be important anti-company testimony. The Bristol Society of Merchant Venturers contributed £150 to the separate traders' parliamentary campaign against the company through Harris's company books. He also authored pamphlets that were often adaptations of his reports written during Board of Trade inquiries about the African trade. In December 1708, Harris also gathered anti-company testimony from former Royal African Company employees detailing the company's attempts to ruin the independent trade, contrary to the spirit of the 1698 Act. A pamphleteer recognized the depth of Richard Harris's knowledge, Mr. Richard Harris, a merchant. Nobody understands the slave trade better, or is more to be credited. 52 The extent of Humphrey Morris's political activity was second only to that of Richard Harris. He also authored pamphlets, signed petitions, and appeared before the board. Isaac Milner also became a regular witness before the Board of Trade to provide evidence against the Royal African Company. Robert Heysham can be designated as the separate traders' leader in the House of Commons. Heysham served as MP for Lancaster from 1698 to 1715. He was also the Barbadian Assembly's agent between 1700 and 1702, a position that influenced much of his parliamentary activity during this period. Robert's brother, William, was also an MP. Whereas Harris, Morris, and Milner dominated the separate traders' crucial representations to the Board of Trade, Robert Heysham was their parliamentary protagonist. He appeared before Parliament and the Board of Trade to promote the separate traders' case. He also cultivated pro-separate trader petitions. he was the key parliamentary orchestrator for the separate traders. He dominated parliamentary committees charged with authoring bills to regulate the African trade and was a teller for the votes in favor of the separate traders. 53. The high proportion of triangular traders within the politically active separate traders, the predominance of traders with prior Atlantic interests, the role of an embryonic plantation interest within the disinterested separate traders, and the link between avoidance of political activity and non-Atlantic trade combine to provide the most important insight into what motivated separate traders to trade in slaves and to lobby to advance the cause of a deregulated slave trade. The large group of politically active separate traders who did not deal in slaves underscores the extent to which the separate traders' political concerns represented the broader issues of the Atlantic world market. That such a disparate group of Atlantic traders operated so consistently together is significant and underscores the importance of Atlantic trade in general as a force in opposition to monopoly. The predominance of the tobacco interest to the separate traders caused during the second phase of parliamentary consideration between 1707 and 1713 also suggests that London provided the arena in which separate traders with differing commercial concerns could cement intercolonial alliances. Transatlantic institutions with new, more deliberative styles of operation, like the Board of Trade and colonial agencies, helped to cement the separate traders together during this second phase, but, on the whole, they derived their bond from the experience of Atlantic trade and that trade's emergent political voice. These separate traders sought to advance their individual interests, but they did so collectively. They assembled networks to assist their lobbying, from Cornhill coffee houses where they authored petitions and pamphlets to the lobby of the House of Commons and the anterooms of Whitehall Palace. These individual traders gathered together to develop their cause and their case. They worked to create a huge constituency of supporters throughout the Atlantic world. They enjoyed the institutional momentum provided by colonial agencies as well as the transatlantic ties forged by commission trading to bring planter and merchant together. They also brought their own political experience and service to bear to ensure that their campaign would make an impact and liberate the slave trade. The separate traders' interests and constituencies encompassed every corner of the British Atlantic world, from London to the Atlantic colonies to the provincial outports on the Atlantic Rim. Signing a separate trader petition might evidence support for the expansion in colonial produce trading since the Act of 1698, or the expansion in the exporting of English manufactures, or the re-exporting of Indian or Dutch commercial goods to Africa. As a political interest group, the separate traders represented not only the interests of slave trading but also the broader concerns of the Atlantic commodities economy that now relied on African slave labor. Identifying the separate traders' Atlantic interests and their transatlantic constituency and recognizing the coherence of their political leadership does not wholly explain the separate traders' success over the African companies' formidable lobby. It does, however, begin to clarify what was at stake for the company and its free trading opponents. Atlantic interests formed the basis for the separate traders' entry into slave trading. Their Atlantic constituency provided crucial support for their public lobbying, which helped them to sustain that trade and to protect their interests from the African company. The company itself sought to uphold the interests of its beneficiaries, management, shareholders, and creditors. These were, of course, economic interests, but they mediated through a changing ideological and political framework. The politicization of the slave trade required the separate traders and the African company to provide, in public, ideological justification for their respective interests. The separate traders promoted ideas that celebrated the national benefits of a self-regulating commercial society. The African company celebrated monopoly as the best guardian of the state's interest. Each side claimed to advance liberty, each believed its position was the most British. These ideological positions would offer both groups the means to translate their interests into favorable regulatory outcomes. It is to these ideological positions that we now turn. 3. The ideas. Challenging the tales of evil. The conspicuous emergence of a population of independent slave traders and their wish to associate themselves with certain areas of the country and particular ideas led contemporary observers of the Africa trade debates to develop a stereotype of the independent slave trader. Thomas Southern Slavey trading arch-villain, Captain Driver, in his 1699 dramatization of Afra Ben's novel, Oruniko, was callous, hard-headed, upwardly mobile, and a stickler for unthinking graft. There's nothing done without it, boys. I have made my fortune this way. The better-bred widow Lackett railed against the captain. You forget yourself as fast as you can, but I remember you, I know you for a pitiful paltry fellow, as you are, an upstart to prosperity, one that is but just come acquainted with cleanliness, and that never saw 5 shillings of your own, without deserving to be hanged for M. More famous was the eponymous hero of Daniel Defoe's pioneering 1719 novel Robinson Crusoe, who had embarked on his merchant career as an independent slave trader in the 1680s. Crusoe epitomized the separate trader profile as a provincial trader from an immigrant family who sought quick profits to better himself socially. He exhibited a new, intense individualism on his desert island that exemplified the rugged, intrepid capitalist determination of the separate trader. 1 Society's stereotyping of the separate traders according to their driving economic and social ambitions reflected the separate traders and the Royal African Company's own attempts to depict themselves within broader ideological categories. Pamphlets and petitions placed the narrow debate between the company and the separate traders in the context of larger issues to grab the attention and support of disinterested parties, legislators, and the public at large. These ideological depictions helped both sides legitimize their interests and were a central part of their respective political campaigns. They reveal important features of the mentalities that cultivated and embraced slave trade expansion in the British Atlantic at the beginning of the 18th century. Independent slave traders appeared to be especially sensitive about liberty. Like William Wilkinson, Thomas Phelps, an independent slave trader, embarked in August 1685 on an interloping slave trading voyage only to be captured, not by the African Company as Wilkinson and others were, but by Barbary corsairs. The experience of captivity made Phelps acutely appreciative of his personal liberty. Liberty and freedom are the happiness only valuable by a reflection on captivity and slavery. They who are unacquainted with, and have not notice of the miseries of the latter, will never put a due value and consideration upon the former. Here the government secures every man in the possession and enjoyment of what God's blessing and his own industry has allowed. 2 By the Africa trade debates, it is clear that reflection on captivity could derive from the experience of slave trading as well as from the experience of captivity, whether the captors were the African Company or North African rulers. Phelps's separate trading antecedents, most of whom had not experienced captivity, developed their view of the world and their appeal to the public with frequent, and, to our eyes, perverse, references to freedom and to liberty and the various ways in which the company inhibited the enjoyment of these rights. The separate traders launched their campaign to develop the slave trade as a crusade for English liberty. The African Company responded by noting that the separate traders' attachment to liberty did not produce a trade that was suitable for upholding the interests of the British state in Africa and in America, and they later co-opted the separate traders' rhetoric by citing the company's freedom to enjoy property and the ways in which monopoly could best uphold national liberty. Although the two parties disagreed about the determinants and ramifications of liberty, they both deployed the syncretic rhetoric of liberty and freedom as a means to compel all observers to rally to their cause. The ideological dispute between separate traders and the company became, as one pamphleteer put it, a paper counter scuffle about liberty. 3. There were important areas of agreement between the separate traders and the African Company. Both sides saw the particular value of the African trade, without deviating significantly from the balance of trade formula and, most remarkably, without, after the 1680s, challenging the Navigation Acts or the morality of slavery. As Daniel Defoe tersely put it, the African trade was the most important that Britain participated in because it exports nothing but what we can spare, and brings home nothing but what we cannot be without, that sets our poor to work, and extends our dominions. that barters gold for glass beads, and the riches of Africa, for the baubles of Europe. The slave trade was, as Newell Azadi writes, a mercantilist's ideal. Both sides noted the value of African slaves over white indentured labor and subscribed to the view that England's settler colonies improved the domestic economy by stimulating manufactures. Both sought to promote the state interest and defend it against the encroachments of French and Dutch rivals, though the African Company was more likely to dwell upon the prospect of Dutch competition. Point 4. The following discussion focuses on the ways in which the public political disputes between the Royal African Company and the separate traders generated a conflict of ideologies. It shows that late Stuart politics forced both sides to justify their interested positions and their very different constituencies in ideological terms. These ideologies reflected both sides' interpretation of how the political context changed during the dispute. The attack and response between the two interests, who often referred to themselves as parties, produced a dialogic impetus to the formulation of a new nexus of ideology. This debate hinged, with changing emphases as it wore on the determinants of several features of the elastic notions of freedom and interest. Which version of the slave trade best satisfied the national interest and therefore offered the best guarantees to uphold the nation's liberty, in a Machiavellian sense? For the African Company, the self-interested trading activity of the separate traders was socially corruptive, and it enervated national liberty. The nation depended upon a corporate, organic hierarchy. A monopoly company would express that hierarchy and assert the interests of the state abroad to uphold English liberty against barbarous Africans and the competition of rival European states. For the independent traders, national liberty and economic growth was best achieved by the economic contributions of individual subjects. It was the entrepreneurial spirit of these free merchants, like themselves, that provided the fiscal basis for the English victory over Louis XIV. These conflicting images of the determinants of national economic growth, happiness, and freedom involved differing views on the workings of the English constitution and especially the legitimate source of regulatory power within it. Again, these conflicts debated the meaning of liberty and freedom. Ought not the arbiter of national regulation be the Parliament, and therefore the consent of the public, as the separate traders desired? The Glorious Revolution created a more deliberative style of politics in which print discussions mediated between political interests and strategies and legislative outcomes. After 1688, the Royal African Company could no longer promote its interest exclusively with reference to the ideological power of the royal prerogative, though the company continued to celebrate its royal associations as well as its prefix. The company thus sought to justify its goals with reference to a broader national constituency. But the company implied the regulatory sovereignty of a state that operated without the restrictive influence of the people, the public, or the subject. This debate pitted the freedom to consent to the regulatory mechanisms of the state via Parliament against the liberty to enjoy monopolistic property without molestation from the parliamentary process. The separate traders' position also changed as the public debates raged on. Their traditional anti-monopoly argument with an absolutist government, which dated from the 1670s, would by the 1690s evolve into a celebration of the ancient political rights and freedoms, as upheld by a parliament with regulatory sovereignty, that William III had defended, and then, after 1707, into a call for a transatlantic nation of individual free traders whose collective effort, as consecrated by Parliament, would generate national economic growth and safeguard national power and freedom. Such was the attachment of the separate traders to the parliamentary arena that they asserted that Parliament had the right to countenance legislative inactivity as much as statute. If Parliament made no regulatory statute, no equivalent method of regulation could be offered by rival branches of the Constitution. Without alternative constitutional means to regulate the national economy after 1689, the trade in slaves would default as open, allowing the enterprising independent trader to flourish, a legislative outcome implicitly endorsing the natural right to trade in slaves. Moopposition to the African Company's monopoly was as old as the monopoly itself. Freedom figured early on as a focal point for opponents. Rhazes. Thanks to the Royal African Company's monopolistic predecessor, the Company of Royal Adventurers Trading to Africa, derived from a Barbadian group who dressed their interests with the Grotian language of freedom. This group had, since the 1650s, opposed the Navigation Acts, which had forced the colonists to cease trading with non-English merchants. In December 1667, the group petitioned Parliament against the company's monopoly, portraying it as an absolutist innovation that withheld and undermined English freedoms such as trial by jury. This idea of free trade meant free access to trade within a specific market and free access to any market. 5 Elias Leighton, the company's secretary and a staunch supporter of James, Duke of York, responded to this petition by declaring that the company was in its constitution national, that is, it could satisfy the interests of the state and the national economy at large. He appealed for the king's support by celebrating the royal prerogative as the surest means to uphold that interest, at home and overseas. Leighton argued that the national interest of England could only be sustained with the help of forts on the African coast, and these could only be maintained with the help of a joint stock company supported by royal authority. He depicted the petitioners as colonial usurpers who had used their control over dilatory Barbadian courts to prevent the company from recovering its debts from them. For Leighton, the colonists' free trade argument was nothing more than a shallow attempt to disguise their self-interest and would not therefore satisfy Parliament and the Privy Council institutions designed to uphold the national good over and above the base and selfish instincts of individual planters. During the Privy Council examination of these petitions early the following year, Leighton quipped, that open markets and free trade are best for those that desire them is certain, and so it is to buy cheap and sell dear, and most of all to have commodities for nothing, and if all His Majesty's dominions and plantations were made only for Barbadoes it might be expedient, but since it is conceived that His Majesty will have regard to what may preserve the trade of the nation, and not only to what will gratify Barbadoes, the Privy Council think their Barbadian desire of free trade will prove as impracticable and pernicious to themselves as destructive to all other public interests. 6 Leighton's articulation of the company's position was to remain the bedrock of the company's self-justification throughout the 1660s and 1670s. His emphasis on the superiority of royal authority as the best constitutional means to uphold the national interest on the African coast was reiterated in the company's new name and its motto. Designed as a tool for the ruling dynasty's control of imperial policy, the company was re-established as the Royal Africa Company in 1672, and its motto, Regio Florid Patricianio Commercium, Commercia qui Regum, made explicit the perceived link between royal patronage and commercial prosperity. The royal prerogative remained the nucleus of the power of the state until 1689, especially in the context of international trade and empire. 7 The mid-1670s argument against the company saw pamphleteers combine an earlier promotion of free trade with more concerted objections to the company's absolutist use of the royal prerogative to enforce its monopoly. In 1674, Carew Renel argued against prerogative management of overseas trade and empire in general. If His Majesty desires to advance his empire, it is but granting more privilege to trade, and security to men's persons, and properties from arbitrary power. In 1675, Roger Coke wrote that monopoly trading companies like the African Company render the ingenuity and industry of many people useless and were the preemption of freemen. Carew's and Coke's development of an anti-monopoly position born of the constitutional rights of the subject, or freeman, and associated with parliamentary action and ordinary discourse would prove influential for later separate traders. 8 The company responded to such complaints by styling interlopers as self-interested, as it had done under Leighton's leadership. In 1680, a pro-African company pamphlet stated, "While every single person pursues his own particular interest, the public is deserted by all, and consequently must fall to ruin. For which reason, the Crown hath erected and established fraternities or companies of merchants." The Common Law Court of King's Bench upheld this position in 1683 by stating that royally sponsored monopoly companies were most important when the trade brought English subjects into contact with heathen peoples. In East India Company v. Sandys, Judge George Jeffreys ruled that the English interest should employ a prerogative-sponsored monopoly company because a fixed society provided the only means for the English kingdom to uphold its commitment to Christianity. 9. Placing Christianity to one side, the emerging dispute between the African Company and its interloping opponents focused on a disagreement about the determinants of national prosperity. Interlopers viewed prosperity emanating from individual, private enterprise, which was best developed under free trade. The African Company sought to prove that national prosperity derived from royal patronage. This disagreement had important strategic corollaries for both lobbies. It encouraged interlopers to pursue their economic interests outside the scope of the royal prerogative and its sovereign repository. Once the prerogative had been formally undermined in 1689, the interlopers would use the legislative branch of the Constitution to promote private economic initiatives. The acknowledged defeat of absolutism by the 1690s saw the separate traders' arguments acquire a popular sanction that buttressed the anti-monopoly cause in ways impossible in the 1660s, 1670s, and 1680s. The Glorious Revolution would drastically change the strategies, ideologies, and fortunes of the respective disputants in the Africa trade debates. Interlopers, like Geoffrey Nightingale and William Dockwra, who earlier, in 1678, had questioned the validity of the African Company's charter in a petition to Parliament, reintroduced their cases, believing that the royal prerogative and all that had emanated from it, including the African Company's right to use forfeiture to prevent incursions on its monopoly property, would be null and void. A series of court hearings helped to cement that view, without declaring the African Company's monopoly to be illegal. These hearings would force the company to seek statutory support for its monopoly and thus justify its monopoly in an entirely different way. In Nightingale's 1689 case, Nightingale v. Bridges, the interlopers' prosecuting barrister, Sir Bartholomew Shower, helped to develop one of the separate traders' earlier ideological positions that their vision of free trade expressed their ancient constitutional rights as Englishmen. In so doing, Shower formulated a common law manifesto for independent slave trading. Shower explained why the statutory limitation of property was preferable to restrictions derived from the prerogative. Each subject's vote is included in whatsoever is there done, an act of Parliament hath the consent of many men, both past, present, and to come. The kings of England, Shower continued, have always claimed a monarchy royal, not a monarchy seigneurial, under the first. The subjects are freemen, and have a propriety in their goods, and freehold in their lands, but under the latter they are villains and slaves. English common law, as a result, gives a true property in contradistinction to the superintendent power, and for this purpose it distinguishes between bondmen, whose estates are at their lord's will and pleasure, and freemen, whose property none can invade, charge, or take away, but by their own consent. A several property in the subject is so sacred as nothing more. 10. Shower based his case on the constitutional tradition that Englishmen were never held as villains or slaves under feudal tenure to the king. Free from slavery themselves, they were protected in their right to develop their property in other human beings. Shower cited the famous Hampden case of the 1630s, which established the subject's right to consent to all forms of taxation, and therefore implicitly invoked sections of the Declaration of Rights, which prevented the monarch from taxing subjects without their consent. Shower thus grafted the rhetoric of the Glorious Revolution onto Coke's earlier position that monopolies trampled on the ancient rights of English freemen. Without their consent, Englishmen could not be deprived of their freedom to prosper from an expanded slave trade. The future of the slave trade would hinge on the will of the English majority. Monopolistic restrictions on the trade were tyrannical. Using eminent legal authorities such as Bracton, Shower grounded access to an enlarged slave trade in Englishmen's ancient freedoms. 11. The right to trade in slaves, then, became equivalent with such sacred English rights as the right to political representation and the right to habeas corpus. The Africa trade debates became, at heart, about which version of the Africa trade the people of England would consent to. The African Company sought the parliamentary means to limit the right to trade in slaves to their charter. The separate traders opposed them. Because the right to trade derived from the right to political representation, political means provided the best methods of sustaining the right to economic self-interest. The separate traders used every means possible to demonstrate that the British people would not consent to a monopolistically organized slave trade. In the 1690s, the separate traders' ideology therefore advanced a constitutional argument for slave trade deregulation that associated their cause with the revolutionary settlement of 1689. As part of this strategy, the separate traders caricatured the African company's monopoly because of the strength of its ties with the displaced regime as the product and expression of the lascivious courtly corruption of the later Stuart kings. They alleged that the company misused the royal prerogative to compel people to invest in a scheme that many feared gave the company too many arbitrary powers, through the countenance of the then Duke of York their governor, and the strong influence of the beams of the then prerogative. A brood at length came forth to engage in a design so apparently opposite to the laws of the land, so destructive of the native liberty and freedom of the subjects of England, and so contrary to the true interest of the nation, with respect to its commerce. They reinterpreted certain aspects of the company's charter, most notably its stipulation that company personnel could seize the goods of interloping African traders and prosecute their captains and crews in company-sponsored admiralty courts as representative of the Jacobite tyranny from which William III had liberated England. Whenever anti-monopolists advanced these arguments, they helped to associate the slave trade with national pride. The separate traders' constitutional argument thus shifted from one opposing the arbitrary violation of English rights to one that asserted the popular political will. A free trade in the enslaved became emblematic of the liberties of the people. 12 One of the judges at the King's Bench who was involved in weakening the company's monopoly, Sir John Somers, later explained corollaries of anti-African company judgments in Nightingale v. Bridges and Docker v. Dickinson. Because of the constitutional right to use political means to sustain access to trade, petitioning became an invaluable means to object to the African company's proposal to limit slave trading to their monopoly. A non-Africa trade pamphlet justifying the right to petition asserted, wherever therefore any government is established, there the natural right which people had to secure what was their own, must be so far at least continued, as to allow them a liberty to petition for what they think their right, because this is a privilege which they could not give up, when they entered into society. Early 18th century conceptions of society involved the acceptance of political representation and the part played by representation in the management of economic opportunity. This acceptance naturalized political participation in government. The separate traders sought to style their goals in the language of the Revolution to depict their aims as conversant with and conducive of the restoration of an ancient constitution, which the later Stuarts, and their brood, had undermined with the help of their tyrannical royal company. 13 The need to gather parliamentary support for its cause and the power of the separate traders' constitutional argument led the African company to alter its ideological position in the 1690s. Just as the monopolists in the African trade had noted in the 1660s the self-serving features of freedom of trade arguments, so pamphleteers for the African company in the 1690s noted that the separate traders' constitutional arguments catered to narrow, private interests. The interlopers, according to one pamphleteer, while they pursue nothing but their private interest, do cover themselves with the mantle of pretended zeal for public liberties and rights. 14 The company began to detach itself from its patrician image by celebrating the capaciousness of its monopoly and how it could serve to further the interests of the individual subjects to whom the separate traders' constitutional argument sought to appeal. In response to an early separate trader petition from the merchants and planters of the island of Barbados, delivered October 30, 1690, an African company pamphlet styled the company as a public servant with an ever-watchful eye for the needy colonists, especially those who operated on a smaller scale. One African company correspondent claimed that the company offered a service to the less affluent, meaner planters. Echoing this argument, another pamphlet explained that a deregulated trade only served the interest of the grander plantation owners. The rich planters, having liberty to fetch Negroes, may furnish themselves with the best, and then to oblige those planters that are poor and needy, to take off the worst upon such terms, as they shall think fit to sell them. So we may be sure, that how careful soever the rich planters will be to provide for, and to furnish themselves with a multitude of lusty hands, yet they will not judge it for their interest to supply their poor neighbors. 15 The African Company's monopoly, so its pamphleteers argued, provided a means to manage the slave trade for the benefit of all ranks of American society. Their monopolistic version of the trade allowed rather than prevented broad participation in the Africa trade via its joint stock format and stressed the joint stock corporation's traditional deliberative and associational structure. A separate trader victory will be so far from rendering it the African trade more enlarged and national, that it will reduce it into fewer hands than it now is in. For while it is supported and carried on by a joint stock, persons of all qualities, sexes, and ages, are capable of being adventurers in it, and of having equal advantage by it with the very managers themselves, whereas upon the exchanging this way of management into the method of a regulated company, not only all females, children, and persons of great figure and lofty title, must be shut out, but it must immediately lapse into a few hands, and those such who are both the most wealthy and opulent, and whose alone province is traffic and commerce. Responding to the constitutional arguments of the independent slave traders after 1688, the African Company suggested that its joint stock format provided the surest means of protecting the atomized economic concerns of planters, merchants, and investors. 16. The parliamentary dispute between the separate traders and the Royal African Company entered a second stage from 1707 to 1714. During this time, the ideological positions adopted by both sides began to acquire greater sophistication. The dialogue intensified as each side interpreted the causes of the greatly expanded slave trade after the 1689 and 1698 deregulations. The dialogue also reflected a more varied ideological context, which stemmed from the shifting political fortunes of the political parties. Much of the richness of the debate emanated from discussions about the possibilities and perils of a commercialized society. The separate traders expanded on their 1690s constitutional opposition to the company. This argument had originally fixated on the idea of a national economy that was extrinsic to the wealth of the crown. From 1707 onward, the separate traders developed a vision for this economy that exhibited a distinctly modern cast, one that celebrated freedom to trade and open competition as surer buttresses to national wealth and greatness than an arbitrary state. Their 1690s argument had espoused the constitutional right to destroy economic restrictions. Their post-1707 argument, reflecting on the huge growth of the slave trade, argued for the economic expansion that destruction would have for the nation and the empire. The African Company responded via the writings of the political economist Charles Davenant. Davenant channeled growing concern about the corrupting effects of wealth into a criticism of deregulated trade that deployed Machiavellian language. The substance of the debate between the African Company and the separate traders reveals differing perspectives on national economic goals. The separate traders' political victory suggests that economic modernity arrived with the political modernization of interests. 17a 1707 Board of Trade Inquiry provided disputants from both sides with the opportunity to develop ideological positions. In December 1707, the London separate trader Richard Harris submitted a written response to the board's request for testimony about how the trade ought to be managed. Harris deployed a popular metaphor to illustrate the superiority of the separate traders' constitution for the trade, the beehive. This metaphor had been used by 17th-century English writers to represent Dutch frugality, discipline, and commercial success. In 1705, Bernard Mandeville had published The Grumbling Hive. Mandeville hoped to demonstrate that the wealthy leaders of the hive's attachment to Golden Age Republican ideas would, if implemented, restrict the hive's economy and lessen its power. Harris's depiction of the beehive combined both approaches. Harris compared two scenarios for the hive, one impersonating the African Company's vision for the trade and the other, the separate traders' vision. The African Company's hive involved the detachment of 25 elite bees to provide honey for the subsistence of the whole community. Although the 25 succeeded in fattening themselves, they failed to get enough for others in their custody so that the whole might starve for all them. Harris then depicted the separate traders' version of the hive. Suppose the whole hive went out and must starve unless each got enough for himself, which is most likely to get the most honey. Though the 25 did their duty, they would not fix on so many flowers as 200. These 25 drones, Harris went on, will take no pain to uphold the good of the hive. Why truly they must assuredly condone and starve while the bees of foreign hives gather the honey. Harris, like Mandeville, compared the power of individual interest, here characterized as pain and articulated as the desire to avoid starvation, to the dronish duty of social elites like the directors of the African Company. For both, individual interest would gather more wealth, honey, for society, that wealth would be better distributed within the society, to 200 rather than 25, and would better guarantee the state's national interest by preventing rival nations from collecting the wealth. Here was an ideological vision for the deregulated African trade that took the separate traders beyond their 1690s celebration of the right to oppose monopoly to an acclamation of deregulated trade as the handmaiden for an open, rich, and powerful society. In his application of this vision to the Africa trade dispute, Harris preempted the company riposte of self-interestedness by declaring, "The managers of all company IES have their own ends and private designs before the good of the whole or the nation, not taking the pains in trade as private person do who have no thoughts but of making good voyages for themselves and their country." 18 The Board of Trade Inquiries compelled Charles Davenant to begin pamphleteering against the separate traders. In early 1709, he would develop a sharp critique of the Harris position that was infused with country ideology, the view that self-interested commercial activity erodes society's traditional lifeblood and virtue and, if unregulated, could compromise the freedom of the state by making it vulnerable to outside attack. Railing against the celebration of individual, vicious interest that was the prime mover in Harris's hive, Davenant offered, in classical terms, the general good of mankind being the great end of all government, the humors, liberties, and private interests too, of particular persons, must always yield and give way to the common safety and general interest of the whole system of rationals. For Davenant, as for African Company apologists before him, the trade ought to be managed for the good of the state and the whole, not to advance the selfish interests of individuals or colonial cliques. The national interest, they believed, was the province of the state, especially so in the context of international competition for trade. Company pamphleteers therefore invoked the national interest to gain state approval for their proposals and to deflect accusations that their concerns did not extend beyond their own self-interest. 19 Unlike his predecessors, Davenant made explicit precisely how this state-sponsored trading entity would work. He compared the African trade to a state whose constitution ought to be perfected. And the correct constitution for such a state enfranchised all members of the social elite. He deftly avoided the thorny issue of the source of the state's legitimacy, the people. As a civic humanist, Davenant loudly proclaimed the importance of parliamentary deliberation to the integrity of the state, but such views had already been appropriated by his opponents. For Davenant, the interests of the British state were far better advanced by a joint stock monopoly company that could combine within its shareholders the expertise of merchants, landowners, policymakers, and officials than by a swirling mass of self-interested traders. Davenant summarized, any society of trade, consisting of a mixture of noblemen, gentlemen, and merchants, is much more likely to answer the ends of an united and joint management, in matters of trade, than if it consisted of merchants only. As a permanent body, this pool of expertise could be securely conveyed between generations. 20 Davenant supported a public utility model of the company that produced slaves according to demand, exported sufficient British goods to maintain employment, and extended generous credit to the colonists to develop the plantation's export and import economies. To preempt the accusation that the extent of the company's uncollected debts in America confirmed the weakness of its position, Davenant portrayed the African Company as a sympathetic, public-spirited banker for the colonies, and implied that the separate traders were too rapaciously self-interested to allow the development that the African companies' generous credit had produced in America. One substantial creditor is always much more indulging, and encouraging to a debtor, than an indefinite number of several petty creditors can be supposed to be, because each of these having different views, as well as separate interests, do commonly strive who shall outdo the other in diligence for recovering payment, till they ruin the common debtor, and render him incapable of doing justice to either, whereas, were he concerned only with one society of discreet persons, they would, for their own interest, have a generous and compassionate regard to his circumstances, and, by a reasonable forbearance, enable him to pay themselves, and to continue a correspondence and dealing with them, and to improve his own plantation into the bargain. 21 Alongside his depiction of the company as a generous banker to the colonists, Davenant chose to focus his readers' attention on the company's sovereignty over its eastern Atlantic, African domain, rather than its West Indian markets. Davenant justified the company's monopoly with reference to its forts on the West African coast. These forts became the central focus of the African Company's appeals in Parliament. They would embody, so the African Company argued, the strength of the British state in view of the barbarous natives and the ruthless representatives of European rivals who swarmed the coast of Africa. Interlopers, by definition, without preconcerted rules of management, could not convey any of the legitimating force of government to heathen peoples and, therefore, could not serve as a conductor for the coercive power of the state, as Davenant prescribed. The African Company's monopoly also allowed it to assert the interests of the British state against the intense competition of other European nations on the coast of Africa. 2298. Deregulation, 1672–1712. An African Company petition of January 20, 1709, noted that the unbounded liberty of the separate traders created a divided interest on the African coast that ruthless African vendors exploited to increase the price of slaves. Davenant suggested that this divided interest lessened the British state's effectiveness when competing on the African coast. There is a maxim of policy which holds good among companies for trade, as well as kingdoms and states, that wherever any power or force is to be exercised, the more contracted and united that power is, the more prevalent will be the effects thereof. The African Company believed its restored monopoly would provide this contracted, united power. 23 Between February and April 1709, a separate trader pamphleteer took issue with several of Davenant's arguments in Reflections. The starkly contrasting interpretations of what best constituted the nation's interest that emerged from these dialogues helped to generate new ideological positions. These exchanges are worth quoting at length. In some remarks on a pamphlet, called Reflections, the anonymous author replied to Davenant about whether it is not for the nation's interest to carry on the trade by excluding the separate traders, and commit the charge to a collective society by asking his urban, trading audience in London whether it is reasonable to shut up all the linen drapers' shops between Aldgate and Temple Bar, and commit the charge of that trade to one person only. What would happen to the national economy if Parliament reduced the management of all of London's clothing retailers to a single organisation? By the same logic, what effect would the African Company's monopoly have on the British Atlantic economy as a whole? 24 Davenant responded in Part 3 of Reflections by driving a wedge between the separate traders and the company's conceptions of the national interest. For Davenant, the national interest was something upheld overseas. For the author of some remarks, the national interest referred to the collective economic opportunities of merchants within England. Davenant suggested that a properly constituted African trade should favor the projection of British power on the African coast over the development of the British economy at home. Pray, what affinity has the linen drapers' shops between Aldgate and Temple Bar to the nature and uncommon circumstances of the trade on the coast of Africa? Have the French, Dutch, Danes, Brandenburgers and Portuguese any forts and castles between Aldgate and Temple Bar? It was essential for the British to maintain a united front against European trading rivals. For the author of some remarks, The African company's interpretation of the national interest threatened Britain's true interest because it led the company to use its coercive power to oppress independent British traders and prevent them from generating the wealth that made Britain happy and powerful. He viewed the national interest in terms of the interest of the people, not the state. The African company hath committed to its charge a sort of military power over him the separate trader, by means of soldiers, forts, and castles, etc., whereby he is enabled to oppress and abuse such his fellow trader in what manner he pleases, and hinder him from trading, though he don't trade himself. 25 This exchange demonstrates the widening gulf in the two sides' interpretations of the national interest. For the company, national interest was equivalent to state interest. For the separate traders, the interest of the state was inseparable from the interest of the people, only the people could determine the national interest. Here, then, was the beginning of a neo-Roman argument for slave trade deregulation to match Davenant's civic humanist concern about the corrupting social effects of self-interest. Throughout the pamphlet debates of 1710 and 1711, the separate traders continued to develop their conception of the national interest, which drew on traditional anti-monopoly rhetoric, the constitutional arguments of the 1690s, Richard Harris's hive analogy, and the wish of the author of some remarks that the trade be managed for the interests of the people, not those of the state. An important innovation was their effort to define the national interest with reference to breadth of participation in the trade rather than the strategic interests of the government overseas. This strategy responded to Davenant's humanist concern that celebrations of individual self-interest would undermine the liberty of the state. Separate trader writers emphasized that participation in trade would uphold Britain's liberty by expanding its economy and improving its military might. Freedom of trade was seen as the surest way to encourage imperial expansion and the discovery of new markets. They argued, in petitions and pamphlets, that naval frigates, financed by a buoyant national economy, would be far better at defending British interests on the African coast than the company's profligate forts. They also encouraged the accommodation of the colonial periphery and contested the supremacy of the royal prerogative as the absolute law of Britain's American dominions. In direct contrast to the African Company, which had connected royal patronage with the prosperity of the realm, the separate traders believed prosperity emanated from the aggregate enterprise of private merchants. This emanation entailed political manifestations of private interests that were separate from the Crown's sovereign repository. 26 To the supporters of deregulated trade, the African Company's monopoly represented the most pernicious species of state intervention in the economy. It undermined the national interest because it prevented breadth of participation in the African trade. In the separate traders' most dramatic invocations, the African Company's monopoly came to represent an engrosser of the entirety of a trade that Atlantic merchants increasingly regarded as inherently deregulated. To erect an African Company exclusive, is to subject the trade of one half of the world, the trade of Africa and America, and the navigation depending thereon, to but one person, which would prove a monopoly, in every respect, the most grievous to the subject of any in the worst of times, being effectually three companies under one denomination, a woolen manufacture company at home, a Negro company in the plantations, and in short, a general West India Company, who would have the power of laying what excise they pleased on the productions of our plantations, consumed at home and abroad. 27 For the separate traders, the national interest was the interest of each individual subject, regardless of their profession or where in the kingdom they lived. The 1707 Act of Union with Scotland and its codification of universal access to pillars of the English and Scottish economies within Britain encouraged the deployment of this rhetoric. Their notion of the national interest evolved from deliberations between government and interest groups, rather than from the state, and it focused on those who via taxation financed the government, rather than on the interests of the government itself. In essence, the separate traders understood the national interest in terms of the breadth of the benefits that would accrue to the national community of traders. The phrase national interest came to embody a mixture of concerns: full employment, in both the manufacturing and agricultural sectors, sufficient national income to sustain military campaigns abroad, and, increasingly, the growth of the economy evenly spread across the kingdom. As one separate trader petition put it on January 29, 1708, the trade ought to be managed in such a way as may turn to the advantage of the British nation in general. 28 With breadth of participation in trade, believed the separate traders, came a proportionate increase in the scale of the economy, and from a large economy came a strong state. The liberated slave trade would stimulate the economy as a whole because the economy would grow in proportion to the number of men involved in the trade. As a nation's riches consists in the diffusiveness of them, wrote one pamphleteer, so trade, the source of riches, ought to be as extensive and diffusive. 29 Defining the national interest as breadth of participation was, as indicated previously, a response to Davenant's arguments in Reflections. Separate trader pamphleteers proved intellectually agile in co-opting the company's republican language for their own ends. One argued that open trade put the good of the national economy ahead of the interest of the individual merchant better than the African company's monopoly. When trade is distributed into many separate hands, it cannot answer each particular man's private interests so much, as if he was the sole proprietor of the trade, but yet the nation gains more by such a distribution. As much as domination of their markets represented the ideal for independent traders, a deregulated trade would better advance the national interest as a whole. 30 By 1711, the separate traders also began to express their support for the national interest by emphasizing the geographical breadth and diversity of their trading area, as opposed to the African company's focus on London. Provincial cities were proving more successful at asserting themselves on the national political stage in this period. Petitions to Parliament from provincial towns and cities increased by a factor of 20. The separate traders branded themselves the friends of the outports and the supporters of non-metropolitan trade. The African company's monopoly was contrary to the national interest, they argued, because it prevented the economy outside London from developing. One pamphleteer complained, "Are not we of the outports fellow subjects of Great Britain? Where are our liberties?" Another worried, "But what availeth the so long desired peace, if trade is to be locked up in London?" According to the separate traders' conception of the national interest, taxation revenues derived from trade had helped to finance the nation's war with France, because that war enlarged and extended trading opportunities for all during peacetime. Such ideas received additional support from the perceived contribution the commercial economy made to the war effort during the 9 Years' War and the War of Spanish Succession. Apologists for a commercial society attributed England's hard-won victories to an abundance of trade. These wars helped to increase the social appeal of commercial activity and the ideology that supported it as more and more pamphleteers connected victory, and therefore liberty, to national wealth. 31 The separate traders' focus on non-metropolitan trade and the individual merchant as keys to advancing the national interest included extolling the honest provincial trader over and above the moneyed speculator of the nefarious capital. They worked hard to associate the African company with the corrupt practices of stock-jobbing financial speculators in the City of London. One pamphleteer referred to the company's political strategy as stock-jobbing politics because he believed that the company lobbied to achieve short-term increases in its share price rather than to secure the interests of the nation as a whole. The separate traders also proposed to advance the interests of the ordinary provincial craftsman over the metropolitan dilettantes. The African company, wrote another pamphleteer, discriminated against the experienced merchants of Bristol and the outports, in favor of the unskilled at London. The ingenuity of the ordinary trader far outweighed social rank, which the African company persistently favored. One separate trader looked forward to a time when the coast of African was run by soldiers instead of generals. The legislature would recognize the worthiness of their cause, believed the separate traders, because it articulated benefits to the population as a whole. 32 The separate traders buttressed their ambition to spread access to slave trading to all ranks of society with political tactics that involved broad support. At the beginning of the 18th century, political disputes increasingly resembled popularity contests. Moving with the times, the separate traders placed more value on the number of signatures on their petitions than the status of their signatories, in contrast to the African company. Sensitive to their parliamentary audience, a pamphleteer warned that a revamped monopolistic Royal African Company could, as the East India Company had in the election of 1700 to 1701, have such an influence in many boroughs of England in their elections, that deserves gentlemen's consideration. The separate traders contrasted their popular mandate with the belief that a restored African company monopoly would have the power to subvert political liberties. 33 The African company's pamphleteers disputed, as in earlier stages of the debate, the claims of the independent slave traders to represent the interests of the mass of ordinary traders. The company challenged the separate traders' claims about being representative of a large, burgeoning Atlantic market. They questioned whether free trade would necessarily enlarge the scale of Britain's slave trade. The company accurately stressed the oligarchic profile of the separate traders' elite political leadership, men like Sir Gilbert Heathcote, Robert Haysham, and Makaja Perry, to draw a contrast with the African company's many hundreds of shareholders and creditors. A pro-company pamphleteer turned a separate trader allegation on its head by arguing that a victory by the separate traders in the dispute would engross the African trade in the hands of 10 or 12 separate traders. Another suggested that the separate traders were a set of men, who suffer themselves to be led by the caprice, humor, and unaccountable designs of 2 or 3 persons who displayed gross ignorance of the African trade. And a third portrayed them as a group of arbitrary oligarchs who were determined to engross the trade in a manner far in excess of the company. 34. The separate traders' conception of the national interest as the interest of the people enabled them to depict the individual trader as the lifeblood of society whose political rights ought to be protected and upheld. With this idea, their post-1707 ideology closely resembled that advanced with reference to the Constitution in the 1690s. As the second stage of debate waged on, the separate traders more frequently collapsed the right to pursue political means to assert their economic self-interest into that most elastic of all 18th-century motifs, freedom. The campaign to liberalize the slave trade thus became a cause that championed freedom over slavery. To rally their cause, the separate traders celebrated the right to trade as an inherent feature of the national character. One pamphleteer wrote, "Freedoms of trade are the fundamental point of English liberty." Liberty continued to invoke the legal privilege of individuals and groups, whereas freedom shifted from an aggregated description of the national economy and of national autonomy to an individual right. More than a third of the parliamentary petitions seeking to deregulate the slave trade referred to the desire to have the trade freed or to the inherent right to freedom of trade. Separate traders depicted monopolies, as a result, as stains on the national character. Without any appreciation of the irony of the language, one pamphlet asserted that monopolies are the badges of a slavish people. If this so beneficial a trade was but freed from that nest of drones, the African company, and industry left at liberty farther to improve it, the nation would quickly be convinced that nothing hitherto but an English freedom has been wanting to extend the trade. 35 The separate traders therefore began to deploy both of the early modern conceptions of freedom. They continued to assert that Parliament was the arbiter of the national interest, and they fastened the cause of slave trade escalation to the neo-Roman theory of free states. They applauded the potential that the parliamentary system provided for merchants to translate their political rights into enlarged economic opportunity for all and the part played by this enlarged opportunity in defending Britain's interests internationally. By 1710, the separate traders also began to celebrate their personal freedom to trade without the restraint proposed by a statute to support monopoly. They thus naturalized the freedom to trade, deregulated trade, that is, one not governed by statute, became the default approach for the national economy. 36 To blend these understandings of freedom and liberty, the separate traders noted how the removal of trading constraints for individual subjects would benefit the national economy as a whole. The individual right to access the economy had public connotations. This change invigorated the ideological challenge to monopoly trading companies. One Bristolian separate trader explained, "Of all cases relating to the public, none is more destructive to the subject's liberty, and renders them more uneasy, than the establishment of monopolies in trade, which were always esteemed the greatest badges of slavery and oppression." A proposal to regulate the national economy became subjected to the increasingly interchangeable interests of the subject's liberty and the public. This interchangeability helped self-interested behavior receive the cultural endorsement of venerable constitutional language. The residual belief, upheld in public by Davenant and the African Company, that the pursuit of self-interest could have socially destabilizing effects obliged separate trader pamphleteers to perpetrate an ingenious subterfuge. The social benefits of the ideology of interest would be expressed, unlike the national interest, with the help of that older political language, the language of the liberty of the subject. 37 The campaign by the separate traders to enlarge the slave trade thus saw them blend several discrete ideological positions: the constitutional freedom to representation, the right to use politics in an interested way, the more abstract notion of freedom as the absence of legal constraint, and that great intellectual achievement of the 18th century, the belief that individual self-interest could benefit the economy as a whole. This blending of ideas provided the ultimate means of combining the separate traders' interests with their evolving ideology and their political tactics. Few lobbies examined and used the connections between these various expressions of freedom at the beginning of the 18th century more than the separate traders to Africa. Fewer still deployed arguments for freedom with such sophistication to achieve an enlargement of unfreedom on this scale. By 1711, the African Company's writers had begun to challenge the sincerity of the separate traders' liberty crusade. The company's pamphleteering apologists noted that the separate traders' rhetorical connection between liberty and slave trade escalation had deceived many well-meaning persons into supporting the cause of a deregulated slave trade. They characterized the separate traders' attachment to liberty as intoxication, referring to their having taken their swill of liberty. Pamphleteers began to associate the separate traders' version of the trade with the social criticisms of commerce, which had earlier been voiced by the Society for the Reformation of Manners. The African Company helped to replace the 17th century explanation for vice luxury with what would become the 18th century's equivalent excess of liberty. 38 For the African Company, liberty referred to the sanctity of property. Petitions repeatedly referred to the company's rights as a body politic, especially during the parliamentary sessions in the spring of 1712, when the company came close to being dissolved. One apologist believed free trade would tyrannically dispossess the company of its property. The company humbly conceive, they are purchasers, and that it's hard, their territories, so purchased and fortified at their immense charges, should be invaded and violated by their fellow subjects, under the notion of free and open traders. Separate traders responded with examples of parliaments intervening to compulsorily purchase property for the public good, a process one compared to the demolition of a private house to build a new street. For the company, its charter represented its property. And property was as exclusive for the company as the right to trade was universal for the separate traders. If the company have such property, a company propagandist declared, it must of consequence be an exclusive property, for if it be common to all, it can be no property. Property was, then, according to one Royal African Company formulation, antithetical to the widening of economic opportunity. A pamphleteer neatly summarized, for, though liberty and property are very desirable things, when they go hand in hand, yet 'tis hop that the one will never be indulged to destroy the other. 39. 1 Pro. African Company author proposed to deconstruct the word liberty to discredit the separate traders as the harbingers of political chaos and promote the company as the backbone of an ordered, stable society. This author drew a distinction between natural and civil liberty. Natural liberty could have no practical relevance in a debate about the future organization of the slave trade because it is only another name for anarchy and confusion, and in such a sense the arguments drawn from the birthright and liberty of the subject plead equally against all the corporations of Great Britain and against all orders and distinctions of men, as against a joint stock constitution, which I hope no honest member of any society would think of, without horror and detestation. The company apologist went on to illustrate how joint stock monopoly companies would advance civil liberty and a harmonious society, but if by liberty, be meant a civil liberty, such as is most agreeable to, and best adapted for promoting the common interests of the whole community, then, I humbly conceive the advocates for a joint stock, are most truly and sincerely desirous of such a liberty. For, if a new joint stock be subscribed, as large as the trade can bear, and all and every of Her Majesty's subjects of Great Britain and the plantations, who shall or may be inclined to trade to Africa, be admitted to subscribe, or buy what share of that common stock they think fit, and thereby be set upon an equal foot with all the rest of their fellow subjects, and entitled to a share of the profits of the trade, in proportion to their respective adventures, I confess, I can see no reason to surmise, that such a constitution would be in the least repugnant to the civil liberty of the subject. Nay, I hope I have already made it appear, that our civil rights and liberty to the trade cannot be preserved and secured, but by such a joint stock constitution. 40 The separate traders' persistent claim to extend economic opportunity to the nation as a whole allowed the African Company to regroup around a vision of an ordered, harmonious society. The natural law arguments that the separate traders advanced in favor of the escalation of the slave trade portrayed a large constituency who might benefit from deregulation. For the company, such arguments provided an opportunity to stress their ideological preference for an ordered, more humane society that promoted social responsibility. Joint stock monopoly companies have not only the discoveries, observations, and experience of their predecessors standing always upon record before them, by a continued series of journals, etc. But as in the body natural, so even the weakest member of such a society may, in some respect or other, be made useful to the common interest of the whole body politic, yet and partake too, in some measure, of the knowledge, understanding, and judgment of those other members whom God has blessed with a more than ordinary portion thereof. Here was an old, medieval argument for the corporation rehashed for a rapidly commercializing society. The company's monopoly would provide the glue to repair the social fracturing brought about by deregulated trade that the company depicted either as a Hobbesian nightmare or referenced, by 1714, as derivative of the tales of evil. The company would also provide what Daniel Defoe repeatedly described as security for the slave trade, that is, guarantees that the trade would continue regardless of prevailing trading conditions. 41 By the final years of the Africa trade debates, before the complete deregulation of the slave trade, separate trader pamphleteers disputed the African Company's accusations that an unregulated trade would create an uncertain, unreliable trade. They did so by articulating ideas that would become pillars of economic theory. One writer argued that free trade would offer a vent for every citizen's natural and insatiable desire to truck and barter. The market appeared as a system that operated with more certainty and more efficiency than a state-run trade. Individual interest would provide a more reliable basis for trade than state fiat. There can be no greater security of the continuance of any branch of our foreign trade, than the absolute and everlasting necessity thereof, as is the case of the trade to Africa, by reason of its being founded on the commutation of cloths, and other merchandise necessary to human life, for gold, negroes, elephants' teeth, dyewoods, and other useful commodities produced in Africa. So that till men cease to wear clothes and rather choose to go naked, till the planters cease to cultivate their lands, and rather choose to starve, till gold becomes out of esteem, and mankind cease to seek farther after it, till our sheep cease to produce wool, and our poor choose to perish rather than work, in short, till there is an end of all commerce in the world, there is a greater certainty of the continuance and security of our African trade, than of any other branch of foreign trade. Whatever. 42 A deregulated trade also allowed the market to induce competition between independent traders that produced important, national, public benefits. The political right to trade, and to lobby to guarantee that right, produced economic benefits. These benefits resulted from the free rein that deregulated trade offered to each individual trader's ingenuity and industry. One pamphleteer argued the African Company's monopoly power would inhibit its ability to innovate in the trade, whereas the different genius of the independent slave traders will direct them daily to new experiments for extending the trade. who will thereby transmit down more observations and experiences than any one body of men can do, going on in the same dull track of their predecessors, and wedded to their errors perhaps for want of attempting new experiences which might discover them. Another separate trader added, "'Tis an undoubted truth, that nothing conduces so much to the increase of trade, as emulation among traders, and to that point chiefly we owe our greatest discoveries and improvements in trade, which cannot be in an exclusive company, who have no rivals." 43. For these separate trader pamphleteers, independent trade brought competition, which involved social emulation. This emulation would provide a surer means of transmitting trading expertise to participants in the British economy than any emphasis the company might place on discoveries, observations and experience of their predecessors standing always upon record before them, by a continued series of journals. The separate traders proposed an adversarial model of social interaction as the best means to develop the national economy, one that contrasted directly with the African Company's hierarchical model. 44. Daniel Defoe, on the other hand, insisted on a unified, controlled African trade. He argued, the effect of rivals in trade is always lessening the trade first, then lessening the profits by underselling to ruin one another, and at last both are undone. Likewise for Thomas Phipps, another African Company pamphleteer and servant, security of property represented a surer encouragement of industry and growth than competition. The field that lies common for all people, is always beggared and neglected. It is property that incites industry, and perpetuity that gives encouragement for improvements for future generations. The company's charter represented a public property that if dissolved would jeopardize the collective economic incentives and commercial expertise of the trading populace. 45. For the separate traders, however, deregulated trade produced national economic and military benefits because it transferred responsibility for trade away from government and to those animal spirits, those springs of riches which have enabled us to spend 100 millions for the sake of our liberties in a long and bloody war. The growing sense that a trader's desire to profit would guarantee the security of trade, that competition between traders was good for customers, and that the market would operate regardless of the state helped to make it easier for the state and for the public to countenance the separate traders' lobbying victory, the complete deregulation of the trade. 46. As inherent to being English as the rights to trial by jury and political representation. This right derived from a political tradition and a political language and had efficacy before economic thinking endorsed the macroeconomic effects of self-interested lobbying. Arguments in favor of free trade were typically advanced according to rights better characterized as political than economic, or they referred to unregulated trade as the English economy's state of nature, without espousing economic theory. For the separate traders, freedom primarily involved the political right to defend individual economic self-interest, which included the right to use politics to pursue a deregulated market. Supporters of free trade did not, on the whole, formulate arguments based upon the efficiency of unregulated markets. When such arguments were deployed, their authors intended them as justifications for deregulation after the fact. The separate traders achieved that deregulation by celebrating the natural and politically constituted right to trade, rather than the economic measures that came to recommend access to that right. The African Company built its case for statutory endorsement around its suitability as a vessel for the coercive power of the British state against barbarous heathen Africans and ruthless European rivals. For its opponents, the African Company represented all that appeared outmoded and pernicious about the old political system. Breadth of participation in the economy, both geographically and socially, defined free trade and thus supported the national interest. The separate traders' fixation with the deliberative, popular definition of the national interest would endear their version of the trade to a parliamentary and extra-parliamentary audience who would embrace the legislative vacuum that their persuasive political ideas and successful lobbying tactics would help produce. Each side fixated on liberty when seeking to persuade the public of its legitimacy. For the separate traders, the liberty to trade would expand the economy and produce benefits for the nation as a whole. The political liberty to influence the British state style of regulation via parliamentary lobbying was also important to their ideology, and their strategy. For the African company, liberty meant the enjoyment of the full benefits of their property, their monopoly. This attempt to co-opt the separate traders' rhetoric suggests the extent to which the African company's earlier arguments that its monopoly would provide a surer vehicle for the coercive power of the state had been discredited by the impressive enlargement of the African trade that the separate traders' political campaign had produced. To match their largely Atlantic personnel, the separate traders began to formulate ideas that would become strongly associated with the British Atlantic context: the freedom to trade, the right to political representation to assert that freedom, the belief in market deregulation, and the unsuitability of monopolies for the Atlantic world market where they, so one separate trader put it, hath cramped and crippled the plantations in a grievous manner. It hath been a mere canker upon them, and hath eaten them out, it hath sucked the marrow out of their bones. 47 If the interests and ideas of the separate traders and the African company are considered together, the differences between the two suggest an ideological bifurcation on West Indian, for the separate traders, and East Indian, for the African company, lines. The African company's fixation on the interests of the British state in Africa was the cornerstone of its justification for its joint stock monopoly. Its mistaken belief that it had as much right to its charter territories as the separate traders had to their plantation houses forced separate traders to spell out the realities of Atlantic trade, but supposing the company's title to the land of Africa was as good as those of the planters of Barbados or other colonies, do any of those colonies hinder anybody from trading there? For the separate traders, the Atlantic was to be a mare liberum. Their Atlantic outlook and their distinctive association of Atlantic trade with deregulation also helped them to accommodate the East India Company into their vision of Britain's trading empire, in response to the African Company's apologists, who had been encouraged by the rising fortunes of the East Indian Company's monopoly after 1708. The reason for doing the one monopolizing the East India trade, is the true reason for not doing the other, the African trade, because the exports to India being bullion, and the imports from thence consisting of such commodities as very much interfere with the manufactures of Great Britain, therefore such a trade ought to be confined to but one exporter and one importer. But in the African trade, the exports consisting of the woolen and other manufactures of Great Britain, and the imports consisting of gold, elephants' teeth, and hands absolutely necessary for raising the productions of our plantations, of much more advantage to us than gold or silver, 'tis better, doubtless, to open such a trade to 10,000 exporters and importers, than confine it to one person or company exclusive. 48. The African Company's principal ideological faux pas was to mistake its West Indian customers for its African clients. It elected to treat its American customers and rivals with the same barbarism as its African vendors. But, unlike the African vendors and the East Indian Company's customer base in South Asia, the African Company's plantation customers enjoyed representation within the metropolitan political system, one that increasingly adjudicated how Britain's overseas economy was regulated. Institutional changes would ensure that these customers would seek and achieve revenge on the African Company by destroying its monopoly and expanding the scale of Britain's transatlantic slave trade. The African Company's ideological campaign failed because it could not reconcile its East Indian ideology with the West Indian ideology of its customers and competitors. The separate traders were able to disconnect their activities from the state, whereas the East India interlopers were bound ever tighter to the state by becoming a critical source of government finance. But this was as much a story of differing political strategies as one of contrasting ideological post-war. The strategies as witches do the devil. Daniel Defoe left the public gallery of the House of Commons late on March 17, 1709. As he hurried past chamber porters whose pockets stretched with bribes, into the court of requests filled with tireless lobbyists, printers, petitioners, and beleaguered members of Parliament, and out into a cold Westminster evening, his reflections on the day began to anger him. What Defoe had observed, and at times recorded for his newspaper, Review of the State of the British Nation, about the political strategies of both sides in the Africa trade debates greatly concerned him. Throughout his coverage, Defoe supported the Royal African Company against the separate traders because the vicissitudes of a deregulated trade could not guarantee that the strategically important Africa trade would be continued regardless of trading conditions. No men, or set of men in the nation, ought to be trusted with, or engaged in the trade to Africa, but such as can give to this kingdom a certain security, that the trade shall be preserved to the nation. One, the African debates provided more for Defoe's journalistic antennae than a sectional conflict. They confirmed his worst fears about what the Glorious Revolution had done to English politics. The Africa trade debates, protracted since January 1690, dragged on for a further 4 sessions of Parliament. Defoe believed that their inconclusiveness indicated a new inadequacy in the political process. Participants in the dispute, Defoe declared, seemed to give over disputing for conviction of one another, and labor to possess other men, with the reasonableness of their respective pretensions. Defoe believed that, in attempting to court popular support for a particular position, participants discarded the need to agree to a perfect solution. He went on about the unhappy custom of the age, viz. of appearing for or against, as parties, prejudices, friendships, examples, or interests guide us, rather than by the true method of inquiring into the bottom of things, and impartially judging, according to the weight of their proper merit. In other words, truth for Defoe existed independently of the opinions of those involved in the dispute. So often a champion of the people's importance to politics, Defoe had become concerned about the unsettling interventions of the mob when campaigning in favor of the Act of Union between England and Scotland, which was agreed in 1707. By the time of the Africa trade debates, Defoe argued that effective government would be undermined by the need to court the multitude. Parliamentary deliberation had sacrificed the ends of debate for the means. Defoe ended by expressing his hope the time may come again, when men of sense shall judge things as they are, rather than as men of art would make them seem to be. By art, Defoe meant the art of political strategy. Point 2. As he crossed Whitehall, Defoe encountered another Africa trade pundit, who, unlike Defoe, appeared all in joy. The man, whom Defoe did not name, began to boast about the achievement that day of a parliamentary resolution. This resolution supposed that a regulated company, one open to all traders on payment of a small membership fee, provided the best means to finance the African company's forts. Defoe repeatedly objected to this idea because he believed that a regulated company could not ensure the security of the Africa trade as effectively as a joint stock monopoly company could. Defoe assumed that the man must be an opponent of the Royal African Company because the resolution favored the dissolution of the old joint stock company and the formation of a new regulated company. Point 3. Defoe's discovery that the man was an African company supporter provided the most interesting insight of the day. Defoe continued, being inquisitive of the reasons and foundations of his joy, he told me, because the committee had resolved upon establishing that trade just as the company desired. Defoe expressed amusement at this seeming contradiction. The man supported his statement by explaining that the House's resolution determines for the company's proposal, for it is impossible, the separate traders can offer anything that can provide for the preserving the trade by maintaining forts and castles. African company supporters, so Defoe inferred, had engineered parliamentary resolutions that, if passed, would threaten the company's existence. But such resolutions would also undermine the separate traders' position. As Defoe acknowledged, the separate traders' proposals could not gain parliamentary approval because they failed to support the African company's forts, and therefore the interests of the British state and the security of the trade. Defoe's initial misidentification of the man suggests that Defoe believed the separate traders would welcome resolutions in favor of a regulated African company. But, owing to the joyful man's declarations, Defoe began to understand the subtle mechanisms of the early 18th century British Parliament more fully and the effective lobbying strategies of interests within it. Point 4. Had he encountered a separate trader lobbyist on that evening, however, Defoe would have been confronted with the same joyful pleasure at the day's outcome. By 1711, he had come to comprehend the separate traders' lobbying strategy. They cared not whether the Parliament did anything or no, provided they did but delay the company, for then they knew the thing would fall into their hands. Of course, the company not being able to stand of themselves, without some act was passed in their favor, which they had nothing to do but to prevent. The African company required a statute in its favor to resurrect its monopolistic charter. The separate traders could operate freely in a legislative vacuum as soon as the Act of 1698 expired, which it did in 1712. Their lobbying strategy of filibustering parliamentary deliberations worked to their advantage as long as they used parliamentary discussions to develop the impression of sincere and broad public enthusiasm for a deregulated trade. Defoe was familiar with this style of politicking. He had used the press during the Standing Army controversy in the late 1690s to influence parliamentary deliberations by creating the impression of public support for a disbanded military. What angered him about the separate traders' deployment of this political technique was their success in gathering support from what Defoe would characterize from 1708 as the hellish legions of the masses. 5 But the separate traders' political strategy worked. Its success hinged upon political circumstances brought about by the constitutional changes of the late 1680s. Greater traction for public opinion in Parliament in the 1690s, Parliament's legislative supremacy over economic matters, and the increasing tendency of pamphleteers to associate economic benefits with deregulation all encouraged the separate traders to generate the impression of broad public support for independent slave trading, thus justifying parliamentary inaction and the complete deregulation of the trade. The Africa trade proceeded from 1712 according to a legislative vacuum engineered by a political strategy that fastened, in a pioneering way, core tenets of liberal politics: the importance of public deliberation and the people with prophetic features of liberal economics, the belief that economies grow in the absence of state intervention. The separate traders' more acute understanding of the early 18th century legislative process allowed them to ensure that Britain's slave trade would proceed, from 1712, without any form of regulation by the British state. Compared below are the political strategies of the separate traders and the African Company, their respective political actions, mediated by political ideologies and in response to changing political and constitutional circumstances, which sought to engineer regulatory outcomes to satisfy their different interests. The principal structural change in this period was parliamentary supremacy over state regulation of the national economy. Because the monopolistic African Company expressed the monarchical dominion and the separate traders expressed the use of parliamentary influence, the shift overwhelmingly favored the separate traders' campaign to deregulate the slave trade. Once the Africa trade debates began in Parliament from 1690, the separate traders appeared as a reactive interest group, one that had to respond to the flawed strategy of the company. The separate traders' strategy did not discourage parliamentary deliberation or public interest in the Africa trade dispute. By the early years of the 18th century, both factions worked hard to develop political support for their lobbies. On the contrary, the Africa trade dispute produced more petitions and more pamphlets than any other issue relating to overseas trade policy during the first quarter century after 1688. The length of the Africa trade deliberations, from 1690 to 1713, and the extent of public participation helped to discredit the company in the public's imagination and cement the idea that slave trade deregulation represented the sense of the nation. The separate traders also used their public support and the scale of their expansive trade to generate political capital in the colonies, which enabled them to supplant the African Company's entrenched creditor power there and help them to evade payment of the 10% duty the 1698 statute had imposed on the trade. From the changes to transatlantic lobbying to the nuances of statutory regulation, the separate traders exposed the difficulties that the company faced in attempting to adapt to a new political environment. Their superior appreciation of the new interdependence of political and economic interests would ensure that the slave trade would become one of the very first of Britain's overseas trades to be made free. 6. The separate traders' political strategy was to cultivate the broadest base of public support possible and express that support in petitions to block the African Company's attempts to achieve statutory confirmation of its monopoly. Once the 1698 statute ended, they would lobby for parliamentary resolutions and support from the Board of Trade to develop public approval for the deregulated trade. This strategy aligned with their avowed ideology, that the national interest, as arbitrated by their primary constitutional friend, Parliament, was best defined by the participation of the populace, not by the ministry, the crown, or the state. Petitioning and lobbying in person were the perfect expressions of the constitutional right to protect free trade, which the separate traders often celebrated. They connected the publicly authorized legislative vacuum that precipitated free trade with the right to trade that they increasingly articulated as natural and that reflected their broadly based interests. From the early 1690s, the English legislative process became more responsive to the interests of an increasingly assertive constituency in the provinces and on the colonial periphery. Many on this periphery opposed the Royal African Company's monopoly. The increased use of petitions to record grievances and legitimize requests for parliamentary sanction thus saw the Royal African Company under siege from numerous interests cultivated by and sympathetic to the separate traders. The separate traders enjoyed the support at one time or another during the debates of 40 different petitioning locations, whereas the company received support from just 11. The separate traders obtained 61 petitions from the English provinces, compared to 11 for the company. Similarly, the Act of Union and the expectations it produced among Scottish commercial interests encouraged Scottish merchants to lobby Parliament when they believed the capital engrossed economic opportunity. Scottish boroughs submitted 9 petitions against the company, citing that a monopolistically organized slave trade would contravene Articles 4 and 21 of the Act of Union, which referred to the free trade area that the Union created and the ancient rights of Scottish boroughs. The separate traders' ideological commitment to satisfying the national interest, with breadth of participation, rather than through appeals to the state interest, as was the company's strategy, saw support for deregulated trade achieve a remarkably broad platform. They were committed to politicking and building a political constituency. Parliament had become the recognized champion of the national interest, and the separate traders understood the importance of matching the tone of their campaign, and its actions, with the vogue for parliamentary politics both inside and outside the chambers of Parliament. 7. The barrage of petitioning on behalf of the separate traders was partly cultivated by the separate traders' political leadership and partly sincere, spontaneous reaction to the African Company's attempts to achieve statutory support for its monopolistic charter. The separate traders appreciated the need to actively cultivate support in their political campaign. Unlike the African Company, they had no scruples about pursuing their own interests through political maneuvering. The mobilization of political support was good politics, the new politics, which, in turn, legitimate their interest as the public interest. The separate traders' Westminster lobby also proved responsive to outside interests. Powerful mercantile groups, like the Bristol Society of Merchant Venturers, that were likely to resist attempts by metropolitan interests to represent them often sent their members to monitor the progress of the Africa trade debates. The Bristol Society provided the Bristol Member of Parliament, MP, Joseph Earl, with a butt of sherry wine to be distributed in Westminster to further the interests of the company's opponents. Provincial petitions purported to be responses to reports of African Company attempts to achieve a monopolizing statute. Local MPs often notified provincial interest groups of the African Company's activities in Parliament. 8 Separate traders themselves often raised the alarm of monopoly in the provinces. The process of accruing provincial signatories for petitions reveals much about the delicately weighted balance of power between the cultivators of petitions and those who signed them. The Tory MP for Liverpool and a separate trader, William Clayton, gathered Liverpudlian signatories for a petition from his constituency before forwarding the petition to London, where he hoped still more people would sign. Jasper Maudet, the company's agent in Liverpool, described that their Member of Parliament have sent down a petition to be signed against the company's proceedings in Parliament. A petition from Liverpool duly appeared before Parliament on February 11, 1709. Later that year, the Tory separate trader, Robert Haysham, the separate traders' parliamentary protagonist, wrote to provincial MPs, including Clayton, to arrange petitions supporting the deregulation of the slave trade. In late January 1709, Maudet informed Africa House that this post Mr. Haysham has written to Captain Clayton to get a petition from that town against the company. Haysham also wrote to several other MPs and obtained a petition from Chester in February 1709. His brother, William, had also supervised the collection of signatures for a Barbadian petition. Such lobbying helped the separate traders to recruit sympathetic MPs to their banner while gathering supportive petitions. It also saw their often national political networks assist in the achievement of a broad petitioning platform. 9 The separate traders' independent support was essential for a good parliamentary reception because the larger the constituency of beneficiaries of free trade, the more difficult it was for the African companies' pamphleteers to argue that the separate traders' movement served private interests. Such accusations, however, proved less of a problem because appeals to private interests could be connected to celebrations of the national interest and thus part of a legitimate justification for public redress. 10. To match the breadth of interests of their petitioning support, the separate traders sought to ensure that each petition received broad endorsement. As with the growing importance of making a claim to influence policy based upon satisfying the national interest, this aspect of the separate traders' political strategy reflected the growing currency of proposals based upon the recorded involvement and interest of larger numbers of people. Although far from democratic, the reformed, late Stuart political system involved unprecedented participation levels. Parliamentary proposals benefited, as a result, from breadth of support. The separate traders valued the number of signatures over the social status of the signatories. Excluding the separate traders' own petitions, those petitions that supported free trade contained approximately 8,000 signatories, compared to the company's 2,500 supporting their monopoly. The separate traders' political repertoire better suited the post-1688 political climate in which appeals to broadly based public opinion legitimized proposals for change. 11 The African Company, on the other hand, concentrated on dragooning its own membership to support its campaign in Parliament. It preferred to author its own petitions than to gather support, fielding 44 of its own petitions to the 30 it cultivated, whereas the separate traders sent only 5 petitions from under their own name. This was a deliberate strategy on the company's part, whose directors were ideologically opposed to the new, deliberative public politics, which they believed involved the worst kind of political trickery. The separate traders, they suspected, shanghaied signatories and imposed on provincial politicians. In February 1709, the company expressed surprise that a London merchant, Haysham, could have orchestrated Liverpool's MP Clayton to gather a petition from its corporation, a thing very uncommon. The African Company observed the separate traders' cultivation of petitions with a suspicion that reflected their desire to rise above the fray of this new politics and that, in the end, limited their lobbying success. Awed by the separate traders' success as a mobilizing force, Daniel Defoe associated the separate traders' lobbying methods with a form of black magic. He watched with amazement the clamours of the petitions which they have raised, as witches do the devil, from the several counties of England, and made the poor people say anything they bid them. The African Company's apologists revealed their superciliousness in believing petitioners in this case dismissively described as poor people to be passive participants in the political system. 12 Defoe's assertion that the separate traders manipulated those who submitted petitions from the provinces suggests that the African Company was especially keen to benefit from sincere and spontaneous petitions, again, to deflect charges of self-interest during parliamentary proceedings. The company's campaign to gather its own petitions disputes this claim. The African Company relied upon its provincial and colonial agents to gather signatories for its petitions. These interests typically needed persuading about the advantages of an Africa trade managed by joint stock. The company wrote letters and circulated pamphlets to colonial contacts to convince planters that it represented their concerns and suggested that planters send their own petitions to Parliament, because the company, unlike the separate traders, did not receive any spontaneous petitions from civic bodies. This strategy proved fruitless. The company began to send its own petitions, for which it hoped its colonial and provincial agents would gather signatures, but these officials often prioritized the quality of signatories or the social status of those signing over their quantity. One particular episode deserves note. In September 1709, the Royal African Company's agents in Barbados, Rains Bate and Thomas Stewart, enclosed a petition of the best characters and estates in the island and are now owners of 2/3 of the land and Negroes. The agents went on to recount how the governor bowed to the interests of separate trader William Haysham and had his militia officers rally their common soldiers to sign a separate trader petition that was kept out of town and signed by servants and such. Had we thought, they went on, the number of hands and not the quality we could easily outdone them. And could had all the sailors in the 5 men of war which are not in much better circumstances than our servants hardly a degrees above slaves. Bate and Stewart wished to lampoon the separate traders' desire to recruit as many people as possible to support the cause of a liberated slave trade to discredit them in the eyes of Parliament. 13 Convinced of the importance of appearing to cultivate rather than coordinate petitions, a company official chastised one of its agents for failing to alter the text of a number of petitions, which, because of their similar wording, appeared to lack sincerity. The letter explained, "We thank you for procuring hands to the address we wrecked by Captain 4 and wish some small alterations had been in the words that it may not have appeared to have been verbatim with that from Barbados." The texts of the separate trader petitions from various locations reveal that they had no such compunction about encouraging diverse interests to subscribe to a centrally authored petition. 14 To support further the impression of disinterested support, the great majority of the petitions that the African Company sent to the colonies to be signed did not explicitly support the company but, instead, argued that the 1698 Act raised the prices of slaves and reduced their supply. A petition from Montserrat in February 1709 offers an example of one of these seemingly neutral petitions. It pointed out that they have not, for several years past, been sufficiently supplied with Negroes by the Royal African Company, and the separate traders together, who have not imported above 100 in a year, and pleaded that the British interest on the coast of Africa may be preserved, and the trade put on such a foot, that a sufficient number of Negroes may be had, at moderate rates. The company hoped that concentrating on the increasing prices of slaves since the liberation of the trade in 1698, despite the extent of the company's involvement in this legislation, would be more help in bringing the supporters around to the company's cause than criticizing the separate traders directly. 15 Although the Royal African Company put considerable energy into cultivating petitions, its requests fell largely on deaf ears. Its anachronistic determination to deflect accusations of self-interest led its management to author neutral petitions that shied away from making policy proposals and therefore, in the end, undermine the company's lobbying aims. Because the benefits of a deregulated slave trade could be deemed limitless and because the separate traders more directly cultivated provincial and colonial petitions, the separate traders enjoyed far more success as a petitioning lobby. The African Company's lobbying style impersonated, to some extent, the unilateralism of its absolutist creators, whereas the separate traders' more diffuse and flexible organization reflected the political decentralization that proved critical to their success in Parliament. The separate traders' successful political strategy was even more apparent in the arena of transatlantic politics. They mounted a strategy that better understood and took advantage of the altered relationship between the mother country and the colonies brought about by the Glorious Revolution. Like the new political culture it produced in Britain, the revolution encouraged a more deliberative, consultative style to the imperial relationship. The reformed Board of Trade deferred the initiative for imperial policy to merchant practitioners, providing representatives of the deregulated Atlantic market, like the separate traders, with a louder and more influential political voice in Westminster. The African Company had commanded considerable influence in the colonies from the 1670s onward. Company officials often held high political offices. From 1683 to 1686, for example, Edwin Steed was governor of Barbados as well as the Royal African Company's agent on the island. Moreover, when, after 1688, the English state offered less direct support for the company in the colonies, the company turned to its colonial debts as a source of influence there. Since its creation, the African Company had provided slaves to colonists without receiving payments up front for those slaves. The extent of these debts, totaling £170,000 by 1691, and the threat of foreclosure on them coerced obedience from many American planters and became the means for company officials to entrench themselves within colonial government. In 1695, Governor Francis Russell of Barbados wrote, "The agents of the African Company carry such a sway here as almost to stop any proceeding, for if a man does not vote as they would wish for a vestryman or assemblyman they proceed against him for what he owes them for negroes. If the African Company be continued I hope you will oblige them not to employ or countenance such men as principals, for if such be encouraged it must be the company and not the king's governor that will govern here. For although some will be honest, the majority will let interest carry the balance." Less impartial commentators, such as the prominent independent slave trader Gilbert Heathcote, complained about the alignment of company and gubernatorial power to Robert Harley's parliamentary subcommittee charged with examining the Africa trade dispute in 1694, by making the governors of the plantations, who are judges of the courts of equity, their factors for selling. 128. Deregulation, 1672–1712. Their negroes and recovering in their debts. No relief could be had agt their oppressians. 16 colonial interests, including Heathcote, thus began to cultivate particular MPs and petition the House of Commons to end the company's monopoly and creditor power. These petitions formed part of a broader colonial opposition against the company. During the 1690s, 19 colonial petitions in favor of open trade were submitted, in contrast to the 4 received that explicitly favored monopoly. The company's parliamentary opponents specifically targeted its monopoly power using legislation, and they succeeded in inserting a clause into the 1698 Africa Trade Act that prevented those involved in the sale of slaves from holding public office or serving on colonial courts. 17 This clause in the 1698 statute proved controversial. In a letter to the Board of Trade in February 1699, Governor William Beeston of Jamaica argued that this provision would greatly unsettle the colony and royal authority there because slave trading had been lucrative for so many with political ambitions and because government office brought comparably few benefits. Beeston's comment also speaks to the uncertain legal environment for the company's charter, despite the statutory support it received in 1698. "The act has put us in such disorder that I see nothing to the contrary but that law and justice must cease among us, and by consequence His Majesty's authority, if there be no officers to support it, for several have laid down already, and the rest when they please will make it an argument. That they serve those offices for no reward, and therefore not knowing how soon their friends in England may concern them in a ship of negroes they will not part with that which may be a profit, for that which they are sure is none, but trouble and charge, besides it frightens them all that an information shall lie against them in Westminster Hall, where any envious people may inform against them, and judgment be given before they know anything of it." The Board of Trade informed Beeston that other plantations do think it no inconvenience but rather an advantage to them. The agents for Barbados had written to the board in the same year praising the Act's provisions because the island had experienced public officials using their office to advance their vested interests. Beeston confirmed that the Act forced officials from their positions, although he did not specify whether these officials supported the company or deregulated trade. Rains Bate, the company's agent in Barbados, where the company enjoyed a brisk trade, stepped down from the island's council. Bate mourned his resignation and explained that he had sought public office solely to further the company's interests. Bate believed that the African company's future depended upon its entrenchment in colonial government. 18 The separate traders, however, who were also subject to the Act's prescriptions, held onto their offices and used them to prevent the African Company from expanding its support. In 1700, government officers in Barbados who supported the separate traders or wished simply to avoid settling their debts to the African Company minimized the frequency and duration of court sittings to prevent the company from pursuing its debtors. The company's inability to collect the huge debts owed to it by colonial planters became a political liability rather than a source of political power as it had been before 1698. The independent slave traders' strategy of separating slave trading from judicial responsibility undermined the African company's pseudo-public credentials and helped cut off some of its political life support, forever altering its power in the colonies. With their creditor power now severely constrained and recognizing the extent of colonial support for the separate traders during the first phase of parliamentary consideration in the 1690s, the African company sought to improve its profile in the colonies by courting, as opposed to compelling, colonial support. 19 The company began to develop a transatlantic base by gathering influential spokesmen for the plantation interest to its cause. Around the time of the 1698 legislation, the company appears to have turned Dalby Thomas, an articulate spokesman for the plantation interest, from the chief manager of the independent slave traders' lobby to the African company's chief agent on the African coast. Company directors also elected Thomas Pinder as deputy governor from 1703 to 1710, with stints as sub-governor from 1705 to 1706. Pinder was one of only a few Atlantic merchants represented in the directorate of the company, and his appointment, alongside that of Dalby Thomas, records the company's strategy to improve its understanding of colonial affairs so that it could better solicit support from its transatlantic customer base. In March 1706, the company wrote to Robert Davers, an influential parliamentary spokesman on colonial affairs and a powerful representative for Barbados in London, and enclosed a pamphlet. It hoped that Davers would include extracts from it in his next letter to Barbados to endeavour to influence your friends to consider the necessity of finding out some expedient to prevent the continuance of the heavy burthen that lies upon the plantations by the extravagant prices of negroes which cannot be otherwise whilst they are so extravagantly dear upon the coast whereby the whole advantage arises to the natives of Guinea and the sole prejudice to Her Majesty's subjects and most especially those of the plantations. Davers, however, chose to serve the interests of the separate traders in Parliament. 20 The separate traders' transatlantic power grew stronger, however, as the second stage of debate commenced in 1707. Their cause received the persistent endorsement of the Board of Trade because the separate traders understood the predilections of that body toward the interests of deregulated trade. As an information-gathering, deliberative body that reported to Parliament, and responded to the same styles of lobbying, the Board of Trade relied on the opinion of independent merchants with Atlantic connections, exemplified by the separate traders, when formulating its policy for the Atlantic, including its policy for the management of the slave trade. The Board and the strategies. 131. African Company, on the other hand, had a rather dysfunctional relationship. They clashed as two different impersonations of transatlantic imperial policy. The Board was deliberative and accommodating of colonial testimony, the company was either coercive or dismissive of colonial testimony and, by the second stage of the Africa trade debates, almost inactive in transatlantic trade. Separate traders with transatlantic interests understood the new Board of Trade's reliance on mercantile opinion presented an opportunity to further their interests, and they used every opportunity to push their agenda, for example, when asked by the Board to comment on tobacco trading. In November 1707, after discussing an act relating to the gauge of tobacco hogsheads, the Board's commissioners diverted the conversation to the slave trade and asked tobacco merchants Makaja Perry and Isaac Milner for their opinion on how that trade should be continued. Perry and Milner replied, "The separate traders furnished above 800 Negroes annually, since the passing the late act, and the company had sent none to Virginia or Maryland since, nor 7 years before." They added that the separate traders paid to the company more by the 10% than the company have laid upon their forts, and they have received all the discouragement imaginable from the company's factors there. Although the Board's commissioners scrutinized such testimony, this exchange provides an excellent example of the Board's reliance on Atlantic merchant opinion as well as the political value of the separate traders' commercial range. Like many other Atlantic merchants, both Peary and Milner also operated as separate traders. Such men answered the board's call for colonial expertise with opinion grounded both politically and commercially in personal interest. Point 21 The African Company could not influence the Board of Trade in this way. Its formal association with the coast of Africa and the narrower commercial reach of its directors restricted the opportunities for them to shunt a pro-company argument into a broader discussion of overseas trade. The company's pseudo-state authority, or, by 1707, aspiration, also saw it clash with the board's jurisdiction. The board's commissioners looked on the company's directors with political and constitutional distaste. Most important, the dwindling commercial interest of the company in the Atlantic made them less relevant as merchant practitioners than the separate traders. By 1708, the African Company understood the board's tendency to rely on information provided by independent, Atlantic merchants and pleaded with the board, "The company humbly hope their lordships will not encourage any persons that are utter enemies to them and their trade maliciously to misrepresent them." The company, it seemed, suspected a bad press from Atlantic interests. Their fears were to be realized. Point 22 The board's transatlantic inquiry into the workings of the slave trade in spring 1708 provides further evidence of the strength and sophistication of the separate traders' transatlantic lobbying. The inquiry placed colonial evidence at the heart of the dispute and explicitly highlighted the slave trade as more important to the African trade than the export of English manufactures. Both emphases favored the separate traders. Even before the results had been gathered, the inquiry represented a blow for the Royal African Company because the company preferred to focus the public's attention on the coast of Africa, where it could more easily make the case for its forts and thus for a joint stock organization of the African trade. In short, the board's inquiry forced the company to account for its activities against West Indian criteria rather than its suitability as a representative of the British state on the African coast. Appreciating the extent of the separate traders' support in the colonies and at last understanding how important willing as opposed to coerced support was to the parliamentary audience for the Africa trade debates, the African Company responded to the board's inquiry by intensifying its efforts to cultivate colonial support. As with the company's responses to the separate traders' ideological case for deregulation, its effort to emulate the separate traders' lobbying strategies proved the power of those strategies. In March and April 1708, Thomas Pindar commissioned several pamphlets to be written, printed, and circulated throughout London, the provinces, and the colonies. He wrote a letter to accompany the pamphlets as part of the company's attempts to compete with the separate traders' transatlantic propaganda machine and prevent them from increasing their foothold in the colonies. In it he declared, "It is supposed the enemies to the company may have sent to your colonies the scurrilous and false pamphlets they distributed, and they have the vain expectation and hopes to prevail on your planters that they will join with them to prevent the company as being further able to support the interest they have gained. I am of the opinion the same persons will give the same unreasonable obstructions the next as in the last Parliament, and that it will be difficult to preserve this trade unless the plantations make application that it may be done." Pindar's assessment went beyond the metropolitan expectation that colonists should intervene in the formulation of imperial policy to the assertion that colonial input would be critical if Parliament was to resolve the Africa trade debates. Point 23 Pindar's letter, which was circulated to Nevis, Montserrat, Jamaica, Barbados, and Virginia, summarized the sensitivities of the company's potential Atlantic constituency. Pindar listed the beneficial effects for the colonies that a parliamentary establishment of the Royal African Company would have on the trade. African traders would be brought back under the control of the company's forts, and slaves would be both cheaper and healthier. He contrasted the situation with the consequences of the Royal African Company's failure to achieve a statute in support of its monopoly, increased slave prices, with the natives controlling quality as well as price, and other European nations taking control of the forts. In short, a separate trader victory would be the occasion of great scarcity of Negroes in the plantations, and of their extravagant high prices, and be so much discouragement to their planters and inhabitants, as will in all probability reduce their flourishing estates in a few years to a very inconsiderable value. Pindar saved his most frightening portent for last. the Dutch using a foothold in Africa to undercut the British West Indian plantations, despite the British company's own concerted and continuing attempts to establish these operations, the climate being proper for sugars, indigo, cotton and ginger, and the Dutch once gaining the possession of the country will have the natives under their direction and ground for nothing and may soon make considerable colonies there, by the multitude of hands and import to all Europe sufficient quantities of those goods at much lower prices, than can be afforded from the British plantations. None of which can be done provided there be a British company with a joint stock able to maintain an equal power on the coast with them. The deputy governor ended by shrewdly asserting that he had more interest in the colonies than he did in the company. Pinder's strategy reflects the company's new belief that it was better to defer to colonial interests than to domineer them. At the same time, he maintained the African company's traditional concern to appear public-spirited, with regard to the public good of the islands in which I shall enjoy a much greater proportion of advantage than from the small concern I have in the company, which also considered, may remove the jealousy of every person from suggesting that my private interest in the company does in any degree bias me against the public good. Pinder's bid to court colonial support would fail as the last vestiges of the company's creditor power were eroded by the 1698 Act and by an impressive power grab by the separate traders in the colonies. 24 The restarting of public deliberations about the future of the company appears to have compelled a further round of enforcement of the 1698 Act's provision that slave trading be separated from government or judicial office. Many company supporters in the colonies resigned their offices, believing a position with the African company either superior to or the equivalent of public office. As mentioned previously, the company's factor in Barbados, Rains Bate, had resigned from his position on the council in 1707. In Jamaica, Colonel Peter Beckford resigned his factorage to sustain his council position but assured his African company correspondents that he would on all occasions promote the company's interest in that island. That the African trade debates led to stricter enforcement of this aspect of the 1698 Act is evidence of the separate traders' desire to isolate the African company from political power in the colonies to prevent what company apologists, such as Charles Davenant, wished to see the trade operating with the state's coercive power. 25. If the company's political power had waned in the colonies by 1708, some haughtiness remained alongside a constitutional suspicion of the board and a disdain for gubernatorial power. When Daniel Parke, the governor of the Leeward Islands, had approached Edward Chester, the company's factor on Antigua, about the board's inquiry, Chester offered proud answer that he had no orders from the Royal Company to obey my orders. I told him what orders I had. He said he had nothing to do with the Committee for Trade. I told him he was very impertinent, and in return he told me he would not change his post for mine, for that he got twice as much money, and had less to do, and was not obliged to the fatigue of going from island to island. Chester's dismissal of the authority of the Committee for Trade in favor of the Royal Company records one influential figure's perception of the political resources that the company pretended to in the West Indies compared with the limited power of the more recently formed, though explicitly state-sponsored, Board of Trade. The two organizations competed in Chester's mind and in reality as alternative versions of metropolitan-sanctioned state authority. 26 Chester's truculence might also suggest the political frustrations and sensitivities brought by his employer's diminishing market share of the trade in enslaved Africans. The stipulations of the 1698 Act to create a conflict of interest between good government and slave trading proved to be a highly effective tactic for the separate traders. It lessened the company's creditor power and provided vacant political positions from which the separate traders could develop and exploit their own creditor power. Combined with the 1698 Act's more dramatic effect, the growth it produced in independent slave trading, the separate traders' improved market share eclipsed the company politically in the colonies. By 1708, the separate traders used this political influence in the colonies to intimidate potential supporters of the company. Separate traders on Nevis prevented the Royal African Company from petitioning against them because several separate traders held council positions. In 1709, when the company approached Virginian tobacco planters for support, Its agent, Gawain Corbin, claimed that planters refused to sign any public petitions for fear of offending their merchant creditors, many of whom operated as separate traders including, most notably, Micajah Perry and Isaac Milner or the powerful anti-company faction in the colony's legislature. Corbin recounted, "Cannot get a petition to the parliament, the people being afraid, through fear or ignorance, to put their hands to anything that may appear in public." 27 The separate traders' creditor power in Barbados was even more conspicuous. William Heysham had served as an African company agent on Barbados from 1695 until 1700. Heysham switched the creditor power of the company for that of his own commission business, which he shared with his brother, Robert. William would use the scale of his commission business to command the allegiance of the governor of Barbados to the separate traders' cause. In September 1709, company agents noted that Heysham had disabused Governor Mitford Crowe of his pro-company sympathies and compelled him to force the militia to sign a petition in support of the separate traders. The officers of the militia who were put in by the governor, who is wholly in Mr. Heysham's interest and never a favorer of the company's, have obliged their sergeants and common soldiers to sign a petition against the company. William also used his political capital to sidestep colonial officers charged with collecting the 10% duty on behalf of the African company. According to a disinterested contemporary, the Heyshams, both parliament men for Lancaster Town, had defrauded the company of at least £80,000. For once, the African company's political methods were adopted by the separate traders, rather than the other way around. 28. When the replies to the Board of Trade's inquiry into the slave trade reached the board's commissioners in December 1709, the separate traders continued to use their favorable position with the board to ensure that the testimony was conducive to their cause. Micajah Perry was on hand to dispute the figures that the Barbadian Governor Crowe submitted to the board. Two separate traders to Jamaica, Benjamin Way and Richard Harris, presented a memorial against the African company to the board only moments before conveying Jamaican Governor Thomas Handaysid's anti-company response. The separate traders' dominance of Jamaica allowed them to submit the island's responses to the board's inquiry via Harris and Way. Such mediation clearly undermined the board's impartiality, but it also formed an important part of the mechanics of a functioning British Atlantic polity, one that encouraged a presence for colonial interests in the metropolis. The separate traders took advantage of the switch from direct trade to consignment or commission trading, ensuring their transatlantic constituency. Separate traders serving as agents for colonies were well placed to mediate between the preferences of planters and the concerns of the government. The board's report again supported the separate traders in resounding terms. 29 As the Africa trade debates waged on in London, colonial support for the African company began to wane still further. By 1711, the company's traditional heartland, the Leeward Islands, began to withdraw its support for monopoly. The African company's agent on Nevis, John Hussam, reported that he found the planters very cold and indifferent about signing an address in the company's favor. Similarly, in Antigua, the company's agent, Edward Chester, reported, in a remarkable volte-face that indicates the extent to which the political positions of the separate traders and the Board of Trade on one hand and the African company on the other had switched, that the planters on that island are mostly for an open trade. Chester informed Africa House that he could not restrain interloping vessels from trading without a letter to the gentleman from the Queen or the Lord Commissioners of THIRD. Jamaica, Barbados, and the mainland American colonies, however, remained steadfast in their opposition to the African company's monopoly. 30 A new political context and great commercial success had thus allowed the separate traders to develop a model of political power partly inspired by the company's political heyday in the 1680s. The political control that the separate traders' creditor status conferred allowed them to prevent their planter debtors from supporting the company. They also used the creditor status that slave trading offered them to augment their political and commercial positions in the colonies. That colonial opponents of the Royal African Company began, from the beginning of the 18th century, to use political tactics made notorious by the company suggests the extent to which the deregulation of the slave trade saw the political center of gravity in the colonies swing away from the African company and toward the separate traders. The separate traders, however, would be careful to combine their creditor power with the legitimacy derived from courting public opinion to their cause. In this, their methods differed markedly from the lobbying strategies of the Royal African Company. Without broad transatlantic support and in the face of the separate traders' entrenched power in the colonies and their public support in the mother country, the Royal African Company relied on a traditional lobbying strategy. It envisioned the Africa trade as best managed with the help of the coercive power of the state. The African Company had been brought into being by the royal prerogative and attempted to cement its relationship with the monarchy by distributing company shares to William III and, later, Queen Anne. After 1688, the company concentrated on developing its relationship with the government via the monarchy or the ministry. Hoping to mimic the proximity of the moneyed companies, such as the East India Company and the Bank of England, to the government, the African Company saw appeals to the state's power, rather than that of the public sphere, as a more efficient means to achieve favor. 31 The company intensified its appeal for ministerial support after the change in government in 1710 and adjusted to the different political context. Two features of this context helped to sentimentalize the monarchy in ways that the company exploited. First, the Whig ministry's impeachment of the firebrand Anglican vicar, Henry Sacheverell, for castigating Whig principles of government and dissenting religion led to an upsurge of opposition to the Whig government and a landslide election victory for Robert Harley, who was forced to incorporate Tory views into his government from 1710. Despite the part played by popular opinion in bringing down the Whigs in 1710, Sacheverell, like Daniel Defoe, worried that broad-based, popular movements, legions, in Defoe's language, like the separate traders would erode the power of the monarch. Second, the leading separate trader and governor of the Bank of England, Sir Gilbert Heathcote, advised the Queen against changing ministries because it would destabilize the nation's credit. This audacious move led many Tory writers to suppose that merchants had begun to talk out of turn and that the monarchy ought to be protected by the government and by public opinion. 32 By the summer of 1711, the company was in no position to celebrate its commercial achievements and connect them to the support of the monarchy. Instead, it dramatized the weakness of its position on the African coast to create a sense of national emergency that monarchical and ministerial sympathy could more easily translate into a state response than could the slow-moving, deliberative parliament. Thomas Pinder explained that such a strategy was designed to enlist ministerial support. This day and last week I have attended a committee of Lords of the Cabinet and the Lords Commissioners for Trade, and have now so concerted measures, as I hope will redound to the great benefit of the company and all concerned with them. The Ministry agree pursuant to the address of Parliament to give some assistance for preservation of the settlements in Africa, and in conjunction with the company are directed to send out the produce of the duty arising by the African Act appropriated for that end, and at the meeting of the Parliament, to represent the whole in order to a speedy and effectual support and settlement of the trade. 33 The following year, the strength of the African Company's political position and the expiration of the 1698 statute, as well as the passage of an act allowing the company's shareholders to unite with their creditors, encouraged the company to revert to associating itself with the royal prerogative. It posted advertisements on the pillars of the Royal Exchange and circulated them throughout the British Atlantic world. The law of England vests in the Crown, as a just prerogative thereof, the property of all lands, whereof any conquest can be made, or possession gotten in barbarous countries, and that whereas the Crown granted to the Company, the African lands and coasts, and the sole trade of them, and have a legal right and property in those lands and coasts. Supported by the same law of England, that supports the royal prerogative, and secures every man's purchase of his freehold lands. The company could now claim some legal basis for its attachment to the royal prerogative and, therefore, its monopolistic charter. For the first time since the Glorious Revolution, The Royal African Company would offer a rejoinder to the independent slave traders' constitutional argument that monopolistic trading companies deprived subjects of their right to consent to taxation and, thus, the protection of their property. 34. The African Company's attempts to enforce its monopolistic charter after 1712 ended in failure, however. The constitutional settlement of 1689 and the countenance it had received since then would not be so easily dismissed. The company required a statute to endorse its monopolistic charter, whereas the separate traders' slave trading did not. Despite courting the ministry and attempting to court the monarch, no African Company bill received the favor of the sort of personnel who could guarantee its success. After repeated lobbying, Queen Anne refused to intervene on the African Company's behalf, relaying to the company's management that she did not think fit to meddle in it. To achieve public success, the African Company would need to mount a parliamentary campaign that demonstrated that its monopoly satisfied the broad-based, national interest as much as the separate traders' model of the trade. A campaign that nestled up to ministers and monarchs endorsed the separate traders' stereotype of the company, that it exemplified the corruptions of a bygone overbearing monarchy. The company's political strategy failed to court a parliamentary interest and demonstrated either its inability to understand or refusal to acknowledge the changing institutional landscape wrought by the Glorious Revolution. Unable to use the reformed constitution to its advantage, the Royal African Company turned itself into an anachronism by seeking to depend on a monarchy still powerful but no longer sovereign in matters relating to overseas trade regulation. 35. The separate traders had consistently won the battles to secure broad support for a liberalized slave trade. In every session, they achieved more signatories on more petitions from a wider variety of constituencies throughout the British Atlantic world. How did this broad support assist the separate traders' victory in the Africa trade debates? How did broadly based consent connect to slave trade escalation? After all, the separate traders did not deregulate the slave trade with the help of a parliamentary statute. A typical route to parliamentary resolution included appealing to the ministry or the monarch to compel a governmental intervention in Parliament's proceedings. The African Company deployed this tactic but did not succeed in obtaining a statute. Another common method of resolving a parliamentary dispute of this kind took place within the chamber itself, voting. Votes occurred on several occasions in the Africa trade dispute in 1709, 1712, and 1713 and, overall, the African Company and separate traders were evenly matched, but such votes mattered far less for the separate traders than they did for the African Company because of the company's need for a statute. The separate traders used victory in such votes as an endorsement for deregulated trade without the taxation inherent to any form of statutory intervention in the trade. Knowing that, since Nightingale v. Bridges, the common law courts would not support the vice-admiralty enforcement powers of prerogative-sponsored monopoly companies and would encourage free competition in the slave trade, the separate traders implemented a political strategy that developed broad support to defeat rather than to achieve a statute. The formal process of legislating a statute, then, was less important to the resolution of the Africa trade dispute than the informal means of using pamphlets and petitions and parliamentary discussions to engineer a public opinion sympathetic to free trade. This strategy ensured that, when the slave trade deregulated and the breadth of support for this outcome ensured that it did so completely and received the endorsement of a more amorphous but more powerful constituency than a ministry, a monarchy, or parliament, national public opinion. The separate traders understood that a total deregulation would best advance their interests. They deployed an ideology that celebrated the natural right to trade in the enslaved, a right that should not be impeded by regulatory statutes. They appreciated that the breadth of their support in Parliament could prevent the company from achieving any of the statutes they attempted to buttress their monopoly. A legislative vacuum was what they aimed for, and the strategy helped to transform their interests into ideology as free trade became a natural law that could only be overturned by statute. For free traders in enslaved African men, women, and children, as with the freedom of the press, parliamentary statute would be regarded as an intrusion on liberty, a liberty nevertheless formed and celebrated through public discussion of the slave trade. Parliament's supremacy within the English Constitution after 1689 and the newfound control over economic matters that supremacy allowed helped to limit the economic significance of statute. Because Parliament's regulatory supremacy ensured that no other branch of the Constitution could be permitted to legislate if Parliament failed to agree to a statutory solution, legislative vacuums became possible. Lobbyists, like the separate traders to Africa, who sought deregulation therefore often worked only to block attempts to regulate via statute, producing regulatory inertia and, with time, a public acceptance of deregulation. Parliamentary deliberations and public pamphlet discussions nonetheless helped to legitimize that deregulation. Pamphlets espousing the market as a self-regulating mechanism fostered toleration of the legislative vacuum. Economic ideology was, then, the rationalization of a structural phenomenon, legislative failure. The separate traders' espousal of proto-economic ideas to legitimate the ensuing legislative vacuum helped attain approval for economic thinking as the 18th century progressed. Pro-African company pamphleteers understood the separate traders' lobbying strategy but could not gain enough public support to thwart it using a regulating strategy. One writer explained in 1713, the company have a right and property in the coasts, forts and sole trade, or they have not. If they have not, then what need have the separate traders of an act of Parliament to give them a liberty they have already without an act? The Royal African Company's need and quest for a statute helped, therefore, to ensure that its failures to achieve one would pave the way for free, as opposed to merely open, trade. The company's opponents only reacted to the African Company's political initiatives. Time and again, separate trader petitions responded to African Company proposals to support its monopoly with a statute. By 1712, the ambiguities surrounding the slave trade in 1689 had been replaced by well-rehearsed public support for free trade. 36 How had the separate traders developed this political strategy? Sir John Holt's judgment in Nightingale v. Bridges had undermined the African Company's charter to the extent that the company sought Parliament's endorsement. Holt implied that the courts would not countenance monopolistic charters' powers of enforcement without statutory support. The separate traders' political strategy was also informed by an awareness of the expansive potential of deregulation in the trade. Holt's decision helped the separate traders to associate independent slave trading with natural rights. As one anonymous company pamphleteer explained, as the impunity of such practices independent trading did encourage the authors to persevere for some time in such like courses, so others taking their views and measures from the seeming success of the former separate traders, without any regard to the consequences of trading in that manner, joined in an outcry against the privileges of the company, as a monopoly inconsistent with the liberty of the subject, and not established by act of Parliament, and that therefore they would exercise their natural right of trading to Africa, as well as the company. 37 Moreover, the independent slave trader Gilbert Heathcote achieved a parliamentary resolution in January 1694 that saw Parliament confirm Holt's position. Parliamentary endorsement for free trade enabled, according to one pro-company pamphleteer, the separate traders to fix their strategy on sustaining a legislative vacuum that would prove beneficial to their trade. Ever since the Parliament voted that it was the undoubted right of all the subjects of England to trade to foreign parts, none of those free traders have ever brought to the Parliament a bill to settle this trade, but still opposed what was offered by the company. Because those free traders had just cause to believe that under such a regulation, whatsoever it should be, they must pay towards what by the Parliament should be thought necessary for the general interest of that trade, whereas if they could continue that heavy load upon the African Company only by opposing this bill, they should then enjoy their trade without that expense. Indeed, the separate traders initiated proceedings in Parliament in only 3 of the 16 sessions of the Africa trade debates. When they did so, they sought to filibuster Royal African Company measures through those proceedings. The company noted the separate traders filibustering in a petition to Queen Anne on December 3, 1710, Some few private traders for selfish and particular ends had the art of propagating and imposing impractical notions on some members of the legislature in such a manner and possessing them with very groundless prejudice against the company, that both the sessions terminated without any actual care being taken for the preservation of the trade. 38. These impractical notions included bills to deregulate the trade. The repeated failure of regulated company bills became a motif for the Africa trade debates. Daniel Defoe explained the failure of a regulated company bill in 1712 by characterizing the separate traders' proposals as fantastical. I cannot say the vigor of the company has gained the victory, but the difficulty, or rather impossibility of the chimerical settlements some men have proposed, has given the dead blow to all their attempts. Defoe neglected to appreciate that there was strategy behind these chimeras. When anti-African company proposals appeared in the 1690s, seldom did they advocate statutory alternatives to the company's monopoly, instead using such vague terms as advantageous regulation, a better, more beneficial, and equal establishment, and liberty, and freedom of trade. Later, separate trader petitions became explicitly anti-regulatory. In 1708, one petition pleaded to be relieved from the heavy duty of 10 per cent. In 1709, the language had changed to, trade may be continued free and open to all the subjects of Great Britain, discharged from such part of the pound. 10% duty. Calls for regulated company statutes typically emerged from cross-party drafting committees, which hoped to legislate through compromise measures, rather than from separate trader petitions, which preferred to argue in favor of an ill-defined notion of free trade or simply for parliamentary consideration. Separate trader petitions deliberately complicated legislative proposals to the extent that they failed. 39 Encouraging parliamentary deliberation but discouraging statutory resolution became the separate traders' lobbying modus vivendi. They cultivated extra-parliamentary opinion and steered a middle course in Parliament to achieve non-statutory parliamentary rulings that would modify public opinion in favor of free trade and ensure that the legislative vacuum was tolerated. These rulings accrued more public significance the more interest in Parliament increased after 1688. The rulings were meaningful because of the ritualized nature of parliamentary deliberation. Once a legislative proposal had reached a certain stage, it gathered legitimacy even if the proposal ultimately failed. Because the African company required the legal authority of a statute, such non-statutory parliamentary rulings were of less use to the company and were, because of the weakness of their parliamentary lobby, less frequent. But, once it became clear that the separate traders enjoyed sufficient support to block the African company's attempts at legislation to support its monopoly, the company sought parliamentary rulings that supported its forts, confident that the separate traders would not endorse these rulings. These rulings secured the survival of the forts and the company in the short term, but they could not ensure the immediate means to finance their operation, that would require regulation, which would, by definition, require a statute. Non-statutory parliamentary rulings in favor of free trade appeared in several forms. First, and perhaps most important, was the precedent established by the Act of 1698 itself, which could be deemed non-statutory after its expiration in 1712. The Act proved that open trade expanded British exports to Africa, enlarged imports of enslaved Africans to America, and increased the size of the Atlantic colonial commodity trades. One separate trader pamphlet argued that this act had been designed to prepare the way for unregulated trade. Despite the company's role in achieving it, the 1698 Act was clearly an essential stepping stone to total deregulation of the British slave trade. 40 The Board of Trade's reports to Parliament offer another example of a non-statutory parliamentary ruling. Charles Davenant noted that the board's findings in early 1709 provided much-needed legitimacy to the separate traders' cause, and the transcribing them by way of report and intermixing them with such accounts as were demanded of the Royal African Company, has happened to give them some more seeming authority than can reasonably be supposed to have been ever intended by the Lords Commissioners. Davenant believed that such legitimacy proved influential with public opinion and helped, in turn, to influence the political process, for the separate traders have taken occasion, from thence to print certain paragraphs of their sic own base allegations by way of extracts out of the said report, as vouchers to gain credit to the very same allegations again without doors. Davenant's complaint represented more than sour grapes. A separate trader pamphlet acknowledged that the board's report reflected a deliberate lobbying strategy. The report is drawn up with such exactness and impartiality, that whensoever the Parliament will please to call for it, I dare take upon me to say, it will justify my present undertaking, and verify the most, if not all, the suggestions and allegations here laid down, and give such a light and insight into the whole matter, that the public will be kept no longer in the dark about it. The Board of Trade's rulings thus played another important part in informing public deliberations about the slave trade. 41 The various stages that each legislative proposal reached provide a third category of non-statutory parliamentary rulings, from points scored in debate, to votes and resolutions, to bills. Pamphleteers referred to the perceived outcome of parliamentary debates or to testimony deemed trustworthy because of submission in the House of Commons. One colonial representative of the African Company informed his superiors, "The inhabitants think it in vain to sign any more papers in favor of the company since the Parliament countenanced the separate traders." One separate trader disputed the utility of the company's forts, not through any investigation or reasoning on the part of the author, but because it hath often been made appear at the bar, that most of the negroes brought from Africa are loaden where we have no settlements. Pamphleteers relayed the perceived outcome of parliamentary debates to undermine their opponents. The same was true of parliamentary votes. The Royal African Company often circulated these votes, in effect, summaries of non-statutory parliamentary resolutions to colonial agents to gather support for its proposals. Parliamentary votes also affected how the economy functioned. A separate trader pamphlet described the way in which a vote in favor of a regulated company bill led to expansion in the trade, since the vote of the Honourable House of Commons about 8 years ago, that the trade thither was best to be managed by a regulated company. There has been a greater trade driven thither, notwithstanding all the difficulties at home, and hazards of war, than ever was carried on in times of peace. 42 Parliamentary resolutions unlike, at this stage, the content of the debates themselves, outside partisan pamphlets, were often printed, which made them more influential outside the chamber. They conferred some legitimacy for parliamentary proposals in the absence of a statute. A petition from Exeter, for example, cited that a resolution in favor of a regulated company in a previous session had so far encouraged the petitioners, that it gave a new life to their trade, and some thousands of pieces made more than usual, and the price advanced from 11 shillings and 6 per piece to 15 shillings and 6 per piece. Parliamentary resolutions suggested, especially when originating from the Committee of the Whole House, that there existed broad parliamentary approval for the proposed scheme and that its translation into statute was undone by disagreement over the legislation's fine print, a disagreement that was in the separate traders' interest to develop. One pamphlet complained that the company's assumption that the law of the African trade would revert to its 1672 charter after the expiration of the 1698 Act proceeded without any regard to the many resolutions of this Honourable House repeated last session, viz. that the African trade ought to be free and open to all Her Majesty's subjects. The said company ordered advertisements to be fixed on the pillars of the Royal Exchange, and other public places, wherein they threatened to sue any person that should presume to trade in Africa any longer. 'Tis true the bill for the national trade did not pass last year, but even the adversaries thereto did agree, 'twas not because they were against an open trade, but that some clauses in that bill were excepted against. This pamphleteer believed a non-statutory parliamentary ruling from the Reformed Parliament commanded more public authority than a charter derived from royal prerogative. Another believed that a resolution from a parliamentary committee of the whole House in favor of free trade had more authority than a resolution in favor of the company's forts from a private parliamentary committee. 43. The open trade bills themselves offered further evidence of parliamentary support and provided some information about how the trade might function without a statute. Pamphleteers deemed previous bills to be binding on future parliamentary deliberations, who but this company would come to Parliament to ask an exclusive trade, when but 7 or 8 months before the House passed a bill for a free and open trade. The separate traders also used their bills on the African coast to persuade African traders not to deal with the company. We believe the separate traders' captains and officers may impose on you and the rest of our servants by magnifying the pretended advantages they gained this Parliament, but we must observe to you, that though they had prevailed too far as to have the liberty of offering a bill to the House in order to lay open the trade to Africa, the House did not think fit to pass that bill, but adjourned it from day to day until the session was ended. 44 The separate traders' victory was to convince the public at large that they could operate the trade without statutory approval. These non-statutory parliamentary rulings proved invaluable in achieving this outcome. Their triumph over the company resulted from a lobbying strategy that reflected an astute appreciation of the post-1688 legislative and regulatory processes. The separate traders combined an impressive breadth of public support with a constitutional notion of free trade that depicted parliamentary statute as an intrusion on the natural right to trade. The separate traders and the African Company thus mounted differing political campaigns that pursued distinctive lobbying strategies and reflected their own institutional structures and ideologies. The separate traders' campaign, in the end, proved successful in effecting the deregulation of the slave trade. An unregulated trade might have defaulted to the mechanics of the market, but that does not diminish the importance of the separate traders' political campaign to achieving deregulation. Within a market that featured a monopoly company, however impotent that monopoly was, full deregulation of the market required a concerted political campaign to oppose that monopoly company. The separate traders understood that parliamentary sovereignty over national economic regulation created an opportunity for reactive interest groups to deregulate trade. They used political means to guarantee legislative failure that in turn ensured legislative inertia, which the separate traders repackaged as the natural liberty to trade in the enslaved. They therefore convinced the public to embrace the deregulation of Britain's transatlantic slave trade. Their success ensured the transportation of perhaps an additional 1.5 million Africans to the New World and forced the African Company to reconsider its future. The separate traders' out-of-doors campaigning both resulted from and expanded the public's involvement in political considerations. It led the public not just to countenance deregulation but also to endorse or embrace an expanded, open slave trade as a public good and a right to which every Englishman was entitled. This public support of deregulation was crystal clear, but the position of the Royal African Company after 1712 was not. Robert Harley's political support allowed the company to endure, and the company started a new chapter in its history with the help of a government concerned about how the separate traders' legislative vacuum short-circuited the state's management of trade. The dialogic impetus between the company and the separate traders would continue to dominate the slave trade after the victory of the separate traders. In seeking new political means to support its operations, the African Company would combine its old suspicion of unregulated commercial activity with a new sentimental treatment of African commerce to provide an institutional setting in which anti-slavery opinion gathered public traction as part of a public reinvention of the humanitarian imperatives of commercial regulation. Part 2. Re-regulation, 1712 to 1752. 5. The outcomes. Tropical burlesques. In the summer of 1712, the Africa trade appeared in a confused state. Each side in the slave trade debates claimed that the expiration of the 1698 Act favored its cause. The expiration seemed to favor the separate traders because the 10% duty had expired with the Act. In June 1712, however, the African Company secured a statute authorizing its many creditors to obtain 3/4 of the company's assets in return for cancelling their company bonds. Company supporters argued that this act for making effectual such agreement as shall be made between the Royal African Company of England and their creditors, known as the Creditors' Act, offered clear parliamentary legitimation of its charter, and therefore its monopoly, and, as one company apologist declared, put an end to the late toleration enjoyed by the separate traders. of ranging licentiously in their neighbors the Royal African Company deer bought enclosure. Daniel Defoe was especially adamant that the Creditors Act settled the trade in favor of the Royal African Company. Upon this act, as upon a steady foundation, the present new building of the company stands fixed, and to the disappointment of the enemies of our commerce it is like to stand, and perhaps is at this time in a greater prospect of flourishing than in the best of its former circumstances could be said of it. 1. The African Company concurred and dispatched warnings to separate traders not to interlope in the African trade without first purchasing a license from the company that increased the 1698 statutes duty from 10 to 15% of the value of an African cargo. African Company directors remained determined to manage the trade via their charter. In February 1713, they proposed that bills of exchequer be used to prevent separate traders who were assembling African cargoes from departing for the African coast. The separate traders' resounding political victory in the parliamentary dispute about the slave trade and legal challenges to the enforcement powers of the Company's charter, however, meant that this represented the most extreme form of wishful thinking. 2. The following discussion assesses the outcome of the Africa trade debates. It analyzes the nature of the separate traders' victory and the meaning of parliaments and the states' backing for deregulated slave trading up to the middle of the 18th century. The Africa trade debates concentrated on the problem of who ought to have access to the slave trade. The separate traders had conclusively won that issue. The aftermath of their victory ensured a huge expansion in the capacity of the British-American slave trade, a greatly increased enslaved African population in America, and the continued development of provincial slave trading centers, first Bristol and then Liverpool. Political consideration of the slave trade would not end with the separate traders' victory, however. Both lobbies continued, though their strategies, ideas, and interests changed significantly. The political context also shifted. In particular, the separate traders' legislative vacuum posed a conundrum for the British state, which sought regulatory means to improve its financial position. The state experimented with disastrous legislative attempts to use public enthusiasm for slave trading to solve its financial problems via Robert Harley's South Sea Company. This company would satisfy the Asiento contract to supply slaves to the Spanish Americas. The Africa trade debates had confirmed public support for slave trading, and Harley understood that the perceived commercial benefits of the Asiento would compel investment in the South Sea Company. These investments would provide a prop for the Harley government's weak financial position, as Harley designed to convert government debt into South Sea stock. Regulated slave trading would be, for Harley, the pillar of government finance. With Harley's support, and the arguments of his propagandist, Daniel Defoe, the African Company was able to position itself alongside the South Sea Company. This political maneuvering provided important protection for the African Company and a potential lucrative contract to supply the South Sea Company with slaves. Moreover, the courtship of subsequent ministries in the 1720s, 1730s, and 1740s as a promoter of trade with the African interior under the leadership of the Duke of Chandos and then as a holding company for state subsidies for its forts ensured that the African Company survived intact throughout the first half of the 18th century. The British state could not deny the separate traders' argument that open access to slave trading was a natural British birthright endorsed by broadly based public opinion. The legislative vacuum and the natural right to trade in slaves that it protected provided the backdrop for a series of statutory pronouncements involving key lobbyists for the separate traders that protected the legitimacy of slave trading and the interests of independent slave traders into the second half of the 18th century. The political capital of the separate traders continued beyond the Africa trade debates to strengthen the status and power of slave trading and slave owners within the British Empire. The separate traders scoffed at the African Company's claim that the expiration of the 1698 Act allowed the trade to revert to the company's charter. They responded to the African Company with a final open trade bill in Parliament in 1713. This bill represented the separate traders' last calculation that continued public deliberation was necessary to silence the African Company's talk of using their charter to monopolize the trade. After that, they did not see the need to appeal to Parliament to gain public countenance for their deregulated trade. An African company pamphlet indicates the effects of a separate trading explosion on the coast of Africa after the expiration of the 1698 Act in 1712. The failure of the 1713 Open Trade Bill was inconsequential because these gentlemen, the separate traders, have made a full experiment what they can do for the nation and themselves, even as much as if they had had their darling act. A quarter-century of deregulated slave trading and of public deliberations about the management of the slave trade had confirmed that a liberalized slave trade provided more slaves to the colonies and that free trade enjoyed widespread support. By the summer of 1712, it became apparent that the Royal African Company was in no position to enforce its monopoly. 3. The expiration expanded the slave trade in a more sustainable way than the expansion brought about by the 1698 Act. Rains Bate, a company official, reported in June 1713 that there appeared on the African coast more interlopers and other ships than have been known at one time, that they were neither encouraged nor molested by the factors. Other Royal African Company agents in the colonies reported that the separate traders had vowed to continue trading without license from the company owing to encouragement from England that consisted of the incontrovertible backing of national public opinion generated by 23 years of public deliberation. Later commentators believed that there was parliamentary intention in the lapsing of the 1698 statute, the legislature have let this duty drop, which they would not have done, had they thought that forts and settlements were in any wise necessary. Another agreed, experience showing that this duty depressed a growing trade. It was suffered to expire in 1712, for a company pamphlet confirmed the benefits of the expiration for the separate traders. Since the expiration of that act, which was in the year 1712, all others His Majesty's subjects have traded freely to Africa, without contributing anything to the said charge, and the company have borne and defrayed the whole of that expense, and by this means the separate traders have reaped the whole profit of this trade. Investors began to abandon the company. By June 1714, company stock dropped to 37p, which is lower than at any time hitherto it has been and declining. The African company's market capitalization shrunk to as little as £21,500. After more than 40 years, the company appeared to be on the brink of bankruptcy and total collapse. 5. After 1712, the separate traders continued to use their political capital to protect their interests. They persisted in supporting deregulation, but their lobbying took on a new anti-colonial guise. In response to various colonial attempts to regulate the slave trade through taxation on slave imports, separate traders including, most vocally, Richard Harris offered resistance. Throughout the 1720s, Harris helped to block colonies' attempts to increase the duties levied on imported slaves. He helped secure in 1717 a prohibition from the Crown that prevented colonial assemblies from taxing imported slaves. The separate traders also blocked the South Sea Company's attempt to monopolize the slave trade with Jamaica. Once the apologists for the colonies, British-based separate traders like Harris and Humphrey Morris became, as with many Atlantic merchants, resistant to colonial attempts to regulate their interests and, as did the Royal African Company before them, began to tire of the colonists' habitual refusal to settle their debts to British merchants. In 1724, a leading separate trader, Stephen Godin, despite a long period of residence in the colonies, proposed that it were better to have no colonies at all unless they be subservient to their mother country. Harris and Morris agreed and led the campaign to make colonial property liable to debts owed to British merchants. They succeeded in 1732, when Parliament passed a statute that enforced uniform imperial treatment of slave property for the purposes of debt recovery in Britain and its colonies, overriding all contrary colonial laws. 6. Under this law, the Debt Recovery Act of 1732, Parliament classified enslaved Africans in the colonies as property for the purposes of debtor-creditor relations. The act confirmed the legality of slave property in the empire. Along with the 1733 Molasses Act, which taxed the importing of French colonial produce into British territories, which Harris also supported. The Debt Recovery Act marked a sea change in the relationship between the colonies and the mother country. It also shows that the separate traders' leadership began, as it did during the Africa trade debates, to respond to that changed relationship. The decentralization of imperial initiative to the American periphery from which the separate traders had drawn benefit at the beginning of the 18th century would now reverse. Separate traders and the British state and parliament began to use statutory means to tighten the mother country's economic and fiscal controls over the British American colonies. This act provided one of the first statutory expressions of the British government's increasingly centralizing initiatives toward the colonies, a tendency that, broadly interpreted, would lead to the Stamp Act of 1763. The separate traders, in short, helped to create a firm national consensus that the slave trade was legitimate and that it enjoyed the public's approval and deserved the state's protection. They had created a public platform that ensured the government would perform its strategic, military role, which the African Company had often proposed to do. 7 With their political power thus unquestioned after 1712, the separate traders continued to prosper. Their later careers show that they persisted in using Parliament to uphold their economic interests. This use of parliamentary politics to expand the British economy had repercussions beyond the trade in enslaved Africans. Since the mid-1690s, Parliament had serviced the national debt with the help of the Bank of England. As a two-time governor of the Bank of England, 1709 to 1711, 1723 to 1725, and an influential politician within the Corporation of London and in Parliament, Sir Gilbert Heathcote shifted his lobbying activities after 1712 away from the expansion of trade to the protection of national credit, watching with some satisfaction as the Tories' counterpoise to the Bank of England, the South Sea Company, failed in the early 1720s. He died in 1733, at the age of 81, and was reputed to be the richest commoner in England, with a fortune of £700,000. 8 Robert Haysham and Richard Harris continued to use the lobbying techniques they had pioneered as separate traders. Haysham remained an active parliamentary lobbyist on trading matters, opposing the 1713 French Commerce Bill. He died in 1727 with landed investments in Hertfordshire, Essex, and Lancashire valued at £26,000, a personal estate amounting to £19,960 net per annum, and a house at Billiter Square. He expired resplendent and surrounded by goods suitable for export to Africa. Harris continued to be active on the Board of Trade and as a slave trader. Between 1718 and 1733, Harris embarked 1,931 enslaved from Africa. Along with Humphrey Morris, he was regarded by the 1720s as one of Britain's chief experts on the African trade. James Raleigh concluded, at his death in 1734, Richard Harris probably had exerted more influence over British slave trade policy than any other person in the first 3 decades of the 18th century. He was an unacknowledged legislator for the transatlantic slave trade. 9 Peter Puggen became a pillar of the London trading establishment. He purchased Wandsworth Manor House from the royal family and lived there in great splendor. His loutish hunting expeditions upset the local residents of nearby Battersea, who disputed his pious reputation and highlighted his commercial background, sarcastically quipping in a letter to the Weekly Journal, that truly religious, pious, modern, Protestant saint, Capt. Peter Pagan. Puggen died in 1720.10. The later life of Humphrey Morris, in particular, exemplifies the separate traders' intermixture of political and trading interests. Having married Puggen's daughter, Catherine, in 1722, Morris spent much of his time at Wandsworth Manor House. Between 1718 and 1732, he dispatched 53 voyages to Africa for slaves. In total, he transported 11,443 Africans in ships he owned that were named after his daughters. A witness before the Board of Trade in 1750 asserted, Mr. Morisick imported more Gold Coast Negroes into our colonies in 2 or 3 years about 28 years ago, than all the merchants of Bristol and Liverpool. The experience of lobbying together seems to have led to a lasting friendship between Morris and Richard Harris. By the 1720s, Morris and Harris owned and operated ships together. He and Harris also went fox hunting together at Morris's Chiswick estate. 11 Despite the huge profits slave voyages generated for Humphrey Morris and the clear endorsement they provide for his skills as a merchant, Morris's career ended in failure. His later years perhaps show that the Africa trade debates had led him to favor the political means over the economic ends of trade. His political campaign to guarantee the freedom to trade in the enslaved assisted his career in the City of London. By 1727, he had secured the most prestigious political position of all, Governor of the Bank of England. In Morris's case, however, his political profile failed to solve some financial worries. His belief that political power could sustain economic success proved illusory and led him into crime and then suicide. Morris abused his position as governor and began to embezzle bank funds, siphoning them into trust funds for his daughters. Unable to conceive of a public fall from grace and a private life of upward struggle, Morris poisoned himself in 1737. The legacy he left, along with Harris, Heathcote, Heysham, and his father-in-law, Pugin, was as leader of the political movement that produced the largest intercontinental forced migration in world history. 12. From 1712, the Royal African Company continued to deploy political methods to develop trading opportunities, which prevented it from fading into obscurity. The company's lobbying strategy since 1710 of courting ministerial support had been gaining ground. In 1710, Robert Harley, a longtime expert on the African trade, became Queen Anne's chief minister. The scale of the government's debt presented Harley with his most serious challenge. Because of his expertise, and partly because of African Company lobbying, Harley appears to have considered using the Royal African Company as a vehicle to restore the public finances. He obtained a legal opinion from the Attorney General supporting the sale of the monarch's right to 2/3 of the value of any gold mines developed by the Royal African Company so that the company's African territories could be used to encourage investment as well as for a revamped slave trading operation. He also employed Daniel Defoe to promote the African Company in his newspaper, The Review, from 1709 to 1713. In the end, however, Harley opted for a different course. Partly owing to the Africa trade debate's persistent description of the huge economic benefits of the transatlantic slave trade and owing to the widespread public dissatisfaction with the Royal African Company, he proposed a new slave trading company and created in 1711 the South Sea Company. This company proposed to improve the government's credit by exchanging discounted government bonds for stock in the new company. To give the company credibility as a trading entity, it was charged in 1713 with satisfying the asiento to supply slaves to Spanish America, a key term extracted by Britain during the peace negotiations at Utrecht to end the War of Spanish Succession. The South Sea Company thus represents the ministry's renewed attempt to use the slave trade, as it did with the East India trade, to benefit government finance. As such, it was a response to the separate traders' legislative vacuum, which allowed independent slave trading to be conducted outside the purview of state regulation. 14 Harley's decision to create a new corporate entity to manage the asiento in place of the African Company suggests the extent to which year after year of parliamentary deliberations had discredited the African Company in the public's eyes. Harley elected to support the African Company, however, because he saw a role for it as a potential slave supplier to his South Sea scheme and because the company and their supporters had worked hard to influence him. The African Company therefore became associated with the Tory policy. Propping up the African Company became part of the Tories' pro-South Sea Company position. The South Sea Company also entertained a proposal from the separate traders to supply it with slaves, but the awarding of that contract in 1713, to the African Company underlines the extent to which the company had successfully positioned itself within the Harley Ministry's affections. Point 15 This contract between the South Sea Company and the Royal African Company represented a possible economic lifeline for the African Company. It also offered a means for the African Company to improve its political position because the South Sea Company's directorate could be relied upon to lobby against legislation that might intrude on both companies' shared trading opportunities. Many African Company directors became South Sea Company directors. The African Company explained its strategy to one of its agents: "We now advise you that the Asiento contract for selling Negroes in the Spanish West Indies being fixed in the South Sea Company, we have agreed with that company to provide them with Negroes. By this interest we have now acquired, you may rest assured no act of Parliament will ever pass in favor of interlopers for an open trade." Sure enough, in June 1713, when a bill to deregulate the slave trade reached the House of Lords, the management of the South Sea Company resolved that the sub-governor, deputy governor, to wait on the Lord High Treasurer and acquaint his lordship that it is the opinion of this court that it will be for the advantage of this company that the bill to settle the trade to Africa do not pass this session. Later that month, Charles Montague, Earl of Halifax, the Lord Treasurer, presided over the Lords Select Committee that stalled discussion of the 1713 Anti-African Company Bill to protect the company from dissolution. The African Company thus successfully developed a government-sponsored interest via its connection to Robert Harley and then its contract with the South Sea Company to ensure its survival in 1713.16. The contract would become a poisoned chalice for the African Company. In August 1713, the South Sea Company contracted with the Royal African Company to supply 4,800 slaves on the coast of Africa. Confident that the agreement would solve its financial problems, the Royal African Company hardly watched as the separate traders, buoyed by broad public support, destroyed its market share. To make matters worse, the South Sea Company's contract with the Royal African Company began to cause the latter some concern. In May 1714, the South Sea Company owed the Royal African Company £7,695. The company began, once again, to apply to Parliament for a statute in support of its monopoly. Such was the widespread recognition of the company's commercial, financial, and political humiliation over the past quarter century that they were unable to find a Member of Parliament, MP, to present their petition during the 1714 parliamentary session. By June 1714, the Africa Company petitioned the Queen about the deplorable state of their trade and proposed that she either support their campaign for parliamentary establishment or let them sell their forts. The company made one final attempt to gather extra funds from its shareholders on condition of a statute in summer 1714. This campaign failed, and many of the Royal African Company's old guard of directors jumped ship, one assumes, fatigued by association with the company. Queen Anne died in 1714, and the arrival of the Hanoverian monarchs and the change of government it brought about severed the African Company's personal link with the ministry. In October 1714, a Royal African Company official claimed that the change of the ministers of state had fallen the African and South Sea stocks and frustrated the company's expectations. As Britain's independent slave trade expanded, the company appeared to enter an inane retirement. 17 Defeated in the slave trade by the separate traders, the company attempted to reinvigorate its stock by developing plantations near its African forts as well as a profitable trade with the inland parts of Africa. It wished to concentrate its commercial efforts where it had always focused the attention of potential political supporters on Africa itself. These wishes reflected long-held ambitions for the company. Both Charles Davenant and Daniel Defoe had celebrated the inland trade of Africa as one of the opportunities for Britain that the African Company provided. Davenant described the development of plantations to grow indigo, pepper, and cotton on the African coast as something of a very great national advantage because none can pretend that our western plantations are capable of furnishing this nation with sufficient quantities of these commodities. Defoe echoed Davenant by declaring, "It is the undoubted advantage of this nation to plant, raise, or produce any commodity, though now growing in our own colonies, while our said colonies are not able to produce the quantity we want, and that we are obliged to buy it in other countries for our ready money. 18 For Davenant and Defoe, the full rewards of an inland commerce with Africa, or of plantations there, was only possible with the complete support of the state and a corporation. If the state's interests were properly upheld by the company, the state could begin to develop its territorial holdings in Africa and reap the huge benefits of gold mining and the trade with the continent's vast and unknown interior. Davenant believed the joint stock format provided the best means to gather sufficient capital to mine gold. The company, so its petitions advised, offered the only means for the British interest on the coast of Africa to be maintained. The separate traders, as their epithet implied, were too detached from the interests of the British state to successfully advance them. An African Company pamphlet in 1713 declared that a financially restored African Company would exist to improve the British interest in Africa, to get knowledge of the more inland countries, thereby to promote the greater consumption of British manufactures. Another in the same year argued in similar terms, the company would assist the state in penetrating into the inland parts where, beyond controversy, are as great treasures of gold as are found in Brazil, or in any other parts of America, and which can never so much as be attempted in an open trade. 19. Such a trade would, of course, require large-scale investment and, thus, political capital. Because of the African Company's public humiliation since the 1690s, such capital would be difficult to assemble. The African Company saw an opportunity to ingratiate themselves with the new Hanoverian dynasty. The support of the new monarch, George I, would help to improve the company's political position without having to resort to another parliamentary appeal. In July 1715, the Royal African Company's sub-governor, William Paston, Earl of Yarmouth, and several directors appeared before the king with some of the fruits of the African interior, a tiger, civet cat, guinea hens, green birds, and lumps of gold, which His Majesty was pleased to receive very graciously and admitted all the gentlemen present to kiss his hand. The company positioned itself before the king as the victim of the bullying South Sea Company, which had strong links with the previous ministry, that since the expiration of the Act of Parliament the interlopers have assumed the name of free and open traders and have entrayed the company's lands and possessions in Africa with such numbers and force that cannot be resisted or repressed without the aid and protection of the government. And as an addition to the injuries and oppression the company groans under, they complain of the South Sea Company for acting like interlopers and now attempting to send a great number of ships to invade this company's territories and take from them the benefit of their dear-bought trade on those coasts. The African Company therefore, who are not able to contend with the great power of the South Sea Company, humbly resort to Yer Maj as supreme moderator. The African Company pledged to make such moderation worth the king's while by proposing a scheme by which the company would lend the monarch £1/3 of £1,000,000 at 5% interest. The company would be restyled as the British African Company, with representatives from the South Sea Company and the provincial outports of Liverpool and Bristol. 20 By 1716, the company indicated its formal desire to favor commercial contacts with the African interior over its participation in the slave trade. The minutes of the General Court recorded, "It is obvious that the Royal African Company have lost great sums of money by the trade, their exports, for many years past have been very small, their charges great, and their disappointments in the Negro trade, many and various." 21 The African Company persisted in its courtship of the royal family by entering the fray during the feud between George I and the Prince of Wales in 1717, father and son disagreed about how to share the more tedious features of royal protocol. The king's civil list debts had mounted, which weakened his financial position. Noting the extent of these debts and thrust out of office, Robert Walpole began to cultivate various corporations for loans that would secure the monarch's personal finances in exchange for a form of state sponsorship. Success for Walpole would help him rebound into the ministry. The African Company became a possible candidate. Not since the reign of James II had there been the prospect that the company could provide financial support for the monarchy. The Duke of Chandos, one of the most notorious embezzlers and projectors of the 18th century, began, as a result, to invest in the company. 22 As Paymaster General under James Churchill, 1st Duke of Marlborough, during the War of Spanish Succession, James Bridges, 1st Duke of Chandos, had amassed an estate of £600,000. The most notorious pillager of public funds, Chandos began to pour his vast wealth into an ostentatious aristocratic lifestyle and corporate adventures. His route to investment in the African company seems to have been through familiar and personal connections. In 1696, Chandos had married Mary Lake, the daughter of Sir Thomas Lake, an African company director and the sister of Sir Bibby Lake, who would become the company's deputy governor in 1722. Charles Davenant, who lived with the Duke until his death in 1717, most likely supplied much of the inspiration for the Duke's outlook on the African trade. By 1720, Chandos had become a director of the African Company and was its principal investor and visionary. 23 By investing in the African Company, Chandos tapped into a buoyant European stock market. The late 1710s were good years for publicly traded corporations. John Law's Mississippi scheme in France had instigated a vast boom in European share prices. Companies of all sorts appeared and floated on the stock exchanges of Paris and London. The principal vehicle for the overheating of the London stock market was the South Sea Company. The government enthusiastically welcomed this stock market boom. The African Company's royal charter and its long pedigree must have made it appear venerable as an investment in comparison to the hundreds of new companies that appeared in these years. Companies sought the comparative advantage born of legitimacy that a 17th-century royal charter would provide. Funds gathered by the burgeoning insurance industries flocked to established corporations like the African Company. In the summer of 1718, the Royal Exchange Assurance began to invest in the Mines Royal and the Mineral and Battery Works. Insurance companies, such as Onslow's and Chetwynd's, which had tried and failed to become incorporated, began to invest huge sums in the African Company so that the company's charter might protect their businesses. These newly wealthy companies entered the bidding war for state favor as the issue of financing the new king's civil list went unsolved. Chandos and others, including the directors of insurance companies, began to invest greater sums in the African Company to take advantage of rising interest in the African Company and in equities in general. 24 For Chandos, there were two pillars to the African El Dorado. The prospect of helping to finance the monarchy and the political rewards that would bring, combined with a steadfast belief that there were huge sums of money to be made trading with the interior of the African continent. The extent of the stock boom in the 1710s led Chandos to see that the time was right to make an investment in deepening Britain's commercial ties with Africa, reflecting that the carrying on trade in the piddling manner they had done for some years past would never answer their great capital stock. Chandos advised them to make some attempt for opening a trade into the inland parts of Africa. By the following year, after the stock market bubble had burst, Chandos himself declared, "I am so fully persuaded of the advantages which may accrue from this trade, that I shall not despair of having Africa become so beneficial to England as America is to Spain." From 1720 onward, the company, under Chandos's leadership, would reinvent itself, and thus the British presence in Africa, as a territorial entity and an agent of inland penetration and conquest, of gold mining, and of plantations. The Duke of Chandos's involvement with the Royal African Company would represent the company's final trading flourish. 25 The company, hoping to strike gold on the stock market and in Africa, completely overhauled its financial structure. The scheme involved engrafting 15,696 new African Company shares to the old African Company's capital at a discount of 25%. The funds raised from these new shares would provide £80,000 to cover the old company's outstanding debts. The proprietors of the old stock were to be paid a dividend of £10 upon each of their shares, with the new shares providing a trading stock for the benefit of the old and new owners of the company. Joseph Taylor, Chandos's attorney and a shadowy figure in London's financial scene, became the public mastermind of the financial mechanics of the scheme. Taylor had already proven himself a versatile and socially astute lawyer. He had defended Robert Harley during his impeachment in 1715. He then became clerk of Bridewell and the Bethlehem Hospital. These activities shrouded a highly profitable private practice, which served some of the wealthiest clients in England, such as the Child family, the descendants of the East India Company Supremo, Sir Josiah Child, including Sir Richard Child, Josiah's heir, and the future Lord Castlemaine. This practice brought him into contact with Chandos, whose aunt was Josiah's third wife. Taylor became one of Chandos's lawyers and a financial confidant and fixer. His experience, contacts, and expertise made him an ideal person to manage the 1720 reconstitution of the Royal African Company. 26 The scale of Chandos's investments in the scheme, his behind-the-scenes management of early subscribers, and his control over other investors' holdings suggest that he shared the responsibility for the new company with his cousin, Humphrey Walcott, and with Joseph Taylor. By March 1720, Chandos admitted to having a share of £400,000 in the new adventure. He celebrated the enthusiasm of key ministry figures such as Henry Boyle, Earl of Carleton, and Peter Methuen. The subscription proved tremendously popular. Chandos's correspondence is full of apologetic letters informing wealthy punters that their application for stock had been unsuccessful. The subscription for the new African Company shares raised, according to Chandos, in excess of £2 million. Taylor poured in resources from his friend at Wanstead, Sir Richard Child. Lady Child also invested substantially. Two courtiers close to the Baroness Gemingen, who was the nanny for the Prince of Wales's children and a close friend of the King's mistress, also made sizable investments that restored the connection the separate traders had often made between the bedchamber intrigues of the court and the Royal African Company's capital. After the old company's shareholders and their creditors had been paid and the various intermediaries who had managed the deal received their fees, £147,967 remained for the new African Company's trade. A new group of directors, many of whom enjoyed considerable prestige, came to serve the African Company at this time, including Martin Blayton, a Board of Trade Commissioner, Richard Lockwood, a prominent Turkey merchant and one of the Duke's principal financiers, as well as Edward Waller, the Chancellor of the Exchequer's financial go-between. Directorships of the new company proved so desirable to the powerful that both Charles Spencer, 3rd Earl of Sunderland, and Charles Townshend, 2nd Viscount Townshend, failed to achieve favour. 27 As a result of the engraftment of 1720, the African Company had been reborn as a powerful and wealthy corporation that Chandos proudly noted had been transformed, at his initiative, from the most despicable and ruinous condition that any body of men ever found themselves in. Contemporaries noted that Chandos's energetic involvement with the African Company made some noise in the world, and their stock rose considerably, when all the rest were sunk. Robert Walpole, the future Prime Minister, who made perhaps £9,000 from African stock, encouraged separate trader Humphrey Morris's involvement with the new African Company. Both Morris and then Richard Harris declined to be involved, however. Later, Chandos would suggest to Walpole that the African Company's relative durability as a corporation after the bursting of the South Sea bubble might recommend it to the government as a vehicle to manage the public debt. Under Chandos's guidance, the African Company entered a new period of optimism and assiduity. 28 The fresh capital generated by the engraftment produced the company's most impressive trading phase, during which it assembled record numbers of cargoes, filled its warehouses, repaired its forts, and built a new fort at Angola. The London Journal reported, "The African Company are now sending all sorts of goods fit for their Guinea trade." Chandos had sought advice from experts in the African trade, including present and former officials of the African Company as well as two African princes that were guests at extravagant dinner parties at his stately mansion, Cannons, in Edgware, north of London. Chandos explained that, after questioning the princes over dinner, he had become convinced that their expertise could assist him to take hold of the opportunity to make what discoveries they can of the products of those parts of the world. For Chandos, the principal opportunity was gold mining. By the summer of 1722, Chandos concluded that the slave trade is a losing trade and that the business of the company ought to be with home returns goods traded back to England, especially gold. 29. Most impressive about Chandos was the extent of his commercial imagination and vision and the relentless energy he deployed attempting to realize that vision. The Duke carefully researched all of his business ventures. Besides gold mining, Chandos proposed the cultivation of cotton, indigo, and pepper on the African coast as well as the manufacturing of calico and muslin, wood for wainscoting, Barbary matting, and walking canes. He advised his contacts in Africa of various tropical products that would fetch a good price in London, including gum to make dragon's blood powder that sells for £1 an ounce, the stone of a bezoar monkey extracted from its intestine, and the civet of a cat, a very valuable commodity at Sierra Leone. He proposed that African agents market English fashions in Africa and that African textile designs be sent to Manchester for copying and the resulting products sold in England and the colonies. He wrote to Hans Sloane about African crops that might be delivered and used as medicines. He gathered a team of Cornish miners and transported them to the African coast to begin digging for gold. He assembled histories of Africa and journals to research the continent's geography and commercial potential as well as manuscript copies of 17th-century excursions to Africa, including one transcribed by Robert Hooke. His vision for the Royal African Company's trade with Africa was nothing less than an amalgamation of all of Britain's imperial experience up to that point. It combined the development of a market for English goods and a resource for extracting precious metals and importing valuable raw materials for the British and European markets. 30. Despite Chandos's undeniable energy and vision, his scheme to develop the African Company's trade had, by 1725, utterly failed. The company struggled to disassociate itself from the financial irregularities of the South Sea bubble and of Chandos's own personal history of financial impropriety. In March 1721, the London Journal reported a refinancing deal for the company, and it was reckoned that the company had lost £95,000 sterling by the bargain. Two other forces conspired to undermine the company's renaissance. The company's restored trade provided rich and easy pickings for pirates. One newspaper estimated that the African Company's losses reached £200,000 by the summer of 1720. Some of the Cornish miners that the company had dispatched to the African coast to assist with the gold mines mutinied and began to steal from the company in the summer of 1722. The miners joined pirate ships prowling the west coast of Africa. The others remained, wrote James Hughstown, but in a deplorable state. I found, at my arrival, most of them dead, and those alive were now and then digging of little holes or pits in the ground by the seaside, and searching that earth for gold, which appeared to me to be rather a burlesque than any real inquiry. 31. The possibility of any European power establishing gold mines on the west coast of Africa or asserting themselves independently of their African hosts was remote. 4. As Hughstown continued to explain about the Cornish miners, they durst not venture the miners out of the reach of the castle guns, lest the negroes, who certainly took them for conjurers, should make incursions on them, to the hazard of their lives. Hughstown summarized why Chandos's mining adventure had failed: the scarcity of provisions for subsistence, and the resistance that necessarily must be made by the natives, are reasons of the impossibility of the project of discovering and possessing their mines. His explanation for Chandos's failure received further support in early 1722, when the African Company received the disagreeable news that the natives of Angola, assisted by a Portuguese man of war, had burnt the company's guard ship, called the Royal Africa, and destroyed their settlement at Cabinda. This event devastated Chandos's plans to use the company as a vessel for British interests in the African interior. 32. The African Company again looked to the South Sea Company for an improvement in its fortunes. News regularly spread that the South Sea Company would merge with or purchase the African Company. Such rumors were designed solely to improve the African Company's share price, but they were futile. The separate traders' well-established lobbying machine repeatedly blocked the South Sea Company's attempts to monopolize or even dominate the slave trade to Jamaica, just as they had blocked the African Company's earlier attempts. 33 Beleaguered by continued misfortunes and the strength of the competition, and despite his best efforts to understand and communicate a new basis for the African trade, the Duke of Chandos conceded defeat in February 1725. He declared, "Ever since I have had the misfortune to know anything of the company, disappointments, vexations, and loss have been all the fruits we have reaped from our care and application." Chandos's ambitious engagement with the trade ended in disaster. He lost £110,000 in his African adventures, compounding his huge losses in the South Sea bubble. As he explained to Lord Bolingbroke in September 1721, "I have lost in this month above £500,000. The results of his investment in the company soon brought public ridicule. Jonathan Swift quipped about Chandos's career, "All he got by fraud is lost by stocks." One pamphleteer lampooned his obsession with gold mining and his experiments adjacent to Cape Coast Castle. Their trading stock was soon spent, no gold was found, and a great hole in the side of a hill alone remains, as an everlasting monument of their industry. Rapacious pirates, the low reputation of corporate finance, and the irrefutable power of the African states to prevent Europeans from imposing their commercial will on the African continent all conspired to thwart Chandos and his new African Company. 34. Without Chandos's involvement, the company soon foundered. It became vulnerable once again to attack in Parliament and in the Board of Trade. As it requested state support, a phalanx of separate traders convinced the board that a supported African company would restrict the scale of Britain's overseas trade. The differences between the political positions of the African Company and the separate traders in the 1720s had only hardened since the 1710s. The separate traders' natural rights argument had become more strident. One of their lobbyists representing the Bristol and Liverpool separate traders summarized, "The said separate traders have an equal and natural right to trade to those parts. That by our Constitution no one should be constrained in his right, unless it were for a public good. That the question is at present, whether the benefit of this trade should be dispersed over all the kingdom, or monopolized by a few of his Majesty's subjects. That by our Constitution the King had not a power, without consent of Parliament, to exclude any of his subjects from trading to any parts of Africa. 35 The African Company's response to the modern politicking of the separate traders continued to express suspicion of petitioning interests and appealed to a society led by disinterested, genteel experts. As the African Company Secretary, Francis Lynn, put it, "There are cartloads of petitioners ready to be presented against us. Though, it be our happiness that the meanest person in the kingdom may be allowed to petition, when he thinks himself aggrieved. Your lordships know likewise that petitions are never allowed to judge of themselves, and considering the arts by which such petitions may be obtained, and the capacity of those who generally speaking, are most forward to sign them, we think we have no reason to apprehend any danger from them. It is to those, who have the honor to be entrusted with the care of public affairs, are able to judge impartially between such petitioners and us, that we address ourselves. That alone with competent judges will weigh infinitely more than numbers of petitions, signed by persons who with regard to the nature and circumstances of the trade to Africa can hardly be allowed to know their right hand from their left. 36 The strength of the separate traders' connection with the Prime Minister, Robert Walpole, and the influence of men like Humphrey Morris would trump any appeal the African Company might make. The African Company's attempt to develop and then monopolize Britain's trade with the African interior had done nothing to undermine the separate traders' growing Slavi trading operation, and their interest group remained a force to be reckoned with. As a result of the separate traders' entrenched political influence and the African Company's petitioning weakness, the company's opponents were able to exploit public disapproval of trading corporations since the South Sea bubble and brand any political appeal by the company as a trap for unwary investors. The Chandos episode had not helped the company in this regard. African Company directors, such as Richard Lockwood, had their campaigns for election tainted by association with the ruinous financial schemes of the company. John Perceval, 1st Earl of Egmont, witnessed a parliamentary debate in February 1730 during which the pro-company faction argued that the company's forts were soon to fall into the hands of a foreign power. The separate traders responded, without having to resort to the company's unimpressive trading record, that this is only a job to flurry up the actions of the African company, that some may sell out, and draw other unwary persons to buy, which may be the ruin of many families. Egmont went on to explain, the majority of MPs were apprehensive such a countenance given it would cause a rise in the African stock and render it a bubble to the deceiving unwary people, who would imagine the House intended to favor the company, when they do not, and buy to their detriment. The separate traders could portray themselves as the defenders of liberal trading activity and the African company as a typically fraudulent corporation seeking government sponsorship to rob the independent trader, via speculative mania, of his hard-won trading gains. 37 In March 1730, Parliament formally resolved, but again without a statute, that the British slave trade ought to remain unregulated, and added, the trade and navigation to Africa ought never to be charged with any duty for the maintenance of the British forts and settlements belonging to the company. Such was the force of the public's countenance for deregulated slave trading by the mid-1730s that the African company had to spell out each time it made an appeal to a public body that a free trade in slaves represented the best means to manage the slave trade. A plantation interest growing in importance by the 1730s and 1740s forced the African company to tread very carefully in Parliament. As one African company petitioner obsequiously announced, the African company should be wanting in their duty to their country, if at the same time, that they beg leave to represent the difficulties and discouragements, which they have long labored under themselves. They did not likewise express their fears, that the laying any burthen on the said trade in general would very much tend to discourage the importation of such supplies of negroes from time to time into the colonies and plantations belonging to this kingdom, as are necessarily required for their support and improvement. Another pro-company pamphlet obediently described the deregulated slave trade as the sense of the nation. The 1730s provided another opportunity for the separate traders to show that their efforts in the Africa trade debates of the 1690s and 1710s had persuaded public and political opinion that an unregulated slave trade equaled an open trade, and that both were in the best interests of the nation. In sum, a free trade in enslaved humans supported the liberty of Englishmen. Parliament, however, agreed to offer public subsidies to the Royal African Company to support its forts. Throughout much of the 1730s and 1740s, the state maintained the company via annual payments of £10,000, which the company could spend on its forts. The separate traders had helped to garner public enthusiasm for the slave trade, and Parliament thus felt comfortable providing public funds to support it. It was certainly ironic that the separate traders' success at developing public support for the slave trade would lead to the states providing substantial annual subsidies to their lobbying opponents to protect the national interest on the African coast. 38 The African Company's reputation enjoyed another brief resurgence during the 1740s. French success in the Atlantic economy and the outbreak of the War of the Austrian Succession, 1740 to 1748, endorsed the African Company's argument that a strong monopoly company could better confront French competition than a diffuse deregulated trade. The success of the French slave trade during these years, partly under the monopolistic management of the French Senegal Company in the 1740s, and the rapid development of Saint-Domingue as the most efficient sugar-producing island precipitated the creation of a British interest group led by Julius Beckford, brother of William Beckford, the City of London grandee. The African Company deployed lobbyists with impressive Atlantic credentials such as Beckford and Jack Sharp, Jamaica's agent in Parliament, as the company's solicitors before the Board of Trade hearings in the mid-1740s. The company began to advocate once again for a monopoly to defend overseas trade from the encroachments of rival European nations with their own monopolies. 39 It was Thomas Pelham Hollis, the Duke of Newcastle and Secretary of State for the Southern Department, who finally hammered the nails into the Royal African Company's coffin in a 1748 report to the Board of Trade. Newcastle explained that deregulation had hugely increased the scale of the trade and had secured an adequate supply of slaves for the mainland American colonies for the first time. He saw the 1712 expiration as the crucial turning point in the development of the slave trade. From this time the trade began to flourish and has gradually increased. In 1709 the separate traders had only 71 ships. In 1727 they had 170 which carried 40,000 Negroes. The ships now employed from Great Britain are 140, which ships being larger than those formerly used carry upwards of 45,000 Negroes. He added that companies like the African Company were held in low esteem by the public because they were predisposed to commit fraud by manipulating their stock for insiders. The practice of all companies shows that the first adventurers do not fairly stand the profit and loss of their own projects but by making fictitious dividends out of their principal though they make no profits, raise the nominal value of their stock and thereby draw unwary people into ruin. 40 Newcastle's influential verdict on the Royal African Company proved damning and helped silence the Beckford and Sharp axis. In 1750, Parliament finally created a regulated African trading company that enjoyed no real or pretended monopoly over the African trade and posed no threat to the interests of the independent slave traders. 2 years later, the government wound up the Royal African Company. In April 1752, the African Company's charter. All books, papers, and writings were stowed in 2 rented rooms at the Jerusalem Coffee House, the favored meeting place of East India Company merchants and officials, to await the historian. 41. The maintenance of the Royal African Company between 1712 and 1752 had sought mostly to generate income for the company's directors from stock market manipulation, and from the 1730s the source of these speculations was often public subsidy. Under the Duke of Chandos's leadership from 1718 to 1723, however, the company made a viable attempt to manage Britain's trade with the unexplored African interior. The African Company, despite the quality of its personnel and the extent of its resources, failed in this endeavour because of the interference of the South Sea Company, the Portuguese, the betrayals of a group of wayward Cornish miners turned pirates, but mostly because local African power was too strong to allow a British organisation to confiscate its natural resources. The British state's attempts to directly divert resources away from the separate traders' legislative vacuum and into statutory regulations like the South Sea Company proved, like the African Company's forays into gold mining in Africa, to be costly tropical burlesques. The separate traders continued to use their political capital to protect their interests in the slave trade. They did not need to thwart the African Company's ambitions after 1712 because the company had largely conceded defeat in the competition to dominate the slave trade. The separate traders deregulated this trade and continued its growth under their guidance throughout the 18th century, as the Duke of Newcastle attested. The separate traders' legislative vacuum reflected the breadth of public support for the slave trade. By the second quarter of the 18th century, the separate traders began to use their public support to achieve statutory means of protecting their slave trading interests, including the Debt Recovery Act and the Molasses Act. The British state's determination to regulate the African trade was gathering pace. Because of the African Company's long period of commercial decline after 1712 and its continued political and corporate presence, the company's pro-regulation rationales would mutate into an argument that was to have anti-slavery connotations. Abolition would represent the ultimate form of statutory state regulation of the transatlantic trade in enslaved Africans. It is to that final feature of the politicization of the transatlantic slave trade that we now turn. 6. The legacies. Free to enslave. The Royal African Company and the separate traders disagreed publicly about a lot of things. Their political disputes rose above one shared assumption, however, that the forced transportation of enslaved Africans to the British American colonies was legitimate, moral, and of national strategic importance. Both the African Company and the separate traders agreed that enslaved African labor was integral to the expansion of Britain's plantation economies. Broad participation in the Africa trade debates helped to portray African slaves as commodities indispensable for the successful development of the empire. Although they rarely mentioned it, both sides endorsed the views that Africans were culturally and ethnically different from Europeans and, for the most part, inferior as well. The politicization of the transatlantic slave trade that the Africa trade debates produced, however, allowed some of the long-established residual moral concern about slavery and slave trading to enter the mainstream political debate. This concern gravitated exclusively around and emanated largely from the Royal African Company and its vision of trade. Once the company had lost the central issue of the debate, who could conduct the slave trade in a way that satisfied the broadest public interest and uphold the natural right of Englishmen to trade, it began to leverage concern about the morality of slavery to buttress its political position. During the debates about the slave trade, the company's arguments in favor of monopoly closely resembled those isolated objections to the slave trade and slavery in the colonies that connected slavery to vice, avarice, and overconsumption. The survival of the African Company after the deregulation of the trade in 1712 ensured that this pro-monopoly argument would nurture the anti-slavery sentiments of others during the 1730s, 1740s, and 1750s. The company would view its monopoly, not as a vessel for the coercive power of the state to prevent selfish merchants from dissolving the trade away, but as a regulatory mechanism that could curb the immoral activities of independent slave traders. Rather than intimidating Africans, the company would protect them. The commercial successes of the separate traders necessitated an argument for abolition that celebrated commerce. But, ambivalence toward the slave trade and slavery proposed that commerce had become disconnected from moral and humane imperatives and required reform. The African Company's traditional argument voicing suspicion of unregulated economic activity became, in the context of the company's continued interest in promoting Britain's trade with Africa, associated with a sentimentalized commerce. By the 1730s, this commerce connected its traditional pro-monopoly argument with the need to treat Africans with humanity, hospitality, and dignity, a dignity that remained attached to royalty and would be best upheld by the royally sponsored African Company. The Royal African Company's political disapproval of the separate traders' deregulated slave trade came, by the middle of the 18th century, to inform a desire to reform the trade's brutality via regulation, which, by the 1780s, had become a politicized argument for abolition. 1. The following discussion assesses how the political disputes between the African Company and the separate traders helped produce from the 1680s to the 1760s the ideological and policy underpinnings for the anti-slavery movement that developed in the final third of the 18th century into full-blown abolitionism. The public, parliamentary setting for the debates between the separate traders and the African Company broadened the discussion beyond the narrow consideration of the management of the trade to the treatment of Africans. The dialogic impetus between company and traders also saw the refinement of their respective positions on regulation, so that monopoly came to be seen as a potential means to rein in the slave trade's unique brutality. The company's long history in the 18th century and its corporate structure provided an institutional setting and a political issue that placed these anti-slavery views on the public, political agenda. In this way, the African Company's politicization of the transatlantic slave trade nurtured embryonic abolitionist language, ideas, and personnel. By the 1770s, anti-slavery campaigners began to associate the evils of slavery with an absence of regulation for the trade. To early proponents of abolitionism, independent slave traders had been given an excess of freedom to enslave. In 1690, an apologist for the Royal African Company argued that joint stock organization of the slave trade provided the only means of regulating the behavior of the English slave traders on the African coast and of ensuring the humane treatment of the Africans. It is only by means of an incorporated company that the English in their dealing and trafficking with the natives can be restrained to a due observation of the rules and measures of humanity, truth, and justice. What was meant by dealing and trafficking is unclear, but it is likely that the pamphlet refers to the growing concern about English involvement in the direct enslavement of Africans rather than about the purchase of the enslaved from African brokers, a practice known as pilliarding. The gentleman in the city who authored this pamphlet went on to allege that the independent slave traders' self-interest prevented the sort of impartial justice that could ensure the interests of humanity were upheld. For as traders at random, do seldom propose anything, besides and beyond their private ends, so it is easy to be imagined, on what insolences, frauds, and rapines, scattered and particular men will venture, upon the hope and prospect of enriching themselves, when there is no common and established society accountable for the miscarriage of every individual. For the gentlemen, the private interests of the independent traders would override the cause of humanity as a whole. Only a state-sponsored monopoly company could uphold humanity, truth, and justice. To the African Company had not made such arguments before the start of the Africa trade debates in Parliament in 1690. This early African Company pamphlet shows to what extent the parliamentary audience wished to have all features of the trade examined. Public consideration of the slave trade allowed for discussions that interrogated every aspect of the trade. In this case, growing public concern about English participation in man-stealing bled into the public deliberations that had been initiated by the company's narrow interest in having its monopolistic charter endorsed. The need to satisfy a disinterested audience of members of Parliament, MPs, who might consider the slave trade in any number of contexts, including the growing concern about the trade's immorality, could be appealed to with an equal number of considerations. In this case, the ways in which a monopolistic organization for the trade could better manage its brutality on the African coast. The gentlemen also demonstrated that what would become the central disagreement in the debate, whether individual, self-interested merchants or a corporate society could better advance the national interest, could be recast in moral terms. Point 3. The gentleman supporter of the African Company understood the political benefits of styling the company as the upholder of a humanitarian approach to slave trading that other writers had wished for in the 1680s. Influential and articulate exponents of concern about the morality of slavery in the colonies deployed arguments that expressed suspicion of the centrality of commerce and interest to late 17th century society. These writers focused on the immorality of slavery in the American plantations rather than slave trading on the African coast. Their criticisms reflected similar values to those endorsed by the African Company, however. In 1680, the firebrand Anglican vicar, Morgan Godwine, railed against the greed and false Christianity of the English, describing interest as the English god. Godwine's depiction of the English plantations evoked earlier English portrayals of the gold lust, godlessness, and cruelty of the Spanish in America. He suggested that English zeal had been, like the conquistadores, corrupted by the love of money. 'Tis true, their zeal is said of late to be much abated. But this, as 'tis the crime of some few, whose great wisdom consisteth only in getting of money, the grand Antichrist of our English nation, which, in the very letter of the text, they exalt above God and religion. So I doubt not but their impiety will in time be better lunite into, and a stop be put to its further growth, at least there, and those Mammonists be obliged to a more Christian deportment and compliance with the universal practice of all believers, especially of our English nation, till now. For in 1684, in friendly advice, to the gentlemen planters of the East and West Indies, Thomas Tryon sought to expose the hypocrisy of the planters' claim to act in a Christian manner toward their slaves. But Tryon also predicted the African Company's criticism of the independent traders by depicting the plantation owners as humans whose innate virtues had been corrupted by interest, greed, and vice. A false conceit of interest has blinded the planters' eyes and stopped their ears, and rendered their hearts harder than rocks of adamant. Tryon ventriloquized via a fictional slave to expose the planters' hypocrisy as Christians and blamed their failure to curb their excessive brutality on their inability to regulate their passions, despite their belief that their interests would help them achieve this regulation. How well you regulate your passions, which is another thing you say Christian doctrine teaches you, all the world sees, and we often feel. Your lusts duel one another, covetousness fights with luxury, wantonness jostles ambition, and revenge is opposed by cowardice. Sense gets above reason, the man is ridden by the beast. Just as to the African Company the separate traders would have their swill of liberty in deregulating the trade, for Tryon unregulated slavery had initiated the corrupting excesses of American avarice, often expressed in the intemperance of meat-eaters and alcoholics. Slave owning, however, was the ultimate form of overconsumption. They wantonly consume the increase and product of our heavy pains in riot and voluptuousness, in superfluity and all kinds of extravagant vidiousness, their chief study and philosophy being to gratify their liquorish palates, and insatiate pensées, and to enslave us with many intolerable bird hens, so that their lamps are ready to be extinguished by their superfluity and excess of oil, whilst they make frequent and solemn feasts, that is, offer sacrifices and celebrate festivals to their idol belly god Punch, the divinity which they chiefly adore. African company writers described the separate traders in a similar light, contorted by greed and interest and distracted from the true end of overseas trade, to uphold the public good. 5 The African company's vision for the slave trade also reflected Afra Ben's criticism of plantation life. Ben's 1688 novel Orunako altered Tryon's depiction of the plantations as dens of corrupt consumption, to arenas for the jettisoning of the social distinctions that ought to be the lifeblood of a stable, civilized society. She contrasted the subordination of enslaved Africans with the heroic nobility of the novel's royal protagonist. A truth-telling in Phi. Del much like Tryon's slave spokesman Orunako celebrated the dignity of monarchy more than the inherent dignity of mankind. For Ben, as for the African company's pamphleteers, royalty was the protector of decency, humanity, virtue, and a well-ordered society. 6 By the time of the parliamentary debates about the slave trade in the 1690s, the story of Orunako had found a larger audience thanks to Thomas Southern's play of the same name, first performed in 1695. It modified features of Ben's novel in ways that reflect the content of the Africa trade debates. The slave trader, Captain Driver, procures Orunako in Angola, a region the separate traders had begun to trade with in the 1690s, rather than closer to the African company's forts at Cormentine. Southern also introduces a subplot about a pair of women seeking advantageous marriages in the colonies to further dramatize an important theme that African company pamphleteers had alluded to, the inhumanity of unregulated market transactions. Like the African company's publicists, Southern criticized the financial revolution of the 1690s as favoring utility over enlightenment. Southern, like Ben, watched with distaste as the quest for material gain subordinated notions of nobility and separated political economy from its social and moral foundations. Echoing the African company's refrain about the separate traders as callous social climbers, Southern depicts Captain Driver, who buys and sells Orunako, as low-born, money-obsessed, and shallow. As in company portrayals of independent slave traders, Captain Driver's ruthless pursuit of gain saw him lure Orunako into captivity under false pretenses, shunning conventions of hospitality and friendship. The implication that an unregulated market threatened royalty in ways that encouraged slave trading is evident throughout the play. The connections Godwine, Tryon, Ben, and Southern drew between self-interested commerce, luxury, extravagant vidiousness, an absence of respect for social order, and American slavery recalled many of the Royal African Company's depictions of the independent slave trade. Tryon lobbied in the 1680s for reform of the American slave plantations. The company lobbied in 1690 for a trade that could support the interests of humanity on the African coast. Neither Tryon nor the company's gentlemanly supporter advocated for the end of slavery. They both sought to manage its excesses and believed that management would be good for the trade as a whole. In the opening stages of the Africa trade debates and in a rather isolated fashion, the political discussions of the future of the slave trade provided an outlet for the growing criticism of plantation slavery and unregulated slave trading that was, for all of these writers, the result of a society polluted by greed and selfishness. The openness of parliamentary debates in the 1690s helped to connect pamphlet concern about slavery with the formal, public consideration of the slave trade that the Africa trade debates involved. Moral concern with slavery also supplied another argument that company supporters could use to develop political support. The politics of the Africa trade debates would continue to provide a public outlet for calls for stronger state management of slavery. The African company itself provided a corporate setting for these shared ideas that helped to detach them from particular individuals like Tryon and to transfer them into the middle of the 18th century. 4. As a company supporter would later argue, only a fixed society could allow for the maintenance and transferal of such ideas which can never be maintained with individuals or single persons, who being transient and mortal. 7. Separate trader pamphleteers did not express any concern about the morality of the slave trade during the parliamentary debates. Very few felt the need to justify the enslavement of Africans at all. In 1708, a London pamphleteer praised enslavement on philanthropic grounds. "I cannot but think it a charitable and commendable, as well as a lawful undertaking, to buy a slave in Guinea, where the severity of the government has subjected him to a discipline that flesh and blood can scarce go through, and to transport him to one of our plantations, where he retains the name of a slave, but performs only the work and business of a servant." It was typical of the separate traders to use an argument in favor of American slavery that celebrated liberal government. They cited the barbarity of African society to justify the slave trade and praised English government and politics while doing so. This barbarity did not necessitate a monopoly company, because a deregulated trade would help to extend the commendable charity of slave trading by transporting more slaves to the plantations and therefore converting more to the relative comforts of servitude. The same pamphleteering slave trader measured the barbarity of African society according to Africans' inability to understand thoughts of liberty, which few of them can attain to, and not many of them aspire after. This constitutional and ethnic deficiency made them ripe for and deserving of enslavement. According to this perverse formulation, it would be wrong for the separate traders to embrace deliberative government as the best means of advancing their own interests without extending the blessings of that government to the Africans by encouraging their enslavement and then transporting them. 8. The African company did not initially deny the separate traders' assertion that Africa was a barbarous place. Sir Dalby Thomas, the African company's chief agent at Cape Coast Castle, also argued that Africans were unable to conceive of liberty or the benefits of English civilization after 1688. When reporting back to his London superiors, Thomas offered an assessment of the African peoples he had encountered: "They have no knowledge of liberty and property, nothing being more common than the strongest to dispose of and enslave the weakest. Might is their right." According to Thomas's logic, an understanding and appreciation of liberty should prevent the desire to enslave. But he did not ruminate on the implications of his logic. Instead, the Africans' barbarity, or their inability to conceive of freedom, formed part of the African company's justification for monopoly, because such barbarity required the intercession, via monopoly, of the coercive power of the state. Another pamphleteer echoed Thomas: "As the African settlements are numerous, and under divers petty kings, they are seldom free from differences amongst one or more of their neighbors. Also they are illiterate people, and have not, or are they governed by, an religion, laws, or courts of justice, or any civilized rules of discipline." 9. For the separate traders, the perceived despotic barbarity of African government justified their transportation to the plantations, where a more benign government would improve their situation. For the African company's supporters, the barbarity of African government existed in its fractured, unsettled quality, much like the separate traders, and in the unpredictable use of force. The company proposed that such an environment necessitated the unitary power that a joint stock company could provide. 10. Toward the end of the Africa trade debates, however, the political exchanges between the separate traders and the African company led the latter to reconceptualize African barbarity. Instead of viewing Africans as barbarous despots, the company began to associate Africans with the barbaric commerce of the separate traders. Because the price of slaves increased after the deregulation of the trade, African vendors were seen as the principal beneficiaries of the trade, at least in England. In a 1707 letter to the company's Leadenhall Street Directorate, an African company official at Cape Coast Castle, John Chano, described the deregulation as favoring the Africans and depicted them in ways that the company had often portrayed the separate traders: "No people in the world, I believe, understand their interest better than the blacks of the Gold Coast. Another added, they are selfish and perfidious to the last degree, and having no sense of honor, or religion to control them, no contracts or promises on their parts will bind them. The company began to attribute the commercial success of the separate traders to their willingness to encourage the truckling of African vendors. One African company official compared the separate traders' commercial attributes to a latent but vicious tropical disease that would remain dormant until activated by the germ of unregulated human trafficking. The Fantines are taught to trade by the separate traders, and by experience are expert merchants, if such a term may be given to cunning tricking villains, who now give the law to their instructors, and make them meanly and basely truckle to them for everything. For the African company, the absence of its joint stock monopoly power had allowed the free pursuit of self-interest. The separate traders were the authors of an African barbarity expressed as self-interest rather than despotism. The African company's argument about the importance of the coercive power of its monopoly on the West African coast would, by 1714, be used to protect and then civilize the Africans, not by transporting them to America as slaves, as the separate traders proposed, but by developing commercial contacts with the African interior. 11 The African company identified the separate traders' immoral participation in enslavement, or the kidnapping of Africans, as one of the principal obstacles to the development of civilized commerce with the African interior. Charles Davenant repeatedly provided examples of separate traders forcibly seizing African slaves rather than purchasing them. In his reflections upon the constitution and management of the African trade, Davenant quoted from a letter from Captain Bernard Ladman at Comenda, "As for trade, I have met with very little, the blacks being afraid to come aboard English ships, they having been tricked by several separate traders, who did surprise and carry away with them 24 Negroes." Davenant also recorded the names of a group of separate traders who had been with very gross and barbarous acts of inhumanity, seizing and taking away with them all the Negroes whom they could surprise along the coast, robbing canoes on the water, forcing women, boys, and girls along with them from the shore, shooting at boats, and killing such Negroes as refused to answer their call. He used these accounts to equate the separate traders' free trade in slaves with plundering, stealing, and sometimes killing. 12 The African company's depiction of the barbarous cruelty and immorality of the separate traders on the African coast was matched by testimony from the plantations that combined pro-company arguments with concern about the morality of the slave trade. For some pro-company writers, the African company's monopoly could civilize slavery on the plantations as well as the slave trade on the African coast. In 1709, one pamphleteer fused Tryon's portrayal of a Caribbean society poisoned by luxury and Davenant's repeated accusation that the separate traders had barbarized the African coast with an argument in favor of the amelioration of slavery that derived from natural law. A letter from a merchant at Jamaica offered to show more of the iniquity of that slave trade. Then either the planters or merchants, the company, or traders, will think it their business to shew. The Jamaican merchant explained the brutalities of the plantations in civic humanist terms. The desire of possessing and avarice and luxury led to slavery and its evil consequences. The letter reserved special opprobrium for those slave traders who bypassed the African vendors to kidnap free Africans, declaring one to be an odious man-stealer. Unlike separate trader pamphleteers in the dispute who invoked the natural right to trade in slaves, the merchant emphasized that slave purchases contravened natural law, the slave's plain and natural right to life and liberty. 13 The Jamaican merchant resented the colony's lack of sound, disinterested government, which allowed for what the caprice and cruelty of men, bounded by no fences of human law, can invent and execute. Without sufficient control of the trade, attention could not be focused on the living and working conditions of slaves. The merchant's mention of the danger of having so many buyers referred to the deregulated trade, and he emphasized the need for a shift to wise, state-sponsored government of the trade. The merchant appealed, via his correspondent, who he alleged had a godlike mind, to so august an assembly as Parliament to provide assurances that there is a God who governs the earth, and restrains the pride and cruelty of wicked men. But, in the end, The merchant advocated increasing the scale of the trade, not restricting its capacity. He suggested that reducing slavery's brutality with improved management might make economic sense. Let them company and separate traders study ways and means to preserve and increase it. It has never yet throve, nor do I believe ever will, till 'tis managed with more justice and humanity. 14. The importance the author of the letter placed on converting the slaves to Christianity offered a means of exchanging guilt about the trade for a civilizing mission that complemented the African company's formal imperialist agenda. Other writers agreed. The intensification of political deliberations about the company from 1710 had allowed for the public to again insert moral compunction about the slave trade into the public debate. The Jamaica merchant, whoever he was, achieved some press coverage in early 1710. The Whig newspaper The Observator published a letter from a gentleman relating to the African trade, which endorsed many of the merchant's concerns about the state of the slave plantations and the mistreatment of enslaved Africans there and highlighted the importance of slave baptism. The Observator promoted the baptism of slaves on the grounds that though we have them in our own power, and opportunity to instruct them in our faith, we designedly leave them in ignorance, which is a plain proof, that for the labor of their bodies, we suffer them to damn their souls. The baptism of enslaved Africans proved especially appealing to Parliament, which, on 2 occasions, inserted a clause about it into proposed legislation with reassurances that baptism would not threaten planters' human property. The Observator associated this desire to convert African slaves to Christianity with Anglican missionary societies like the Society for the Propagation of Christian Knowledge that had links with the African Company. Morgan Godwine, as the Observator mentioned, had made calls for slave baptism from the 1680s, but widespread conversion of slaves did not begin in earnest until the 18th century. The newspaper connected its enthusiasm for slave baptism to the need for greater regulation and, by implication, the company, that therefore there seems as much or more need to regulate this matter, than to interpose between the contending trader. By the early decades of the 18th century, writers sympathetic to the African Company could claim its monopoly came to provide a patriarchal structure to look after the spiritual needs of its human cargoes as much as it had been designed to protect the spiritual conditions of its employees. Again, the Africa trade debates helped to alter the interpretation of African barbarism, from a justification for monopoly that was coeval with the justification for enslavement to a justification for monopoly that helped in the civilization of Africans through baptism. The Christianizing of slaves, however, would aid the cause of slavery, rather than aid in its abolition. Parliamentary consideration in the 18th century might have helped to disabuse planters and merchants of the 17th century maxim that baptism meant manumission. 15 The Society for the Propagation of the Gospel in Foreign Parts had been strongly associated with the Society for the Reformation of Manners, which had worried since the 1690s about the morally enervating effect of unbridled commerce on society. The Observator therefore echoed the now familiar notion that unregulated trade had corrupted and dehumanized the Africans. By the temptation of a market, the Negroes are induced to betray, steal, and make war upon one another. But, as with the Jamaica merchant, the Observator also advanced strident, Whiggish calls for the slave trade to come into line with national pride in British liberty and respect for the natural rights of mankind. 'Tis strange that we should be so partial as to think the liberties of others is to be sacrificed for us. We talk of national sins, I could wish we had nothing of this to answer for. But really I do not see how we can in justice expect either peace or safety, whilst we sport away others' lives, or treat men like dogs. The African trade in slaves, as managed, is an invasion upon the rights and liberties of mankind. 16 In March 1711, as the Africa trade debates continued in Parliament, this Whiggish distaste for the commercial excesses of slavery and slave trading appeared in the Spectator. Richard Steele retold the story of Yarico, a high-born Native American, and Thomas Inkle, a hard-headed London merchant, whose father had taken particular care to instill into his mind an early love of gain, by making him a perfect master of numbers, and consequently giving him a quick view of loss and advantage, and preventing the natural impulses of his passions, by prepossession towards his interests. Inkel and Yarico had fallen in love and had eloped into some remote part of Barbados. Love had suppressed Inkel's interest until the two lovers strayed back into English territories, when Inkel began seriously to reflect upon his loss of time, and to weigh with himself how many days' interest of his money he had lost during his stay with Yarico. This thought made the young man very pensive, and careful what account he should be able to give his friends of his voyage. Inkel's solution is to turn himself into a separate trader, upon which considerations, the prudent and frugal young man sold Yarico to a Barbadian merchant, notwithstanding that the poor girl, in incline him to commiserate her condition, told him that she was with child by him, but he only made use of that information, to rise in his demands upon the purchaser. Steele drew upon the traditions of Aphra Behn, Thomas Southern, Charles Davenant, and the Jamaica merchant in dramatizing the inhumanity of slavery by noting that it intruded on privacy and supplanted romantic love with mercenary calculation. But Steele's vision of Thomas Inkel is also the African Company's vision of the archetypal separate trader, urban, interested, calculating, and callous. Here was a Whig, sentimental outburst against the slave trade that demonized the independent slave trader as the enemy of humanity and closely resembled Southern's high Tory interpretation of Orunco. 17. The African Company's increasing tendency to justify its monopoly to protect rather than overawe the Africans helped to humanize the Africans as much as it helped to demonize the deregulated trading model of the separate traders. For Charles Davenant and many other African apologists, the principal argument for monopoly had been to protect British interests from the savage natives. Losing the Africa trade debate led the company to resort to the opposite position, that the monopoly could help save some of the innocent, noble natives from the barbarous independent slave traders. For interlopers like William Wilkinson, the company's monopoly allowed it to treat patriotic English merchants worse than Turks. For company propagandists like Charles Davenant, the deregulation of the trade allowed separate traders to treat Africans inhumanely. The separate traders, wrote Davenant, committed very gross abuses, inconsistent with the common rules of humanity, both with relation to the company and the natives on the coast of Africa. For African Company apologists, therefore, monopolistic regulation advanced the good of humanity. 18. The resolution of the Africa trade debates in 1712 left the separate traders supreme in the slave trade. The Royal African Company endured, and so did its pro-regulation argument for amelioration of the slave trade. Each new chapter in the company's history brought renewed political deliberations about its public role. From the 1730s, these political discussions enabled opponents of the slave trade, and the African Company itself, to nurture anti-slavery sentiment. The ambition of James Bridges, Duke of Chandos, to develop the company's commercial ties with the African interior helped bridge the company's long-held desire to trade in non-human cargoes with the mid-18th century argument that the slave trade prevented Britain from realizing the enormous commercial potential of civilized trade with the African continent. This ambition led African Company officials, including Chandos, to reject the company's earlier assumption of African savagery and to begin to consort with Africans as fellow human beings. Chandos's consultation in 1721 with two African princes about the African interior over dinner at his stately home, mentioned previously, provides an early example. Hospitality to and friendship with African royalty would become a trademark proto-abolitionist gesture for the remainder of the 18th century. 19. In the 1730s, as the African Company became the recipient of government subsidies, its promoters and officials advertised its role with reference to civilizing commerce and sentimental philanthropy. The company expressed the broader concern among many English people that Robert Walpole, the nation's prime minister, had inaugurated a political culture bereft of virtue and driven by special interests. The company attracted and developed individuals with views antagonistic to slavery. One of these, the founder of the Georgia colony, James Oglethorpe, became an African Company director and then, in 1732, sub-governor. At the same time he steered his Georgia colony project through Parliament. Oglethorpe's plan for the Georgia colony shared many of the same values the African Company had developed since the 1690s, It worried about the social consequences of commercial society. It blamed the unregulated pursuit of self-interest for the corruption of society. The colony's motto was non sibi, sed aliis, not for themselves, but for others, and it mistrusted the ability of legislative institutions to arbitrate between commercial interests. In the Georgia colony, industry was to operate virtuously, just as trade under the control of the Royal African Company was to put public interest before private interest. Oglethorpe also disapproved of slave trading and of slavery, a position the African Company had, by the 1730s, been forced into because of the commercial dominance of the separate traders. For Oglethorpe, though, it was the presence of slaves rather than the presence of independent slave traders that would precipitate the dissolution of a virtuous society. The Georgia Project, like the African Company, preached the advantages to humanity of social control. Africa was a place of free people for whom transportation to the American colonies would occasion the misery of thousands in Africa. 20. As the African Company's trading focus shifted to the African interior and to Africans as commercial contacts rather than barbarous heathens, Oglethorpe's connection with the company brought him together with Africans whose stories would, like Oruniko's, come to play a critical part in developing public interest and sympathy for Africans. One of these Africans, a Gambian called Job Ben Solomon, attracted widespread comment. Despite his high social standing and education, Job had been captured by rival Africans and transported to Maryland by a separate trader, Captain Pike. Job's education became apparent to his owners, and it then attracted the attention of Oglethorpe in London. The African Company interceded to allow Oglethorpe to purchase Job's freedom because the said Negro understands and writes Arabic and may be of service to the company on giving him his freedom and sending him to Gambia. The company then paid for his passage to London and accommodated him at Africa House on Leadenhall Street before financing his passage back to Africa, where he landed at James Fort. Having been recommended in a particular manner by the company to their governor and factors in this country, who were desired to use him with the greatest civility and respect. Job, as with the African princes who dined with Chandos, could be useful to the African Company's ambition to develop profitable commercial relationships with the African interior. But the writer of Job's memoirs, Thomas Blewett, hoped to elevate the hospitality shown to Job to a higher plane of morality and sentimental virtue. In many instances of private friendship, we are apt to be guided by our own private interest, and very often the exchange of good offices among friends is little better than mere barter, where an equivalent is expected on both sides. In most acts of charity and compassion too, we may be, and very often are wrought upon by the undue influence of some selfish view, and thereby we destroy in good measure the merit of them, but in shewing pity to strangers, as such, and kindly relieving them in their distress, there is not such danger of being influenced by private regards, nor is it likely that we are so. Here we act for God's sake, and for the sake of human nature, and we seem to have no inducement superior to the will of heaven, and the pleasure that results from the consciousness of a generous respect for our common humanity. 21. For Blewett, the African Company's hospitality to Job was redolent of an inherently English instinct for charity to strangers and helped to promote the company's position and its association with sentimental hospitality that could offer commercial advantages but whose rationale derived, in spirit, from a rejection of morality that was in any sense transactional. The African Company's monopolistic charter had been founded in the 1670s on the assumption of amity with foreigners. By the 1730s, the need for public, political posturing saw the company begin to rebrand itself as a vessel for humane hospitality for Africans in Africa and in London. 22 Oglethorpe's involvement with the African Company encouraged another author to combine an attempt to educate the public about the African coast with a celebration of the company's trading values of humanity and hospitality. Francis Moore, whom Oglethorpe appears to have brought into employment at the company, mentioned that Oglethorpe's management of the company in 1732 had aimed to avoid slave trading and to increase the honesty of its servants in Africa. The company dispatched Moore to the Gambia to pursue a voyage into the inland parts of Africa. He laid great stress on the company's instruction to make them a suitable return, by his fidelity in his transactions for them, as well as affable behavior to the natives and traders, agreeable to his solemn engagements. Not only did More emphasize affable behavior to the natives and traders, he also added a footnote, a very necessary and important direction, but too often disregarded by men who have no notion of humanity or justice. More hoped to advance the company's interest as well as its reputation as a vehicle for diplomacy, affability, and diplomacy on the African coast, to contrast with the separate traders who, according to More, understood little about humanity or justice. 23 In response to the African company's growing body of pamphlets and personnel that questioned the humanity, morality, and commercial sense of the slave trade, a captain for one of the leading separate traders, William Snellgrave, entered the debate in 1734. Snellgrave was Humphrey Morris's favored captain for his many slave trading voyages. Snellgrave turned the sentimental company criticism of slave trading on its head by depicting scenes of African barbarity to endorse the old pro-slavery argument that transportation improved the lives of enslaved Africans. He devoted much time to descriptions of human sacrifice, cannibalism, and brutal, pagan religious practices to develop his case. In the opening sections of his book, Snellgrave described the beginnings of a ritual sacrifice of an African child by a local, despotic ruler. The child was tied by the leg to a stake driven in the ground, the flies and other vermin crawling on him, and two priests standing by. Snellgrave responded to the scene by quoting the abolitionist mantra of the Golden Rule, "Do to others as we desire to be done unto." Snellgrave used the market to manumit the boy as well as his mother in an act replete with humanitarian and sentimental significance. The purchaser of the slave, a Mr. Studley, was then able to preserve the family unit and, wrote Snellgrave, would be a kind master to them. 24 Snellgrave's account prompted another former African company employee, John Atkins, to write the first promotional account of the African company's activity in Africa that included an unequivocal desire to have the trade in enslaved Africans ended. Published in 1735, Atkins's account was the first to depict the west coast of Africa under deregulated trade as Tryon had portrayed the plantations, a place of violence, disharmony, gluttony, and alcoholism. Gone were the portrayals like those of Southern, Defoe, and Steele of the separate traders as the quintessence of economic rationality. For Atkins, the independent slave traders were loose privateering blades, that if they cannot trade fairly with the natives, will rob, but then don't do it so much in pursuance of that trading advice, amass riches, my son, as to put themselves in a capacity of living well, and treating their friends, being always well pleased if they can keep their stock at par, and with their profits purchase from time to time, strong beer, wine, cider, and such necessaries, of Bristol ships, that more frequently than others put in there. As with company descriptions of the double-dealing and dissembling techniques of the deregulated slave trade, and with Defoe's account of the separate traders' lobbying methods, Atkins portrayed the separate traders as thriving on falsehood and duplicity. Your reputation is secured by the diffidence of your report, and you must resolve with him now upon a price in your slaves, not to outbid one another, but at the same time make as strong a resolution not to observe it. In Atkins's account, as Philip Gould has shown, the separate trader, or, for Gould, just the slave trader, became the rake whose arts disrupt the civilized, social functions of commerce. Deregulated trade for Atkins as for Davenant promoted an atomized, private trade that eroded the nobler features of commercial activity. 25 Atkins contrasted the luxuriant cruelty of the independent slave traders with the noble defiance and dignity of an African captive. He became one of the first commentators on the African coast to reference the Orinoco type in his eyewitness account. He described one of the separate traders' slaves, "I could not help taking notice of one fellow among the rest, of a tall, strong make, and bold, stern aspect. As he imagined we were viewing them with a design to buy, he seemed to disdain his fellow slaves for their readiness to be examined, and as it were scorned looking at us, refusing to rise or stretch out his limbs, as the master commanded, which got him an unmerciful whipping from Cracker's own hand." The separate trader, and had certainly killed him but for the loss he himself must sustain by it, all which the negro bore with magnanimity, shrinking very little, and shedding a tear or two, which he endeavored to hide as though ashamed of. All the company grew curious at his courage, and wanted to know of Cracker, how he came by him, who told us, that this same fellow, called Captain Tomba, was a leader of some country villages that opposed them, and their trade, at the river Nunes. Atkins's depiction of Captain Tomba allowed him to contrast the callous, mercenary brutality of the separate traders with the natural dignity and strength of the African victims of the slave trade. These distinctions were also at work in his narrative of the conquest of Ouidah, a large center for unregulated slave trading, by the king of Dahomey. The king's invasion had been revenge for the king of Ouidah's encouragement of pilliarding. The new king, as Atkins viewed it, had deployed a coercive but virtuous royal power to overcome the immoral self-interest of individual traders. The king's actions carry great reputation, for by the destruction of this trade, he relinquished his own private interests for the sake of public justice and humanity. Atkins then described that this king sought to contract with the Royal African Company for a profitable commerce in the interior that would involve the enslavement of Africans, but not their transportation. Another African company employee, Bulfinch Lamb, had attempted to publicly market this plan in 1731. For Atkins and Lamb, the African company understood that its best interests existed in its willingness to promote friendly relations with African leaders and to shun human trafficking for commerce in African flora and minerals. 26 Atkins's portrayal of the African coast helped him to work up to an early statement of abolition. His use of Orunako, his concern about the calculated self-interest and duplicity of the independent traders, and his enthusiasm for the company prefaced a clear desire to end the slave trade. Atkins declared of the deregulated trade, an extensive slave trade, in a moral sense, is an extensive evil, obvious to those who can see how fraud, thieving, and executions have kept pace with it. The great excess in branches feeding pride and luxury, are an oppression on the public, and the peculiarity of it in this, and the settlement of colonies are infringements on the peace and happiness of mankind. Atkins challenged the pro-slavery argument that transportation benefited Africans by moving them from a barbaric, poor Africa and by preserving them from sacrifice and cannibals, to convey them to a land flowing with more milk and honey, to a better living, better manners, virtue, and religion. In the same way as the African company dismissed the separate traders as selfish and greedy, Atkins noted that the pro-slavery position reflected an interpretation of a society that was obsessed with money. It was only possible to see the Africans as poor if you viewed everything in society through the lens of money, as people in trading republics did. Such a perspective was un-British. In Britain, people could detach society from wealth because they appreciated that poverty communicated virtue. As a result, it is a barbarous corruption to style such Africans as poor. The deregulated trade had, for Atkins, barbarized the instinctive ability of Britons to view trade beyond exclusively economic ends. 27. By the 1740s, the Royal African Company began to propose to use its charter for charitable purposes in Britain to reflect the humanitarian attitudes it had begun to direct at Africans in Africa and on the American plantations. Again, this strategy formed part of the company's continued attempts to court political favor. It was part of a broader project at this time to unlock the virtuous potential of a trade to Africa and to respond to the desire for national regeneration based on charitable acts. In 1740, Mercator Hoenstues targeted the separate traders' argument that African barbarity justified the slave trade. I don't doubt the blacks are more civilized than they are generally represented, and it is very certain, that with some pains they might become much more so. The author went on to suggest that the virtue and pure religion of African societies could inspire Britain to revisit its own morality. With its joint stock structure and its experience of African trade, the Royal African Company proposed to contribute to such a national, moral regeneration. 28 The African Company was not the only corporation to attempt to promote its stock with disinterested, charitable acts. From the early years of the 18th century, promoters of charitable schemes had articulated the commercial benefits of philanthropy. These promoters used the corporation, which had traditionally expressed more than just economic motivations, to develop their schemes. Since the 1690s, philanthropists who had been inspired by the Society for the Reformation of Manners had believed the parish administration of charity via trusts, individual bequests, and almsgiving was inadequate and began, in the early 18th century, to advance the joint stock corporation as a suitable vehicle for philanthropy. The corporation provided a charter that could assist longevity and investment for the project. It also brought philanthropy in line with business practice as charity came more and more to be seen as a way to satisfy commercial as well as philanthropic goals. An offshoot of the Society for the Propagation of the Gospel in Foreign Parts, the Society for the Promotion of Christian Knowledge began in the 1710s to develop charity schools for poor children, which used the joint stock format. Similar organizations had been set up to manage the workhouses of early Georgian England. These organizations showed that the directors of chartered corporations fused the ideas of social sympathy and a well-ordered society with the traditional rationale for joint stock investment. 29 As the functions of joint stock corporations multiplied in the early years of the 18th century, they began to serve explicitly social and cultural purposes, such as the 1719 Royal Academy of Music and the Company of Mine. Adventurers of England. Humphrey Mackworth, the leader of the Company of Mine Adventurers, articulated the public and charitable aims of his corporation, even detailing the amount of money the profits from the scheme would allow him to donate to the service of the poor. After the bursting of the South Sea Bubble in 1720 to 1721, the public worried about joint stock companies' often dubious value in overseas trade and in domestic industry. Directors of joint stock companies sought to reinvent the corporation as a suitable vehicle for an older tradition that noted the virtuous, often charitable, and sometimes pious aims of corporate activity. Socially sympathetic business, so the developers of these adventures argued, was good business. 30 In the 1740s, these charitable movements again changed tack, shifting their priorities from the education and employment of the poor to schemes that would increase the nation's population and improve its morals. No philanthropic enterprise did more to embody this movement than Thomas Corum's Foundling Hospital, founded as a corporation in 1740 to nurture abandoned children. Corum's project combined Christian benevolence with mercantile zeal. It made its case as a corporation with reference to the imperative to regenerate the nation's morals, population, and commerce. 31 During this time, the African Company proposed to contribute to this movement by resurrecting a project. One of its directors, Sir Robert Sutton, who was also a sub-governor in the 1730s, had been involved with since 1725. Sutton had served with the Committee of Management of the Charitable Corporation for the Relief of the Industrious Poor, founded by charter in 1707. This corporation lent small sums to the laboring poor on pledges at legal, regulated rates of interest to prevent these unfortunates from falling into the hands of pawnbrokers, the unregulated bankers who provided cash in exchange for goods. The corporation ended in disgrace in 1732 once its intentions had been exposed as fraudulent in Parliament. 32 Concern with the laboring poor and the size of the British population came, as it had done in the 1660s and 1680s, to offer the African Company an argument for its monopoly. With the charitable corporation in mind, the company sought statutory support for its charter in March 1748 with Rev. Arends to a plan to regulate the pawnbroking sector. The promoters of the scheme argued that it would help prevent the sale and disposal of stolen goods and to ease and relieve the necessities of many thousands of poor and industrious people. The company proposed to reduce the pawnbrokers' rate of interest from 50, 40, and 30% to 20% and to levy a 5% tax on a fully regulated pawnbroking industry that the company could use for its benefit for 32 years, primarily to remove the burden of supporting its West African forts from the taxpayers and place it onto the perennially unpopular pawnbroker. The plan would also help to support the population of laboring poor, who it was hoped by Oglethorpe and other African company sympathizers could substitute for enslaved African labor in the American colonies. 33 The Royal African Company had acquired a reputation as a financial manipulator, especially under the management of Sir Bibby Lake in the late 1720s and 1730s. Its scheme to regulate the pen-broking business aimed to deflect that charge with its focus on the activities of an unpopular financial institution. It also sought to combine concern about the poor, the welfare of the mass of the population, and crime with the re-establishment of its joint stock capital. The proposal, however, was declared wholly unconstitutional by two great men in power, one of whom was very likely the Duke of Newcastle, Thomas Pelham Hollis. Lampooning comments by the Fool in the London Gazetteer concluded that the scheme demonstrated only an outside show of public spirit. Nonetheless, the company's attempts to improve their share price by appealing to public sympathy for disadvantaged groups confirms the growing prominence of a consciously benign commerce that could generate wealth, virtue, and labor simultaneously. This vision of commerce came to be central to the early anti-slavery mantra. 34 As the Africa trade debates drew to a close in Parliament in 1750, one final pamphlet appeared that would combine all aspects of the company's platform for anti-slavery opinion, celebrations of social hierarchy, monarchy, and the commercial benefits of kindness to strangers, suspicion of unregulated commerce and interested behavior, and the promotion of the corporation as a force for disinterested good and humanity. The Royal African, or Memoir of the Young Prince of Anamabo, claimed to be a biography of the African Prince William Ansa Seseraku, and it invoked the literary traditions of Orunako and the narratives of Job ben Solomon. The Royal African also intervened to promote the Royal African Company during its final deliberations in Parliament. It made a pitch for the corporate management of civilized commerce with the African interior by placing the biography of the Prince of Anamabo in the context of the broader history of the African trade. The author blamed the enslavement of the prince on the separate traders, who, like Captain Driver, had no respect for social rank. He depicted the pro- and anti-slave trade arguments, as the Africa trade debates had done, in constitutional terms. The author associated the Africans' monarchical government with freedom and prosperity. This benign monarchy was the source of sentimental, familiar warmth in African society. No people in the world, generally speaking, express greater kindness for their offspring than they do. The separate trader, and Dutch, attachment to liberal, deliberative government was conducive to the escalation of enslavement. Like Atkins, the author noted that Europeans too often chose to misconstrue African commercial acumen and the constitutional freedoms provided by African government as barbarism to justify the trade in human beings. 35 The author alleged, as company officials had done earlier in the century, that deregulated trade with Africa had elevated interest above humanity and justice and corrupted and dissolved bonds of friendship between all parties in the slave trade, for interest is a universal deity. The fetish, as these people call it, of the Negroes, as much as of the Europeans, and notwithstanding any ties of friendship and old acquaintance with the African company's servants. The separate traders' interest had become, by 1750, the essence of disloyalty, which fueled the immorality of the slave trade. As with Blewett and Atkins, the author of the Royal African proposed that sentimental hospitality, as promoted by the African Company, could produce commercial gains. Kindness and respect would serve mercantilist agendas, helping Britain improve its commercial position at the expense of its European rivals. The author used the example of the French-African trade to promote joint stock, in this case as a better means to encourage respect for the Africans through commercially-minded hospitality. As part of this example, he recounted the story of an African king who was hosted in France to receive an education and then returned to Africa to cement the bonds of friendship between his people and the French. The author compares the French example of hospitality of Africans to the English attempt with Prince William Ansa Seseraku. African company officials had sought to provide passage for the prince to England for his education. But an unscrupulous separate trader, who had the reputation of being among the number of the most clear-sighted and adroit traders that ever visited the coast of Guinea, kidnapped the prince and sold him into slavery in Barbados. The Royal African Company, depicted by the author as heroic, came to the rescue and interceded to obtain preferential trading terms from the ruler at Anamabo at the expense of their French rivals. 36 The essence of this heroism, so the author proclaimed, was the corporate format of the Royal African Company because it provided a structure that offered legal recourse to those in Africa and in Britain. The African Company's corporate structure ensured that the evil practices of the separate traders could be reined in. Thus this affair terminated much to the advantage of the company, but so that they were obliged to take upon them the satisfaction of an injury in which they had not the least concern, and to this the company will always be liable, because in Africa, as well as in England, they are considered as a corporate body, to which application may be always made, and who are at all times answerable to the several Negro governments upon the coast for the conduct and behavior of the British nation, which is a point highly deserving notice. The episode also offered further evidence of the important consequences that attend a judicious and humane behavior towards distant and barbarous nations. The author argued that such behavior was, as a matter of course, most easily promoted by corporations like the Royal African Company, and cited the great 17th-century advocate of corporations, Sir Josiah Child. Child's justification for corporate monopolies, like the African companies in the 17th century, was founded upon a belief in the barbarity of heathen traders. The position of the author of the Royal African that corporations could better offer respect and kindness to barbarian Africans would, it is fair to say, have surprised Child. The author's final comment also sits uneasily with the African company's older portrayal of itself as a martial force, best suited to intimidate and awe barbaric Africans, our humanity and Jews. Ties should be as extensive, as either the terror of our navies, or the attention we have to trade. It is of as great consequence to be esteemed, and to be loved, as to be dreaded or revered. By the mid-18th century, however, promoters of the Royal African Company, like the author of the Royal African, viewed the deregulated trade as an opportunity to re-regulate, because corporate management of the trade would allow the British, not the Africans, to overcome their barbarity, a barbarity that was, as it was for Davenant, the product of deregulation and the work of the separate traders. The statute that would dissolve the Royal African Company in 1750 designated for the first time that the practice of pilliarding Africans was to be a capital crime. But the new regulated African Company that was formed by the 1750 statute, the Company of Merchants Trading to Africa, would become an important pro-slavery lobbyist. 37. After the Royal African Company's dissolution in 1752, the former director of the company, Malachi Postlethwaite, proved to be the most important poster boy for the company's ambivalence toward the slave trade. An influential political economist, Postlethwaite had served as a director of the Royal African Company throughout 1744 and 1745 and was an assiduous participant at the meetings of the Court of Assistants. Postlethwaite also authored 2 influential pamphlets in favor of the company for which he was paid. In these, he promoted the joint stock format in traditional terms as the surest means to finance forts and to uphold the interests of national commerce against the highly effective French trade in enslaved Africans at mid-century. Like his predecessor apologist for the African Company, Charles Davenant, Postlethwaite believed passionately in suppressing personal interest to develop the greatness of the nation. In these pamphlets, Postlethwaite also continued to articulate the African Company as the proper venue for advancing a British trade with the inland parts of Africa, as Davenant, Chandos, and Oglethorpe had done before him. 38 In 1759, Postlethwaite, like the author of the Royal African, praised the royal prerogative as the best means to manage the African trade and cited the succès the French had since the 1720s in using their monarchy to subsidize and manage the trade, rather than leave it to the caprice of individual merchants, as the English had done. He argued that the French African Company accounted for the resurgence in French trade in the middle of the 18th century. We have seen that France has upheld her African commerce by the weight and influence of an opulent company, a perpetuated company, supported and upheld by the Crown of France by mighty privileges and immunities, by a company endowed with extensive privileges forever. Postlethwaite repeated his earlier argument that a corporate management of the African trade provided the best means to develop commercial relations with the inland bowels of Africa. In the context of Postlethwaite's excitement about the commercial benefits of African trade, he nailed his colors to the mast as a fully fledged advocate of anti-slavery. For my own part, he admitted, I cannot help expressing my dislike to the slave trade, and wish an end could be put to it. Anticipating a wave of protest linked to the question of who but African slaves would staff the plantations, Postlethwaite proposed the numberless poor of Europe. He later connected his plan to substitute white labor for enslaved African labor with the charitable projects that promoted population growth in Britain, such as Coram's Foundling Hospital, with which the African Company had sought to associate in the 1740s. Whether the territories of those European nations that are interested in the colonies and plantations in America, are not populous enough, or may not be rendered so, by proper encouragement given to intermarriages amongst them, and to the breed of foundling infants, to supply their respective colonies with laborers, in the place of Negro slaves. 39 The deregulated slave trade was thus a barrier to the realization of Postlethwaite's vision of a lucrative, humane commerce with the interior of Africa. It will ever spirit up wars and hostilities among the Negro princes and chiefs, for the sake of making captives of each other for sale. This, therefore, will ever obstruct the civilizing of these people, and extending of the trade into the bowels of Africa, which, by the contrary means, might be easily practicable. The advantages of a vibrant commerce with Africa could only be realized with the help of a great and powerful company, with exclusive privileges and immunities. As a former director of the Royal African Company, Postlethwaite understood the challenges such a company would face, but his determination to promote one as a vehicle for his anti-slavery agenda, even after the dissolution of the African Company, confirms the extent to which, by the late 1750s, the mission of the company, and its royally sponsored monopolistic predecessors, had come full circle in almost a century, from one designed to promote human trafficking from Africa to one chartered to substitute for it. For Postlethwaite and the African Company, then, joint stock monopolies provided the best means of advancing the mid-18th century Enlightenment project of a civilizing, improving form of commerce. 40 Postlethwaite's reasons for the suitability of the corporate format were clear. The separate traders' freedom crusade had brought anarchy to the trade, and this anarchy had upset the African commerce, but as our fondness for the words liberty and freedom sometimes lead to licentiousness, and even anarchy in government, so may not a too great eagerness for an universal freedom and liberty of trade carry us such lengths, that we may, at length lose all the trade we have. It is revealing evidence of the power of the African Company's ideology, as developed since its foundation through political deliberations, that Postlethwaite could associate the company's suspicion of the separate traders' attachment to liberty more directly with an argument for the company than he could with an argument for the abolition of the slave trade, which he, by 1759, also favored. It also confirms, as Christopher Brown has noted, that Malachi Postlethwaite promoted regulation of the African trade as much to enlarge the British Empire as he did to revolutionize attitudes towards slavery. 41. The Royal African Company's politicization of the trade in enslaved Africans provided the context, the ideas, and the policies for the early political disputes about whether the trade ought to be ended. Celebrations of strong state intervention in the trade, of benign commerce with the interior of Africa, and of the sentimental benefits of regulated commerce all became important motifs for the early political secular incarnations of anti-slavery campaigning. The continual need to formulate a political argument to sustain its public appeal induced the African Company to associate its pro-regulation argument with early moral discomfort with the slave trade. By the 1730s, this political association tapped into and helped develop sentimental portrayals of alternative trading scenarios with Africa, without human trafficking and guided by humanity, hospitality, royalty, and the coercive force of state regulation bent on protecting the Africans from the evils of the separate traders. The company also sought to develop political and investment capital by involving itself in charitable projects to nurture the laboring poor and support their population. A vogue for civic-minded corporations and projects sustained the African company despite its trading inanity and helped the company to consider charitable and moral corporate ventures. James Oglethorpe's consistent association of corporate means with moral aims and the association of both those means and aims with an ambivalent attitude toward African slavery suggest that the early proto-abolitionist platform owed some debt of inspiration to the Royal African Company. 42 How might we place these ideas in the context of the broader history of abolitionism in the British Atlantic world? They do not change the importance of those pillars of the abolitionist cause, the development of an ethic of benevolence and the broader appreciation of the positive image of the African. The African Company was one of many institutions that celebrated this ethic and reconceptualized the public image of the African, building on Orunako to note the commercial benefits of hospitality to Africans in Britain and overseas. The abolitionist ideas nurtured by the Africa trade dispute directly informed the language of parliamentary intervention in the slave trade. Slavery's exposure to the legislative process during the Africa trade debates from 1690 to 1713 broadened the terms of debate, which led to calls for slave baptism and sowed the seeds that blossomed half a century later as the abolitionist movement. Defeated in the slave trade, the African Company justified its existence with reference to its physical presence in Africa and the possibilities of gold mining and inland trade there. Here, again, the African Company provided some precedent for arguments by early anti-slavery advocates that a new post-slavery trading commerce with Africa could help restore British economic fortunes once the American colonies had detached themselves from the British state. The company began to associate itself with campaigns such as the reform of the pawnbroking system and became the stable for some early, lukewarm critics of slavery such as James Oglethorpe and Malachi Postlethwaite. These debates placed the theme of government regulation of commerce at the center of the slavery issue. As a result, abolition, when it came, was unequivocally an act of regulation, not deregulation. This was the principal abolitionist legacy of the Royal African Company's portrayal of itself and its African trade. 43 The separate traders' deregulated version of the slave trade became, after decades of petitioning and pamphleteering, the explanation for the evils of the trade. They had established their freedom to trade in enslaved humans and legitimate that right in popular, representative politics based on principles of liberty and individual rights of property. But, for the African Company, the separate traders came to be the public villains of the African trade, leaving it to the inherently callous, brutal, inhuman workings of the market. They, not the Africans, had barbarized the trade. Abolitionists focused on the provincial beneficiaries of the deregulated slave trade, writing letters to the merchants of Liverpool and Bristol. Absenteeism came under fire as a cause of the brutalities of the slave system. The deterritorialized Atlantic that had offered the separate traders a network of supporters came to be vilified for separating ownership from management and moral responsibility. The decentralized polity that had so assisted the separate traders thus came to be blamed for the evils of slavery. 44. Epilogue. Confused commemorations. Like the Royal African Company, the separate traders also established a legacy that influenced the movement to abolish the slave trade. Two features of the independent slave traders' political campaign from the 1690s would be central to the abolitionists' political campaign from the 1780s. Their natural rights argument and their ideological commitment to communicating the breadth of popular support for their campaign. Abolitionists hewed the right to oppose slavery from the same natural rights rock as the separate traders had hewed the right to resist monopoly. As early as July 1740, the Gentleman's Magazine published a letter aimed at the slave traders of Bristol and Liverpool asserting that all men were born with the natural right to liberty. In 1755, Francis Hutcheson cited liberty and property as the two most important freedoms denied the enslaved. These were the ideals the separate traders had celebrated to develop the slave trade. But, by the 1780s, the abolitionists infused their argument about natural rights with the African Company's growing sentimental attachment to humanity. In doing so, The abolitionists' campaign would develop its central argument: the natural rights of Englishmen should be universalized and extended to enslaved Africans as human rights. Point 1. The clashing ends of these natural rights arguments reflects the political structure for slave trading that the separate traders had engineered and the abolitionists would have to confront. This elusive, deregulated structure would prove difficult to dismantle. If there had been a statute to escalate the slave trade, abolition simply would have been a matter of repeal. As it was, the political campaign to deregulate the slave trade worked to persuade public opinion of the need for escalation without creating a statute to support it. Abolitionists would also have to overcome the pervasive acceptance of slavery among Britons without the means to focus on a discrete legislative expression of that acceptance. But, because of the separate traders' parliamentary triumph, the abolitionists understood that their cause would have to achieve victory in Parliament and, because of the mid-18th century celebration of the humane imperatives of regulation, this parliamentary victory would have to be statutory. To defeat and dismantle pro-escalation public opinion, the abolitionists would have to adopt the lobbying methods of the separate traders. The famous upswell of disinterested public opinion in favor of abolition had as its most notable and pertinent precedent the separate traders' effective cultivation of large-scale interested public opinion in support of the escalation of the slave trade. The abolitionists' promotion of its lobby's broad base of support, especially in petitioning, also reflects the separate traders' style of politics. The later phases of anti-slavery campaigning saw the movement embrace the separate traders' language of reform and their ideological and strategic commitment to popular mobilization in service of their cause. The abolitionists began to employ the separate traders' political means to achieve some of the ends that had been nurtured by the African Company. They espoused a broad-based mandate, reveled in the scale of their petitioning campaign, and promoted the effects their national endorsement would have on the moral sense of the nation. From the 1760s and 1770s, without the same American support in Parliament for the slave trade that had buttressed the separate traders' case, British public opinion could be rallied against the trade to celebrate the nation's inherent discomfort with enslavement and human trafficking. Point 2. The political ideas and the strategies of the separate traders and the debt both owed to the constitutional changes of 1688 to 1689 meant that the Glorious Revolution provided a conflicted legacy for abolition. In 1788, Peter Peckard, the Vice-Chancellor of the University of Cambridge, proposed that Britain celebrate the centenary of the Glorious Revolution by abolishing its transatlantic slave trade. Peckard praised the revolution for producing the inestimable blessings of liberty civil and religious in Britain and argued that the revolution had started a monumenting journey whose next destination should be the American plantations. Peckard therefore proposed that 1788 should be a jubilee of commemoration. By extending the blessings we enjoy to those who are deprived of them, by breaking every yoke, and setting the poor captive free. Peckard did not apprehend, however, that the inestimable blessings of liberty the revolution had protected had been instrumental in accelerating England's involvement in the transatlantic slave trade. Point 3. For the pro-slavery lobbyist and the scion of a prominent Liverpudlian separate trading dynasty, Robert Norris, the connections between the liberties protected by the Glorious Revolution and that revolution's role in supporting slave trade escalation provided further proof that slavery was a civilizing institution. Writing in 1789, Norris argued that the natural laws that supported the slave trade and slavery were just as valid as those the abolitionists believed undermined slavery. The 1698 Act that had greatly enlarged the scale of England's slave trade was the product of a parliament that had vindicated the natural rights of mankind and reflected the involvement of a king, who was the patron of liberty. Norris went on, in the style of a separate trader, to extol the part played by British business acumen and ingenuity, the principle which has raised the commerce and navigation of this country, and with them the landed interest and revenues of the kingdom, from inconsiderable beginnings to their present greatness, is the right which every man in it possesses, to carry on his own business, in the way most advantageous to himself and the society, without any sudden interruption in the pursuit of it, and the consciousness which he has, of the steady protection of the laws, in the prosecution of what has been shown to be legal. Countless pro-slavery petitions also attributed Britain's commercial success to the slave trade, as those of their separate trader predecessors had done, and, in particular, to the enterprising spirit of the people, a phrase that exemplifies the tone of the separate traders. 4 Robert Norris's account of the slave trading legacy of the Glorious Revolution is surely more insightful than Peter Peckard's. The revolution established the political conditions, lauded the political ideas, and allowed lobbyists to pioneer the political strategies that led to Europe's supreme, unregulated contribution to the largest forced intercontinental migration in human history. Its most cherished, popularly countenanced, and elastic notion, freedom, came to offer the justification for the design of this forced migration of enslaved African women, men, and children. But, because of the Royal African Company's rearguard political campaign against the separate traders throughout the first half of the 18th century, their pro-regulation, humane, disinterested rhetoric provided much of the inspiration for the political will and some of the political rhetoric of the anti-slavery cause. Some of the sources for anti-slavery thought can therefore be found in the 17th century justifications for monopolistic regulation of trade. The Glorious Revolution allowed an unregulated transatlantic trade in enslaved Africans. Without that revolution, the African Company's monopoly would likely have endured. James II would have applied the power of an absolutist monarchy, including the Royal Navy, to support the company's monopoly. If the threat of seizure did not continue to dissuade prospective independent slave traders from assembling cargoes bound for Africa, the experience of seizure and a show trial before a vice-admiralty court would have convinced them never to attempt it again. The company could have maintained its impressive though restricted contribution to the transatlantic slave trade. Without the colony's charters and assemblies, and a parliament and board of trade receptive to their interests, the colonists' desire to improve their supply of African slaves by deregulating the African trade would have gone unheeded. The African Company could have sustained its creditor status to dominate its debtors in the Caribbean and to augment the power of James's dominion of New England. The colonies, with a less abundant supply of African slaves, might have developed more slowly, and other, rival European powers could have improved their presence on the African coast and in the Caribbean and on the North and South American mainlands. This was the potential outcome that the Glorious Revolution and the separate traders to Africa succeeded in averting. The Glorious Revolution deprived the African Company of the political support for its operations and effected administrative, political, cultural, and ideological changes that provided a platform for the assertion of grievances and an arena in which to sustain those assertions. A parliament rendered sovereign within the English constitution after the Glorious Revolution encouraged provincial and colonial interests to assert themselves at the expense of bastions of metropolitan privilege like the Royal African Company. Britain's commercial society became more receptive to private economic activity and celebrated its inherent benefits to national well-being. Its interest group, the separate traders to Africa, proved themselves better able to align their economic agenda with the institutional landscape left by the Glorious Revolution and better able to master the procedural possibilities that revolution had allowed. The victory of the separate traders was part of a changing balance of power in the British Atlantic that reflected the domestic implications of the Glorious Revolution. This change saw imperial initiative devolve to colonists who, by the end of the 17th century, began to develop the means to assert themselves politically within the metropolis. A new style of mediation emerged in the British Atlantic to match the new political culture of the mother country. The metropolis sought information from the colonies to inform imperial policy, which empowered colonial interests that had opposed the Royal African Company from its inception. Like the economics of slave trading itself, the politics of company opposition proceeded transatlantically. Although the separate traders prioritized certain trades at particular times, they represented a genuinely Atlantic grouping with deterritorialized interests. A parliamentary campaign guaranteed Britain's slave trading supremacy for the rest of the 18th century and helped to ensure that African slaves would be the mainland American colonies' chosen solution to their labor supply problem. Political ideas, institutions, and a changed political context provided the means for slave trade escalation. The highly politicized and institutionally pluralist world of the post-1688 constitutional settlement allowed the English public to brand the company as a deplorable relic of a bygone age, whereas the separate traders became emblematic of every British citizen's right to trade. Common law encroachment on the royal prerogative and the Admiralty's traditional control over overseas territories allowed the separate traders to ground their campaign to expand slavery on the constitutional basis of the liberty of the subject. The company's demise appeared like the death throes of the Stuart monarchy. The additional 1.5 million, or so, enslaved Africans transported across the Atlantic after the demise of the Royal African Company sailed on the same Protestant wind as William of Orange. Their forced migration was the direct result of the institutional defenders of British liberty. The Royal African Company's attempts to maintain its monopoly exposed the trade to constitutional disputes. These came to inform the polarized, at times partisan, ideas that the Africa trade debates in Parliament set into dialogue with one another. On one side, the African Company advanced that its monopoly was the best means to uphold a national interest vested in the state. This state could defeat European rivals, resist the barbarity of African vendors, and prevent the national interest from being subsumed by the corrupting influence of greed, avarice, and selfish passions. On the other side, the independent slave traders argued that their deregulated trade was the surest route to trade expansion, noted the part played by that expansive trade in protecting English national liberty, and viewed the national interest in terms of the extent of public participation in trade and in the parliamentary management of state economic regulation. The separate traders used Parliament and the common law to develop access to private, independent slave trading as a natural, English birthright. The economic results of their deregulation were no less contingent on political factors than the African Company's monopoly. Slavi trade expansion, like the slave trade monopoly, was politically constituted. These conflicting political ideologies came to be reflected in the political strategies of both disputants. The African Company, despite its entrenched political capital in the City of London and the lobbying advantages of its joint stock structure, failed to adapt its political tactics to a new constitutional regulatory environment. Using their breadth of support throughout Britain and the colonies to block the company's regulatory statutes, the separate traders proved to be brilliant lobbyists, cultivating the Board of Trade and the pamphlet-reading public to legitimize their deregulated trade. They understood the new political context, developed ideas with broad appeal, and translated that broad appeal into a successful regulatory outcome. The introduction of politics into the slave trade gave the edge to the group more adept at promoting its interests as representative of British subjects as a whole. As a consequence, the Royal African Company's economic interests suffered along with its political defeat. Politics broadened the focus of debate from the narrow interests of the African Company and the separate traders to discussions of national interest, constitutional rights, and the importance of broad involvement in state decision-making about national economic regulation. Once the African Company lost the political battle to manage the slave trade in the early 18th century, it used political means to improve its public profile. This first involved attempts to help provide financial support for a state that had been deprived of slave trading revenue by the separate traders' legislative vacuum by satisfying a contract with the highly politicized South Sea Company and then by proposing a new means of extracting non-human resources from the African continent during the financial mania of the South Sea Bubble. The company then shifted its political strategy by voicing some of the traditional arguments opposing the transatlantic slave trade in moral terms. Throughout the 1730s, 1740s, and 1750s, the company's political lobby absorbed contemporary enthusiasm for the sentimental depiction of Africans and of trade with the African interior to describe the company as a vessel for sentimental hospitality and as a force for managing the slave trade with more humanity. These arguments would underpin former African Company directors' later calls for political consideration of the possibility of ending the transatlantic slave trade. The full-scale British slave trade therefore began as well as ended. With a flood of pamphlets and an army of lobbyists. The politicization of the transatlantic slave trade between 1660 and 1752 connects these two bookends in the story of the trade. In a much-anticipated speech to the House of Commons that was designed to set the tone for Britain's bicentennial of the abolition statute in 2007, Prime Minister Tony Blair expressed deep sorrow about British involvement in the transatlantic slave trade on behalf of the British government. Blair stopped short of a full apology to avoid accepting official responsibility. He deployed a modicum of reflection to begin the long process of atonement. He wondered why it was that the slave trade emerged at a time when the capitals of Europe and America championed the enlightenment of man. Rather than confront this well-posed conundrum head-on, however, Blair was quick to retreat into a familiar truism and rush to the defense of modernity. Racism, not the rights of man, drove the horrors of the triangular trade. But modernity and the liberal political institutions and ideologies that define it belie this defense. The rights of man, or their more elastic substitute freedom, contributed much to the escalation of the slave trade. 5 This contribution is visible in institutional and ideological features of the political debates about the slave trade from the late 17th to the mid-18th century. The emergence of unregulated slave trading in Britain illustrates the connection between an accelerating slave trade and the rise of more inclusive institutions after 1688, as well as the mindset of the individuals who conceived those institutions. 18th century Britons believed that the Glorious Revolution would protect their liberties. This belief became a missionary creed as Britain's control extended over territories outside the mother country. The king's prerogative and its jurisdiction over conquered American territories might have provided the legal space for colonial governments to legislate slavery in America, but the common law provided an essential contribution to the entrenchment of American slavery. It protected the right of all English subjects to trade in the enslaved. The rhetoric of liberty therefore represented more than a fig leaf to obscure the darker side of empire. The assertion of individual freedoms gave rise to a politics of interest that equated the pursuit of self-advancement with the economic development of the nation. An unregulated, expanded slave trade was one important result of this new politics. Liberal institutions and ideas proved instrumental in escalating the worst injustices of British imperialism. The separate traders. Victory in the Africa trade debates demonstrates that institutional and ideological changes explicitly connected to freedom caused, rather than merely assisted, the deregulation of the British slave trade. 6 The separate traders escalated and expanded the British slave trade in the name of British liberty. With each new year of the political campaign to expand the slave trade, Anglo-Saxon people, ideals, institutions, and identity became more and more inseparable from the desire to celebrate the trafficking of enslaved Africans. This selective application of liberty to slave traders, but not, until the late 18th century, to enslaved Africans, confirms the prevalence of what we would call racial thinking. It also offers a new means of connecting the intention to develop the slave trade and slavery to the precise workings of politics in this period. The campaign's length, the number of people involved, the scale of petitioning, the number of pamphlets, justifications, arguments, and counter-arguments that derived from the politicization of the slave trade provide enough information to show that British American society, values, and venerated political institutions promoted slavery long before the abolitionists began to criticize it. The campaign's rich detail reveals the social interest committed to developing the slave trade. The slave trade and slavery emanated from public policy that was mulled over by thousands of people for more than 25 years. An analysis of this public policy demonstrates that enslaved labor became embedded in the very fabric of democratic freedom and economic liberalism. As much as Prime Minister Blair would have wished to deny it in 2007, the development of the slave trade and the establishment of American slavery cannot be separated from the development of modern society, its creeds, and its institutions. The hallmarks of modern society, representative democracy, civil society, and individual interests, all bear the responsibility for slavery. In helping to expand slavery, freedom has incurred a debt. Freedom's role in helping to end the slave trade and slavery partially satisfies that debt. Placing freedom's debt into the story of the emergence of modern liberal society represents another part of the continuing reconciliation and reckoning.